The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call?
Certainly. Senator Dwayne N. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, present. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, present. Mr. Chair, 7 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to what is officially the first hearing of the 36th legislature, so the Department of Education should feel honored to be the first before us. I want to recognize 2 non-committee members who are here. Senator Clifford Joseph, thank you for coming. Senator Lorenzo Fredericks, thank you for coming. There's a lot going on this month of February in the Department of Education. We know that it is Black History Month, so we are definitely hoping that all the schools are actively engaged in celebrating the history of Africans and the history of Virgin Islanders. And I know that they are definitely doing that. I also want to recognize some honorees for the Department of Education, the 2 teachers of the year that were recently named. Ms. Cherise Davis, a teacher at the Juanita Gardine Pre-K School, and Mr. Cornell Hanley, a special education teacher at Yvonne Milner-Bowski Elementary School. I wonder if we met him yesterday at Bowski. I also want to acknowledge a real big award, Andre Douglas. That's a tremendous accomplishment for the Virgin Islands. He's a mathematics teacher at Ivana Udoraken High School, and he has been honored with the prestigious Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. So hats off to Mr. Douglas, encourage him to continue that work. I also want to congratulate your Commissioner on the launch of the VI Virgin Islands Centric Civics textbook. I am sure that Senator Francis is happy, and all the senators that made sure that we funded that initiative, I think like for 3 cycles, quite a bit we funded. And now we have more work to do with continuing the work in Virgin Islands history and getting the workbooks established across all grade levels. I also want to let everybody know today is World Cancer Day, encouraging everybody to make an appointment. Early detection saves life. Commissioner, I'm going to give you, after I read the agenda into the record, I'm going to give you an opportunity to introduce your staff, and then you're going to go into your lengthy discussion. And after, we will allow each senator, we'll decide how many rounds of questions, but we do have quite a bit of concerns. And we want it to just be a straightforward committee hearing in which we're able to glean information, and hopefully if the legislature need to act in any way, we'll be able to act as sister department. But the purpose of the meeting is as much as possible to develop a plan as to how we're going to be able to support public school education in the Virgin Islands. I had an opportunity to visit schools last week on St. Croix and yesterday on St. Thomas. We have a lot of hard-working individuals teaching every single day. The cafeteria workers, unbelievable, on the work that they're doing on a regular basis. So we definitely want to make sure that we are supporting education, and I want to thank all of the hard workers and all the teachers that are every single day teaching our children, sometimes in great conditions and sometimes in not great condition. We saw classes in auditoriums, in cafeteria, but there was one common denominator: the teachers were teaching, and that's the important part. I want to recognize Senator Novell E. Francis. Senator Francis, thank you for coming. And St. Thomas, Senator Potter, can see you over there. Senator President Potter, thank you for coming. Madam Clerk, read the agenda into the record, please.
Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Agenda. The committee will receive testimonies on the following: Block 1, Dion Wells Hendrickson, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, on the status of federal funds, ARPA, CARES Act, consolidated grants, and IMPRES funds. Analysis of student test scores for the 2023-2024 academic year, strategies used to address learning loss, status of entrance and exit exams, plans to address the loss of instructional time due to abbreviated school schedules caused by severe heat, and the status of after-school programs and plans for summer programs. Block 2, Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, on the update of Arthur A. Richards School rebuild, status of the Claudio Gymnasium, status and timeline for completion of school kitchen equipment installation in the District of St. Croix, status of electrical upgrades for territorial schools, status of AC unit installations in school affected by severe heat, summer maintenance plan, and the outline process to report school-based maintenance issues, work order requests. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And you could definitely see that you were a former police officer by your beginning of the introduction. Commissioner, you may proceed.
Good morning, Committee Chair, Senator Kurt A. Vialet, Vice Chair, Senator Avery L. Lewis, other committee members, Senator Mary C. James, Senator Duane M. DeGraff, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Carla J. Joseph, other members of the 36th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education, where we remain committed to ensuring that every single child that walks through our doors will be educated, empowered, and enriched to be the best version of themselves. I would like to begin by thanking the entire VIDE family for their hard work, dedication, heart, and compassion for ensuring that our children are educated in safe, engaging learning spaces. As mentioned before, congratulations to our District Teacher of the Years, Mr. Cornell Hanley, from Yvonne Milinobowski, and Ms. Sharice Davis from Juanita Gardine Pre-K. Again, congratulations to Andre Douglas as well. And congratulations to all the hardworking teachers that we have throughout our territory. The commitment to the children of the Virgin Islands is unwavering. We do what needs to be done to enrich, inspire, empower, and educate the young minds of this territory. And we look forward to working with this body to ensure that we remain transparent and accountable for the public education here in the United States Virgin Islands. Present with me today are members of my leadership team, Mr. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Ms. Hasina Harris, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services, Dr. Charlene Belton Gonzalez, Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District, Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, Deputy Superintendent, St. Croix District, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, St. Thomas, St. John District, Insular Superintendent in the St. Thomas Chambers. We have Dr. Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent for the St. Thomas, St. John District, Dr. Simra Brown Gums, Deputy Superintendent of the St. Thomas, St. John District, Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement, Chanel Calwood, Super PMO Representative and Liaison for the Department of Education, and Ms. Keisha Culpepper Smith, our State Federal Grants Director, Territorial Director. At VIDE, we are accepting no excuses, but our mindset must be one of solution-driven with accountability. The VIDE cannot fix all the ailments of public education system without the involvement of every single stakeholder, to include this body. At this time, I would like to commend all of you for your commitment to the people of the community, and more importantly, to the children of the Virgin Islands as we improve the public school system. So we have a few highlights, even though it wasn't asked for. I thought it was worth mentioning, and I'll abbreviate those highlights. As mentioned by you, Senator Vialet, the unveiling of the VI-centric civics textbook, and I want to take the time out to thank this body, bill sponsor Noel Francis, as well as all the other senators that made that a reality. We have purchased those textbooks and they're in our schools, and we're ready for our teachers to utilize them. Along with a physical textbook, we also have a virtual, a digital copy. And I know that several members of our community have expressed interest in receiving a copy of that book, and we shall be putting in those orders shortly. We also celebrated our first Virgin Islands Film Academy, which was done in the St. Thomas St. John district, facilitated by John Whitley. This innovative 8-week program transformed high school students into skilled filmmakers through hands-on training with industry professionals, including Hollywood icon Robert Townsend and renowned acting coach Brandon Thaxton. We had a red carpet unveiling of those short clips. And what inspired us the most was the interest that our students had in that particular endeavor. And we definitely will be bringing it to the St. Croix district next school year, as our aim is always to introduce and expand on our career and technical offerings. National Blue Ribbon School. The U.S. Secretary of Education, Michael Cardona, recognized Ricardo Richards Elementary School as one of 356 schools for its outstanding achievement. National Blue Ribbon Schools are led by leaders who articulate a clear vision of instructional excellence and uphold high standards. I want to take this opportunity to publicly commend Principal Natasha O'Halloran-Smith, her assistant principal, Valda Ostry, and their hard-working instructional team. I would also like to say that there are many other schools, based on what we're seeing with our data and the movement of student achievement, that will qualify next school year to be recognized as National Blue Ribbon Schools as well. So we are looking forward to expanding that number as we move the needle forward in a positive direction. Expanding career and technical course offerings. The Virgin Islands Department of Education is committed to expanding career and technical education course offerings to equip students with in-demand skills for the evolving job market. New programs such as the electric vehicle repair, dental hygiene, coding, cyber security, and aviation in the St. Thomas district will provide hands-on training and certification opportunities. Additionally, construction internships will bridge the gap between classroom learning and real-world experiences. And what our career and technical state director has been doing is meeting with the various contractors that have been awarded contracts to build our new schools within the territory to form that partnership that would allow our students to do internships in their respective districts. Launching of the teacher apprenticeship program, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, in collaboration with the Department of Labor and the University of the Virgin Islands, Education Teacher Apprenticeship Program will provide equal opportunities for paraprofessionals. So our first cohort will include 10 paraprofessionals from each district that are interested in earning their teacher degree. We know that this is something that should have been in place a long time ago. We believe that it's important that we grow our own because the teaching profession is slowly dwindling away, and we have to make sure that we are doing our due diligence to get our people interested in having teaching careers, as well as making sure that they have the requisite certification and credentials to do so. So we're excited to launch that in the summer, would be the first set of courses, and then we'll continue until completion. The Office of the Commissioner is proud to announce a new initiative aimed to enhance leadership capacity of the superintendents, coordinators, principals, and assistant principals throughout the territory. We were able to partner to provide our people with data-driven instructional improvement training, school improvement plan walkthrough process, unpacking assessment data, and multi-TED systems of support. This effort will continue throughout this school year as well. And as we dialogue today, the superintendents would be able to discuss how this has benefited their districts in terms of building the capacity of our leadership. Analysis of our student test scores for 2023-2024 academic year. The Smarter Balance Assessment for 23-24 school year was administered to grades 3 through 8, 10, and 11 across all participating public schools. These assessments reflect what students are learning and practicing in the classroom daily and are aligned with the Common Core state standards. These results are one measure of student progress. Scores are used in combination with the teacher and district designed assessments, report cards, teacher feedback, classroom work, and more to provide a holistic view of student achievement across grade levels. For the 23-24 school year, the Virgin Islands Department of Education adopted and updated the Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium recommendations for interpreting student scores. Students' overall performance in each subject area is categorized into 4 performance levels, which describe the relative accuracy and complexity of students' performance within their grade level. That interpretation is as follows. Level 1 are those students who do not consistently demonstrate grade level knowledge and skills. Level 2 are those students who demonstrate foundational grade level knowledge and skills with limited range of complexity. Level 3 are those students who consistently demonstrate proficient grade level knowledge and skills with a broad range of complexity. And level 4 are those students who consistently demonstrate advanced grade level knowledge and skills with deep understanding and a full range of complexity. The 2023-2024 results show that overall, English language arts and science have shown measurable growth, trending up for the past 2 academic years. Math scores continue to reflect a need for additional targeted resources. Overall proficiency rates. ELA, 23.5% achieved at grade level knowledge with a limited range of complexity compared to the previous year of 19.7%, and 17.2 of our students achieved proficiency compared to prior years of 13.1%. 6.1 exceeded standards compared to 4.0% in the previous year. Mathematics, 19.5% achieved grade level knowledge with a limited range of complexity from the previous year of 15.4%. 6.3% achieved proficiency compared to the previous year of 4.1%, and 2.1 exceeded grade level standards compared to the previous year of 1%. This represents a growth in a variety of mathematic functions and equations, as well as proof that some of the targeted instructions, as well as the interim in assessments and resources, are yielding some sort of growth. Science, overall students across this territory have shown significant improvement of 28.2% achieving grade level knowledge with a limited range of complexity, while 21.1 demonstrated proficiency and 15.3 exceeded grade level standards, up from the previous year of 12.9%. Note, students who are emerging in category level 1 improved by over 5%. And so what we do what we did is in figure 1, we provided the breakdown so that the senators will be able to see how students are doing in the individual respective schools, compare district scores as well as the overall Virgin Islands performance scores. And so while, our proficiency rates and all of our students are not proficient, what the department is looking for is that upward trend from students who are more than 1 to 2 grade levels behind to make sure that they're moving in the right direction. And historically, our data shows that our students are moving. Generally, in percentage growth, you don't see average is about 5% growth per year. We're seeing some instances where schools have achieved 10% growth or more in students that are performing on grade level. And so that's a testament to the fact that our teachers within this territory are working very hard to close that achievement gap that we, received or we fell short in because of the hurricanes and COVID alike. And so for us, that is a great accomplishment, and we will continue to push that needle forward. Smarter balance analysis. And so part of what we wanted to do was dive a little bit deeper into 3rd grade. And the reason I picked 3rd grade is nationally, if students are reading on grade level by 3rd grade, we're able to definitely close the achievement gaps that we are experiencing as students matriculate up the grade levels. And so a lot of the work that the districts have been doing has been targeted on making sure that our teachers within those grade levels of pre-K to 3rd are adequately trained on how to administer literacy instruction, that they have the resources that they need, and that we are tracking our students to ensure that that gap that has been identified from the 3rd grade level is actually closing. And so if you look at figure 4 is just an analysis across the territory of where our students have been historically for the past 4 years. And if you look at 2020 data to 2021, you'll see that 22.3% of our students were performing at proficiency rates met and exceeded. But then you saw that that number significantly dropped during that COVID period. And so when we returned back into face-to-face instruction, we used that first testing year as our baseline data year, where we would be able to see if the different activities and measures that were put in place by the districts were actually causing an improvement in student performance. And so we started to see that upward mobility that is what we exactly wanted to see. So now our schools have intentionally been drilling down in the data to identify those students who may not have shown growth, who may need that intensive intervention, and they have been providing that service during the intervention blocks that have been built into their schedules. I'm abbreviating because I know that many have read the testimony and the information, and the summary will help, to understand what it is that we are looking at the Department of Education. As you look at the math instruction, again, math instruction was at 18.9%. It dropped down into the single digits. Now we're in the double digits again, moving that trajectory back up to 14.2%. So the previous year, it was at 8.2, and now last year was at 14.2, and we anticipate that that upward mobility will continue for our students. So the efforts that are being made by the districts are working. They're not working or may not be working as fast as everybody would like. But when I see upward mobility, that is exactly what we're looking for. And it shows that the intensive interventions and the different investments that were made by the district are actually putting a dent in student performance. When we look at district data, you'll be able to look at the analysis of the St. Croix district, which is on page 13, Senators. You'll see that St. Croix Again, in ELA in 2020 was at 23.1%, and in 2022, it was at 13.7%, and now it's back up to 21.9%. Math was at 20.8%. It dropped to 8.4 in 2022, and last year it was at 14.8. In the St. Thomas district in 2020, ELA was in third grade was at 21.6%. During the COVID time in 2022, it dropped to 12%, and is slowly moving in the right way. We're at 14.9%. In math, it was 14%, sorry, in 2020. 2022, it dropped to 6.8%, and now it is at 12% as of last year. There is so much work to be done, but our data that shows that we are moving in the right direction as we focus our instructional efforts on research-based strategies, well and timely train teachers, and educate family and support structure. There has been clear growth in all student performance on our state assessment, all key academic areas, preparing our Virgin Islands learners for 21st century success. As data is reported in 3-year spans from school year 2021 to 2022, the most recent testing period 2023 to 2024, there has been a clear reduction in the number of students performing 3 or more grade levels below in our schools. In science in 2021, our students moved from 45.5% of them underperforming in science to over 64% of them performing on grade level and 1 grade level below for the 2023-2024 school year, an increase in more than 19%. That means that our targeted professional development, like mentioned, our focused instruction and attention to individualized instruction is clearly working. In English language arts, we saw similar trends. In 2021-22 school year, 59.3% to almost 60% of our students in the public school system performed more than 2 to 3 grade levels below the current grade level they sat in. Again, utilizing research-based strategies, targeted instruction and learning. By 23-24 school year, 49 on the Smarter Balance assessment, 49.2%, almost half of our students in the public school system performed at 1 grade level below compared to those previous year. What the Department of Education and its dedicated instructional personnel are doing is working. Our schools are moving in the right direction, and the data is encouraging us to continue our efforts. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has been intentional at focusing on the literacy skills which are reflective in the data. Our approach was to ensure that the students could read and comprehend the higher order thinking required to understand the questions being asked on these assessments. The data from our science assessment correlates to the gains that we're seeing in literacy, but here's where we struggle to understand what is blocking our students from performing in math. And when I say that, you'll see that when we look at the breakdown in literacy components and we see that our students are growing in comprehension, we anticipated that we would see that same growth in problem solving, because problem solving is being able to comprehend a math problem. But there still is some form of disconnect there, which is where the team will be focusing our efforts to dive deeper into what we're seeing to provide that much needed training and support in mathematics. What I did is I attached a sample of a 4th grade Smarter Balance assessment question so that you could get an idea of the type of questions that our children are being asked. And remember, as you move up the grade level, the complexity also moves up the grade level. So in this particular example, and I'll read it so that community can also hear. 5 friends ordered 3 large sandwiches. James ate 3/4 of a sandwich. Kayla ate 1/4 of a sandwich. Raymond ate 3/4 of a sandwich. Sienna ate 2/4 of a sandwich. How much sandwich is left for Oscar? Students are provided with an online calculator when solving this problem. But unless the child understands how to decipher the information or the numbers that are given, I don't care what calculator you give them, they're not going to get it. So the question demands students understanding that each sandwich in this problem represents the same whole, and therefore operations with fractions can be used to solve this problem. At grade 4, the skill set students must possess a multi-digit multiplication and division, more complex fraction work, equivalence, addition, subtraction, multiplication of fractions, and geometry concepts. Improving math proficiency requires a strategic, multi-tiered approach that targets instruction, intervention, and student engagement. As schools examine the Smarter Balance data, they will be able to drill down to identify specific gaps unique to specific cohorts or might be school-wide. Teachers must continue to utilize the iReady intervention program to develop targeted supports for struggling students based on benchmark assessment and designed specifically for them. I want to pause a minute. That cross-curriculum instruction is critical. So if students don't know what the vocabulary in math instruction means, then they're not going to know which order of operations to perform. But that's where our ELA classes can assist our math instructors in making sure that our students are familiar with the vocabulary. In addition to that, designing our assessments, our teacher-designed assessments to align with the language of the Smarter Balanced assessment and the way those questions are structured would give our students more practice in being able to solve those types of problems instead of seeing it once a year. So those are all things that the superintendents would be able to talk a little bit more about, but those are areas that we believe and know that can definitely be tightened up. Strategies to address learning loss. To effectively address learning loss, a multifaceted approach is essential. This includes leveraging diagnostic assessments to precisely identify students' gaps, implementing differentiated instruction tailored to individual needs, and providing targeted scaffolding to support skill development. Additionally, personalized learning ensures that instruction aligns with each student's proficiency level, fostering deeper understanding and engagement. Beyond the classroom, extended learning opportunities through after-school enrichment programs, summer learning initiative, and strategically designed extracurricular activities reinforces academic progress. These programs integrate core content with engaging hands-on experiences, helping students retain and apply knowledge in meaningful ways. Dr. Gonzalez will speak a little bit more in depth about what the St. Croix District is doing as targeted strategies and professional development to help to close the achievement gaps that we see. Dr. Gonzalez?
All right. Hear me?
No, speak directly into the mic. Okay.
There we go. Maybe that might be better. Is that better?
Media, her mic. Don't hit it.
All right. A key step in closing the achievement gap is ensuring our teachers have the resources they need and are prepared with the knowledge and skills necessary to improve students' academic achievement. Our teachers are offered professional development through various platforms. Additionally, our campus administrators are provided with professional development so that they are knowledgeable on what to look for when observing classroom instruction and in giving teachers purposeful feedback. In October, we had a staff development day. Our early childhood teachers, pre-K through 4th, they received training on student engagement, and 4th through 8th grade teachers received training on student-centered learning. Content coordinators continuously provide teachers with individual support and host content-specific PD remotely and in person at the schools. Our campus leadership teams, as well as the superintendent's cabinet, have been provided professional development through National Academic Educational Partners, and we've had a laser focus on items in campus improvement plans and in the development and implementation of the district's improvement plan. From September through November, we've worked with Successful Practices Network, National Dropout Prevention Center, who have provided professional development to secondary campus leadership teams, deans, and some coordinators in the areas of leadership planning, strategic planning, and coaching. This school year, teachers received new teaching resources through HMH. They've got Into Reading and Into Literature, and both teachers and campus leaders received training on the resources prior to the rollout. And since the rollout, learning walks have been conducted to ensure and monitor implementation. To address the needs of our diverse learners, we currently have a cohort of teachers who began coursework at UVI in pursuit of their English as a Second Language certification. Once certified, these individuals will be fully prepared to address the needs of our English learners. In addition to this, we are rolling out the Multilingual Teachers Toolkit for general education teachers. This toolkit provides general education teachers with strategies and resources to provide our English learners with the knowledge and skills to be successful in their general education classes. And this resource not only supports the needs of our English learners, but also the needs of our struggling students. And to date, ESL teachers and principals have been trained. The next step is training all of our general education teachers. Most recently, this week, was a territory-wide professional development day, and campus leaders, they created prescriptive agendas to address the needs of their campuses. Topics included digging deeper into data and assessment, using AVID strategies in both content and electives, how AI tools can support personalized learning, assist in lesson planning, and provide real-time feedback to students, increasing parent engagement, and other relevant topics. My team and I have been engaged in learning walks. They've taken place and they continue to be conducted at each of the campuses. The walks include the campus leadership team, the superintendent's cabinet, coordinators, and directors. Learning walks allow leaders to calibrate and identify areas of proficiency and also opportunities for growth. 2 or more separate teams observe classroom instruction at various times using a common rubric to determine proficiency areas and growth opportunities. And the data collected from the learning walks is crucial to the leadership teams in determining the coaching needs of teachers. For example, a recent learning walk showed that a campus needed improvement around intervention. Coordinators collaborated with teachers to group their students according to individual academic need as demonstrated by the data. Teachers received additional professional development before rolling out a revised and improved intervention. Like the same multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS. Like the St. Thomas, St. John district, we do recognize the need for reintroducing MTSS and VIDE. MTSS allows us to monitor student progress, both academically and behaviorally. By providing personalized interventions, each student is more likely to meet or exceed their learning targets and also close the gaps on behavior targets. MTSS improves student achievement, assist teachers with being more effective, and help schools to be proactive in supporting students' needs by supporting the whole child.
Dr. Yergin?
The St. Thomas St. John District has embarked on the journey to intensify the core and inspire innovation for the 2024-25 school year as we work to create tomorrow's leaders. With students at the forefront of our daily actions, we have made several shifts towards strengthening core instruction. These include an emphasis on standards-based instruction, which provides clear learning targets and expectations for what students should know and be able to do. This consistent framework enables our teachers to align their instruction with adapted and supplemental curriculum resources and assessments to ensure that all students have equitable access to high-quality core instruction. The district has emphasized the need for increased personalized support for every child to grow and succeed. Multi-tiered system of supports. As a result, we have reintroduced the multi-tiered system of supports, which is a proven framework that helps schools meet the unique needs of every student. Through MTSS, we regularly check in on students' progress, use data to identify areas where extra support is needed, provide personalized interventions to help students reach their full potential, include differentiated instruction to suit learners' needs. The MTSS allows us to ensure that all students at every level get what they need to thrive. While we have been implementing this framework for years, we have added dedicated time for extra support. We have identified blocks of time within the school day for teachers to provide personalized interventions to students. This ensures that all students get the help they need without missing their core instruction. We have also fine-tuned our daily schedule to make sure class time is used effectively as possible based on research and best practices from top performing schools. These adjustments reflect our commitment to equity and excellence for every student. Consistent implementation of MTSS will set our students up for greater success. MTSS provides equity for all students. Every child deserves the same opportunity to succeed, no matter what their starting point. MTSS offers better outcomes. Research shows that consistent, intentional support helps close gaps and aim to keep all students on a progressive track. Additionally, we have emphasized personalized instruction and offer interventions and support to help students meet instructional targets. Science of reading. Another instructional initiative focused on early intervention in reading. The Science of Reading initiative targeted grades K through 3rd educators across the St. Thomas St. John District, aimed at equipping them with evidence-based strategies to enhance literacy instruction. The program spanned multiple sessions, structured to deliver professional development, hands-on activities, in-classroom visits and observations, and coaching, along with an administrative training session. Each group was assigned specific sites for training, and the program's design emphasized collaboration, interactive learning, and practical application. The initiative was divided into 2 cohorts. Cohort 1, kindergarten and first grade teachers, along with special education supervisors, met primarily at Lockhart K-8 school for 4 out of 5 sessions. Cohort 2, second and third grade teachers, coordinators, and leaders convened at the Bertha Seba Shelter Middle School campus under a similar schedule. The program was both comprehensive and interactive, enabling participants to learn, practice, and share insights in group settings that fostered cross-school collaboration. A key component of the program took place during the AFT Teach Conference on October 21st, 2024, hosted at the Charlotte Amalia High School campus. Both Cohort 1 and Cohort 2 held their 3rd training session during the conference, providing participants with an opportunity to engage with district-wide stakeholders while focusing on advancing their literacy practices. Table 1 below summarizes the program schedule, group assignments, and session location. By leveraging the AFT Teach Conference, the program offered participants an enriched professional development experience, integrating focused learning strategies with district-wide networking and collaboration opportunities. The Science of Reading initiative was built around 5 key instructional modules that serve as the foundation for the training sessions. Phonological awareness, teachers learn how to use oral language activities to develop foundational literacy skills such as rhyming, blending, and segmenting sounds. Phonics and orthography. Participants practice teaching letter-sound relationships in a systemic way paired with explicit spelling instruction to reinforce learning. Fluency. Sessions demonstrated how to integrate accuracy, rate, and prosody into daily lessons through targeted fluency routines. Comprehension. Facilitators guided teachers in scaffolding higher order thinking, using strategies that emphasize text structures, effective questioning techniques, and vocabulary development. Integration of science of reading practices. Teachers collaborated to apply these strategies into group activities, emphasizing the interconnectedness of the modules in literacy instruction. The training sessions including interactive hands-on activities. Teachers were encouraged to reflect on their practices and work collaboratively to develop action strategies for implementation. Cross-school groupings fostered the exchange of diverse perspectives, enriching the professional development experience. It also explains the process of the in-classroom visits, the coaching that teachers receive, and what the administrative program looks like overall. The Science of Reading initiative was a thoughtfully designed and impactful professional development program that directly addressed the needs of K through 3rd educators in the St. Thomas St. John district. It introduced teachers to evidence-based strategies, classroom visits, and targeted coaching. The inclusion of in-class visits and coaching sessions further supported teachers in applying their learning. Facilitators observed teachers' progress and provided individualized feedback, while coaching debriefs offered opportunities for reflection and dialogue. Teachers expressed appreciation for this support as they allowed them to engage more deeply in the science of reading framework and receive personalized guidance. The administrative training sessions also played a vital role in the initiative's success, equipping school leaders with tools to monitor and evaluate the implementation of science of reading strategies. Emphasis on our effective systems is essential for accountability as we continue our journey towards district and school improvement. We have established collaborative relationships to support this work, focusing on strengthening staff capacity, strategic and responsible use of funds, and creating conducive learning and working spaces. Stakeholder engagement is crucial for building connections and partnership with families and the community. We are improving communication mechanisms and engagement, opportunities to foster parental support and community partnership that enrich educational experiences and expand learning opportunities for students. As we are excited about the program's growth opportunities for our students and staff this year, even as we traverse ongoing challenges.
Unlike traditional systems with entrance and exit exams, VIDE utilizes the iReady program as the primary diagnostic and intervention tool to assess student progress. This assessment is administered 3 times a year to track growth, personalized learning, and guide data-driven instruction. For the 24-25 school year, BIDE will continue implementing iReady in grades kindergarten through 9th, reinforcing the role of shaping instructional decisions. To further support student achievement, schools have incorporated dedicated intervention blocks into their daily schedules, providing structured time for remediation and enrichment based on the individual students' needs. This strategic approach aligns to VID's mission to improve literacy and mathematics proficiency while effectively addressing learning gaps. So the iReady diagnostic results for the St. Croix district indicate measurable progress in reading proficiency across the district. The number of students performing at mid or above grade level has increased from 148 students to 286, representing a rise of 5.8% to 11.2%. Students categorized as early on grade level increased from 227 to 374 students, growing from 8.9% to 14.7%. And the number of students performing 1 grade level below slightly increased from 1,066 to 1,078, shifting from 41.9% to 42.4%. Notably, the number of students performing 2 or more grade levels below has declined. Students 2 or more grade levels below dropped from 709 students to 519, decreasing from 27.9% to 20.4%, while those 3 or more grade levels behind declined from 891 students to 784, reducing from 35% to 30.8%. The table figure 7 shows the beginning of the year window and the middle of the year window. And we generally look at the red section because that's where you want to see students matriculate into the yellow and then eventually onto grade level. The reading diagnostic results for the St. Thomas St. John district also indicate improvements across grade levels. Of the 3,041 students assessed, 267 students, 8.8%, are performing mid or above grade level, nearly doubling from 142 in the prior window. Similarly, 405 students, 13.3%, are classified as early on grade level, up from 246 students. The percentage of students 1 grade level below has increased slightly from 1,077 to 1,134 students, 37.3%. While there have been positive declines in the number of students 2 grade levels below, dropping from 660 to 502 students, 16.5%, and those 3 or more grade levels below, dropping from 916 to 733 students, which is 24.1%. These improvements suggest that interventions are making a difference, particularly in moving students out of the lowest performance categories. However, continued emphasis on phonics, vocabulary, and comprehension skills is essential to sustain and accelerate the progress. So the math diagnostic for the St. Croix district shows slight improvements in student performance, but a significant amount of students remain below grade level. Of the 2,899 students assessed, 108 students scored at or above grade level, an increase from 27 students in the prior diagnostic window. Additionally, 178 students are classified as early on grade level, up from 80 students previously. The largest category remains students 1 grade level below, which has increased from 1,044 to 1,227 students. However, there has been a decrease in the number of students who are 2 grade levels below, dropping from 802 to 620 students, and those 3 or more grade levels below have also decreased from 946 to 766 students. While the reductions in the lower levels are encouragement, the fact the fact that nearly 90% of the students are still below grade level suggests that there is a targeted need for interventions on foundational math skills. In the St. Thomas, St. John district, we see significant gaps as well. Of the 3,006 students assessed, only 140 students are performing above grade level, an increase of 31 students to the prior window. Additionally, 257 students are at early on grade level, which is also an improvement from 90 students. However, a large portion are struggling with 1,351 students performing one grade level below, an increase from 1,127 students. While the number of students two or more grade level has decreased from 782 to 542 students, and 2 or 3 grade levels below decreased from 976 to 716. These figures still indicate that most students need targeted intervention to close those gaps. To address I-ready gaps and sustain growth, a multi-tiered approach will continue to be implemented. Small group instructions will be expanded to ensure struggling readers receive personalized service, personalized support, focusing on phonics, vocabulary, and comprehension. Additionally, structured daily literacy activities will reinforce high-frequency words and promote deeper engagement with both information and literary text. To track progress effectively, bi-weekly assessments will be conducted, allowing educators to refine interventions as needed. Moreover, parental engagement initiatives will be strengthened to provide take-home reading materials, progress reports, literacy workshops to support at-home learning. Finally, professional development has to be consistent, data-driven instruction, differentiated teaching strategies, and equipping educators with the tools needed in order to close that gap. Further, to build on the district progress, structured intervention blocks will continue with a focus on strengthening math skills, particularly in number sense and operation. Hands-on tools such as manipulatives and interactive technology will be incorporated to increase student engagement and conceptual understanding. Additionally, real-world problem-solving activities will be integrated into daily instruction, helping students connect mathematical concepts to practical applications. To provide further support, peer tutoring programs, after-school intervention sessions will be established, and teachers will continue to participate in collaborative PLCs, professional learning communities, where they could really analyze the data and share best practices. When the PLCs are put together, the data is not just surface level, senators and listening and viewing audience. The administrators are diving deep to look at student trends as well as teacher trends, because there are instances where you historically find that a teacher has, students may enter at a particular grade level, and then you notice that there's no growth with that particular teacher, which is a red flag. And so intensive intervention would be provided according to that. So the status of after-school programs are generally the same in both districts, with targeted programs that focus on academic enrichment. We have a pre-kindergarten transition class in the St. Croix district. We have summer bridge for those students who are entering into high school or into middle school. We have credit recovery for those students who may not have earned a credit. We have math and science STEM research programs, computer science academy, music academy, and there's a career exploration summer program. In the St. Thomas, St. John district, we have Kinder Camp, which has been going on for umpteen years, helps our kindergartners transition, pathways to summer learning. We have a SPED, extended school year. We have career exploratory programs. We have credit recovery programs, STEAM program, secondary intervention program. We have the Edith Williams Alternative Academy Summer Intervention Jumpstart program, and then we have the Summer Bridges in the St. Thomas St. John district. So there are many programs that our students can enroll in that will help them to continue their academic track, because what we find is in the summertime, we also experience learning loss when our students are not engaged in any type of academic activity. Status of federal funds. The Virgin Islands Department of Education receives federal funds from various sources to fulfill its mission to providing high-quality education for all students. These funds are critical for implementing essential programs and initiatives, meeting the diverse needs of our students, and navigating unforeseen challenges such as COVID-19 pandemic. Today, an overview of the status of the key funding streams, including COVID relief funding, CARES Act, ESF SEA, CARES Act 2, ESF SEA, American Rescue Plan, and consolidated grants. To address the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on our schools, we received 3 major federal funds: the CARES Act, which focused on immediate needs like technology for remote learning and student support; CARES 2 Act, which expanded on those initiatives, included summer learning programs and further investments in technology; and the ARP Fund, American Rescue Plan, addressed learning loss and provided comprehensive support to students' well-being. These funds were strategically allocated to address the challenges posed by the pandemic. We prioritized investments in technology and connectivity, curriculum and instruction, learning loss, school infrastructure improvement, and student support. Through these grants, we made significant investments in technology. We purchased 11,415 Chromebooks, laptops, MiFi devices, impacting approximately 10,000 students who lack access to reliable internet and device for online learning. CARES 2 funding enabled us to adapt new math and science curricula in all public schools, providing students with updated and engaging learning materials. To combat learning loss, we implemented after-school programs, summer learning programs, and initiatives like reading buses funded by CARES 2 and ARP. We also made important investments in the school infrastructure. Our funds enabled us to acquire the microgrid in St. Croix, the generators for schools, to name a few. Managing and expanding these funds presented unique challenges, particularly with evolving federal guidelines. However, we proactively addressed these challenges through open communication and collaboration with the U.S. Department of Education. For instance, we worked closely with the U.S. Department of Education to adjust timelines for obligating and liquidating funds, ensuring that we could effectively utilize these resources. Currently, the liquidation period for the CARES funds extended on September 30th, 2023, and we have finalized our reports and closeout procedures for this grant. The liquidation period for CARES 2 funds ended on January 30th, ends on January 30th, 2025, and we are diligently working to complete that closeout procedure. For the American Rescue Plan, we are currently in the liquidation period with an extended deadline of March 28, 2026, and we are making steady progress towards fully expending the obligated funds. So with the ARP funds, I just want to make it known to this body that we were very grateful to receive the extension, because we do have quite a number of maintenance projects associated with the ARP funding, and with the extension, we'll be able to execute those. And Mr. Benjamin and his team will speak to those when they come up. The figure 11 shows the awards. I did have a question about the allocation of funds by individuals in this body. The State Office of the Department of Education does not receive the bulk of the funding. Because of our structure, we have 2 LEAs, and the money goes to the districts to execute the much-needed programs and supports to our students. And so that's why you see the larger amounts for the district versus what you see on the state level. So the CGA program is a vital source of ongoing funding for education in the U.S. Virgin Islands. These funds empower us to equip students with tools and opportunities they need to thrive. For fiscal year 2024, we received $16,658,973.37 in CGA funds. The Nita M. Lowey 21st Century Community Learning Centers program, for instance, offers our students academic enrichment activities, tutoring services, and extracurricular opportunities beyond school hours, while the state assessment program funds a range of assessments, giving us the data to tailor our instruction and interventions to meet our students' needs. Further, the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Program empowers our students with skills and knowledge to succeed in today's workforce. It supports and expands CTE programs in high-demand fields like health sciences, business, and technology. We are committed to responsible stewardship of these funds and have a comprehensive plan to maximize their impact. This includes strategically allocating resources to sustain and enhance the most effective programs while investing in essential supplies, equipment, and technology to create engaging and effective learning environments. Figure 2 shows the breakdown of the consolidated grant allocations. Table 2 shows you those grants that are expiring September 30th of this year, those grants expiring September 30th of 2026, and those that have already expired. The flexibility of the consolidated grant program is invaluable, and what we did this year to allow for more accountability, schools are going to be given the budgets, and the goal is for schools to align their school improvement plans with a budget so that their actions can be implemented and be monitored for progress. And so we are happy to have the consolidated grant application or consolidated grant funding because of the changes that we're seeing in the nation. You know, we have to be very vigilant and intentional with how we utilize these funds in case we have any further issues in acquiring federal funds. And so our schools are empowered to create their school improvement plans that are aligned to their needs. Every school is different. Every need is different. And it's time for us to differentiate how we address our schools and not do that one-size-fits-all system that may have been used in the past. Impress funds. In addition to the larger grant programs, our Impress funds plays a crucial role in ensuring the efficient operations of our schools. These funds empower our schools to address a variety of challenges head-on. Over the past, Impress funds have played a crucial role in supporting 26 schools, 13 in each district, by addressing urgent facility needs and minimizing disruptions to instructional time. These funds have enabled schools to promptly acquire essential supplies and services. We have finalized the Impress funds allocations for each school for the current school year. This involved a careful analysis of school enrollment data to ensure equitable and effective resource distribution. We collaborated closely with school administrators to gather the necessary information to expedite the process. I would like to draw to your attention the current amounts budgeted column in figures 13 and 14. And this past week, we had our leadership training, and our fiscal office presented. There were still some challenges in obtaining some of the necessary documents from our schools to ensure that they have fulfilled their requirements in the expenditure of last year's Impress fund. Until reports have been fully cleared, no disbursement of checks can occur. So we were discussing those resources that were missing, and I'm happy to report that there has been activity, and so we should have all our schools receiving the Impress funds shortly. Our last section, which we included, is relevant today, and I am going to allow my assistant commissioner to read that section.
Good morning. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education. In recent weeks, immigration policies at the federal level, particularly those under the Trump administration, have placed significant pressure on immigrant communities across the United States and its territories. Increased enforcement actions by Immigration and Customs Enforcement and evolving federal policies have heightened concerns about the well-being of undocumented individuals, including school-aged children in the United States Virgin Islands. While immigration remains a federal issue, the reality is that these policies have direct implications for our public education system, as many undocumented students are currently enrolled in our schools. And if I may, the department has been very proactive in this regard. We have received guidance from His Excellency, the Governor of the Virgin Islands, in his January 29th memorandum. We have formed a task force that includes both superintendents, public relations. It includes and is co-chaired by our State Director of Bilingual and ESL Education. We have developed a guidance policy that has been shared with all administrators territory-wide. It has been shared with all school monitors as of this week. It has been shared with the bus companies because we know enforcement activities are happening with the bus companies. It has been shared with all of our unions. Now, I must say that this guidance is a living document as the federal government continues to implement orders and policies regarding immigration. We must be able to respond accordingly. So we are in the process of constant review. We are working with our associates at districts and other jurisdictions on the mainland. We are studying this situation very carefully and moving accordingly. Despite the political debate surrounding immigration, one undeniable legal and moral obligation remains that all children, regardless of their immigration status, have the right to a free and appropriate public education. These principles were firmly established by the United States Supreme Court in Plyer versus Doe in 1982. The Virgin Islands Department of Education stands firmly behind this legal precedent and remains fully committed to educating every child who walks through our doors. We do not, and we will not inquire about a student's immigration status, nor will we allow external pressures to dictate who is entitled to get an education. Our mission is clear: to provide a safe, inclusive, and high-quality learning environment for all of our students, including our adult students and those who may be living in our territory without proper documentation. It is important to acknowledge, however, that it is indeed the elephant in the room. Within this past week alone, concerns surrounding the number of undocumented students in our schools have become increasingly visible and pressing. And it is not only within our public school community, but it is also within our non-public school community that these issues have arose. Many of our students face unique challenges, including language barriers, lack of access to social services, and fear of deportation. As educators, we recognize that these obstacles should never become barriers to learning. That is why the department is working proactively to ensure that undocumented students receive the same level of support, resources, and educational opportunities as their peers. We are reaching out to parents and guardians. We are sharing our policy document and our guidance in multiple languages. It is not only in English. The commissioner did a video on the policy guidance recently. Dr. Camacho, the co-chair of our task force and the State Director for Bilingual Education, has translated the document into Spanish. We're working on also translating it into Haitian Creole. So we're looking at, it's not only written guidance that we're providing, but we're using other mediums to share with our community, whether it's videos, whether it's on our Facebook page. We are using those mediums to share with the community the governor's memorandum of January 29th and our own guidance policy. The role of education is not to police immigration. The role of education is not to police education. Immigration, I'm sorry. But to nurture potential. The Virgin Islands has long been a melting pot of cultures, and our schools reflect that rich diversity. Our commitment is unwavering. As long as children seek knowledge within our classrooms, we will teach them. We will continue to follow the law, uphold our duty, and provide an equitable and inclusive education system that recognizes the dignity and the worth of every student. While national immigration policies remain a contentious and evolving issue, the mission of the department remains unchanged. Education is a right and not a privilege. And we will uphold that right for every child, regardless of their immigration status.
In conclusion, and you know, we thank you, senators, for the opportunity to address you, as well as the listening and the viewing audience. But before I close off, Senator Viale, I have to say this. It is disheartening that every time this department makes a good effort to move things forward, we get pushed back. We recently experienced a break-in at the Eulalie Rivera campus. Now, I've been before this body numerous times to talk about the school kitchen situations that we have been enduring for years. We finally have contractors in place. Work is being done. We were waiting for the last set of equipment to arrive. Equipment arrives on Saturday. We experienced theft on Sunday. They stole two industrial-sized stoves, 2 hoods for those stoves, ice machine, tiles and tiling equipment from that site. Nobody could tell me that somebody doesn't know about that. Many may ask, well, why don't you have cameras at that site? Well, unfortunately, that particular site, we were installing cameras, and that contract was with Monetos that we canceled. And so we're now contracting the second vendor to install those cameras. But nobody, senators, and listening and viewing audience can tell me that somebody doesn't know about that equipment. That has caused us to be set back again. 630 students are at Eulalie Rivera. That food has to be satellited for breakfast and lunch. So you're not hurting the Department of Education. You're hurting the children of these Virgin Islands, and it's disheartening. It is disheartening, and somebody needs to step up, because this is unacceptable. And we like to bash the department. We like to hold the department accountable. Well, today I'm holding the community accountable. If you know something, say something. That's unacceptable. And we have experienced theft before. We have, and a lot of these crimes have gone unsolved. But this, no. So I look forward to anybody wanting to come forward and give us some information, because we need our equipment back. I need that kitchen to be finished so that our children can have hot food, well-balanced meals. And we have done what we needed to do, and this was the final piece that we were waiting for. And then here comes this. So I could not let today pass without saying how I feel, because I don't feel good. And as a community, we have to stand up for what is right, and this is wrong. So senators, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this comprehensive review of the current state of public education in this territory. My team and I are committed to providing a good educational experience to these children of our territory, our futures, our children. They belong to all of us. And so we are here to answer any of your questions, and thank you for the opportunity.
We thank you for your testimony, Commissioner, and we are committed to working with the Department of Education to move public education forward in the Virgin Islands. You answered my first question. You know I was going to ask you that, so I'm glad you put it on the record, because I said I was going to definitely address that. But I just have one or two questions in reference to that incident. Was the facility broken into? Any doors broken? Anything?
Dr. Bastion or Dr. Gonzalez, do you have the details?
Was anything broken? The door, was anything broken? Okay, let me ask the next question first. Are the front gate for that school locked on a daily basis?
Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Senator. I visited the campus yesterday with VIPD before they conducted.
Before you speak, put your name on the record, please.
Dr. Bastian Knight, Deputy Superintendent. I visited the campus yesterday right before the press conference with Cornelius and Mr. Milligan. We walked the kitchen. I think the principal mentioned that there were no broken windows, doors. I do know that the facility is locked at night. However, what we do know is that the back area of the campus is a grass-filled area. That's one of the items that is now under contract with the Bureau,
Okay,
where all our schools...
Hold up, because we ain't worrying about the grass-filled area.
But the back of the campus isn't secured currently.
It's two industrial stove.
Correct.
That
That
was
has
stolen.
to be moved.
So you can't walk through the grassy area with a stove. A truck was in there, loading that equipment up.
The principal
for
just
hours.
texted. Let me read what the principal texted.
So
She said, yes, the front gate is always locked.
Okay, so hold on. I am putting this on the record, right? Because we were having a lot of these type of incidents that clearly speak to it being inside jobs, to clearly speak to it being individuals who have access. And at some point, we got to hold everybody responsible. The gates are locked. And a broken door. It's industrial stove. It takes either a forklift or 6 to 8 men to pick one of those stoves up. If any of you guys go to the kitchen and you see the weight of the stove.
Correct.
So I am putting a plea out there. Whoever did this, totally, inconsiderate to the children of the Virgin Islands. All you're doing is putting us back, because Eula Rivera now isn't going to be completed for next year to get a 2 industrial stove and get everything. So the community need to talk out. Somebody had to see a truck. There's more than one person that was involved in that incident. The best thing you could do is drop that someplace and call and tell us to pick it up. But it need to be returned. And the department need to look at everyone that's working in these schools. Because the community didn't know that hoods are coming in this Saturday. The teachers are only know hood coming. They come in on a weekend, and the day after, it's stolen. Wasn't work conducted at the school Sunday?
So based on the conversation that I had with the contractor, they were there to deliver the hoods on Saturday, and they worked in that kitchen Sunday.
Up to 8 p.m.
Until
up to 8 p.m. on Sunday, and that person had to know that Monday was a non-instructional day for VIDE.
So the contractor worked until 8, and the material disappeared by 7.
When the principal arrived to the campus that Monday.
I don't know if it makes sense to you guys, but it doesn't make sense to me. So we need to dig a little deeper. Okay,
So,
because
Senator,
it doesn't make sense.
Right. So Virgin Islands Police Department is actively involved. Again, I do concur that it definitely has to be someone that knew that we were doing construction, what was in there, and what arrived. So we're not going to stop, but, you know, it's still disheartening for me that people think it's okay to steal from schools and steal from our children. So
I
thank
don't
you for
want
the
it to be
support.
disheartening no more. I
You
want the
wanted to find
community to speak out.
Yes.
This is material that was stolen from the Department of Education. And it was an inside job. Ain't nobody come off the street to do anything. It was an inside job, and we need to get to the bottom of it. And whoever was involved in it, that's on an inside job, before you get arrested, you need to return the equipment or claim that you have found it, or do whatever possible to make sure that equipment is returned to the Department of Education. Because the solar panels disappeared. We never saw them. They went poof in the air. That was an extra truckload.
100 solar
colleagues,
panels.
it wasn't broken. It wasn't. No, it wasn't broken. This is why we need that camera
No
system.
doors or
And we
windows
will
were
talk in the
broken,
Committee
according
of
to the
Jurisdiction about having camera systems that we could be able to detect who's driving, who's doing this, who's doing that. So then let's go back to education. And senators, I'm sure you will probe here or there. Just for the record, a number of ESL students before we start. ESL students, territory-wide.
In the St. Thomas St. John district, we have close to 900.
900 out of how many total students?
900 out of 5,200.
Okay, so about 18%. St. Croix? And every time you speak, you need to pull the mic to you.
I said I'm
And
trying to get the
I
number.
think you're going to damage your mic and with that computer. take it easy there. Okay, thank you.
go.
And the reason why I asked that question, Commissioner, is that you go to a school like Tuit, and Tuit has more ESL students than what the principal referred to as native students or students who speak English. So 33% of the school is Haitian Creole, 33% is DR, and then 33% is native. So what is the impact on the test scores? You know, so we got to be careful as to when we're analyzing the test scores, because you have a large percentage of an immigrant population that's taking a test where it's impossible for them to be on reading level.
Right.
It's impossible for them to comprehend because they're being tested in a language that is not native to them. So we got to look at each school and be able, we got to be able to pull that out. And you have different demographics because you have the ESL is a subcategory, right?
Right, ESL and in special education is also a subcategory.
So you need to pull that out and give it to us so we are able to see how many of the students in their native language, how they're doing on the tests, and then pull out that subgroup of immigrant population. We're going to go to a 5-minute round, colleagues, and we're more than likely going to do definitely more than one round, but it's a lot of us, so we'll start with a 5-minute round. But Commissioner, you use the word shortly for Impress Fund. What shortly mean?
So now that the reports are finished, we submitted the first tranche that was completely done to finance, and they should be cutting the check within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, now that sounds better.
Yeah, yeah.
And the good thing is my
But-
colleague has a finance meeting coming up soon, so we'll ask that question on the record as to when those Impress checks will be given to the schools. The schools need it. The schools are struggling. And we're going to have to look at that requirement where they have to spend the money by a certain date. And if the money isn't spent, then you deduct it from the $50,000 that they're supposed to get, because you're forcing them to spend the money and then they have nothing else for the rest of the year. So I'm going to introduce changes to the way that the Impress Fund is allowed to be spent. So I'm going to submit that. Well, Senator Avery Lewis, you were first, 5 minutes.
Morning. Hello. Good morning.
And then,
First, let me give thanks to God for giving us, all of us, health and strength for being here today. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. No stranger to education. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Commissioner, turn to page 15 of your testimony. 1 second, please. Just to break the ice, see the bottom part of page 15? Turn to page 16. how much sandwich is left for Oscar? 3/4. So I got it correct. Commissioner, yesterday I did some school tours, Senator Valley and myself. And one thing I must say today to put on the record, just to change the tone, is that entering all the schools, learning is visible. Students are learning, and I think the teachers are doing exceptional jobs. Some are under different circumstances. The principals them are on the ground. I ain't see one principal in high heel. They're all in sneakers or flats. So I know they're getting in their 10,000 steps. But this morning I have to ask you some different questions. One, how many vacancies do you have at this time?
Okay. So let me go through it, Senator, if you would not mind. You have 9. Okay, so we have funded vacancies.
Funded, yes.
Funded vacancies in the St. Thomas St. John district, we have 21. And in the St. Croix district, we have 19 funded vacancies.
Thank you. Commissioner Wells, my next question goes to Superintendent Jorgen, if he's available. Mr. Jorgen, we visited Ivana Udorecan School yesterday, and one of the inquiries were that they needed more science teachers. Are you aware of they only having 2 science teachers on campus for the whole entire school?
I am aware, Senator.
What are we doing to augment or,
First semester, we did augment our science teachers because we were using proximity learning. That contract has expired first semester. So we are very hopeful that we are going to hire some new science teachers. We have one applicant that recently applied to the department. So we're hoping to hire her so that she's on board for next semester.
At Ivana Udorecan?
That's correct.
Great. Commissioner Wells, Hendrington, that as we traversed the schools yesterday, and we traversed a different kitchen, it's a tragedy to hear what happened in Eulalie Rivera, because we saw equipment there sitting that really need to be just hooked up and so forth. So I understand your pain, I understand what's the damage going to be caused, but I have to ask this question here to you this morning. Do we have a problem with the school food in the territory in terms of contract-wise? Because we've been hearing that for the last week or 2, there's only been one particular meal, chicken fajitas or fajitas. And I mean, the kitchen staff, they're doing their best. They barbecue, they stew it, they brown it, they put it in a sandwich, they turn it up,
So, Senator, I will allow Ms. Joseph, Procurement Director, to speak on the contracts.
Thank you.
Morning, Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. The department has have a few school food contracts executed within the last 2 months. Speaking with the Department of Property and Procurement, we're still awaiting documents from some of our contractors who are tied to the larger food products, specifically groceries and meats. And those, that's mostly in the St. Thomas St. John district. But food contracts have been issued in the St. Croix district.
Okay. That was in time, right? Commissioner, on page 5, you talked about your CTE course offerings. Do we have the instructors and the resources needed in place to implement this? Allow me to wrap up. Page 5.
Right. So some of the CTE course offerings are in the works, meaning that they will be implemented moving forward. The electric vehicle repair one, for example, we did have the opportunity to send 2 individual instructors to be trained, so that's already on the way. We are in conversations with some local partners on the aviation piece to offer that in the St. Thomas St. John district. Cybersecurity, we're piloting 2 programs for the upcoming year. on cybersecurity. So some of these are in the works in putting the curriculum and certification requirements in place. One of the things I want to say is my directive moving forward is if we're going to be offering any type of training in any particular current technical education field, you should be able to take that certification test locally. There have been instances where it wasn't being offered here, and I want to make sure that everything is in place so that when they finish, they could be certified and be able to move forward.
Senator Vella, let me complete this thought along this line.
You may proceed.
So has these positions, not positions, but courses been advertised as yet, or you're still putting things in place?
They're still putting the electric vehicle one is at the skill center. Yes, that's already there.
And that's up and going.
Right, and so the others are being put into place. Those are partnerships that we have. You know, we have the aviation in St. Croix. We want to have a little parity between our districts and what we're able to offer.
Thank you. I'll ask my next second come wrong, when I come wrong again.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Get back quickly to the proximity, and it's both islands, because John H. Woodson was using proximity. I think they only had like 2 teachers, 2 science teachers, and a number of students are using that online platform. If the contract wasn't renewed, how are those students going to get a grade for the class? Who's teaching them? You have paras in the class now. How are they going to get a grade? Paras are not allowed to grade, correct?
Well, in the St. Thomas St. John district, this semester ended. We only used it in high schools.
Second semester, you have students that needed proximity. You only have 2 teachers that you don't reckon. How are they going to get a credit for those schools?
The paras are in the rooms in the high schools.
Can paras issue grades according to contract, yes or no?
According to the contract, no, Senator.
So how are the students going to get a credit for that class that they need?
No, the students are still doing work. They're still following through the course objectives. The para has to assign the grade.
The para is not a science teacher. The para is not a degreed person in that field. So the para is just there to make sure that the students are engaged. So in all honesty, no actual teaching is taking place that's able to move the students from one level to the next. Either we need to get back the proximity contract, or we need to speak, and proximity, I don't like it anyhow. It's virtual. To me, a waste of time. We need to get science teachers back in the classroom now, not next semester. We need to do some heavy recruitment now. We need to bring some individuals on that have the science background, at least if they have the science degree, whether they're certified or not certified, to complete this school year. Because you have dozens of students who are waiting in the class. Even if they're kind of so, they can't even offer physical science because they need to offer biology for students that need to graduate. So we gotta come up with a solution for that. That's first. And secondly, quickly, Ms. Joseph, which company got a contract for food, school lunch in St. Croix? Because they're serving fajita every single day for the last 2 weeks. So which company really got it?
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement, West Bay Food Service.
Again?
And ES Food, sir.
Who brought all the fajitas? In West Bay?
I'm not sure. You have to ask the School Food Authority.
West Bay didn't have the last contract?
A number of contractors. Annalee, West Bay, the market.
Annalee don't bring fajita. The market don't bring fajita. West Bay don't even have a presence on St. Croix. I just point this out there so we could move in a different direction. West Bay sends a trailer to St. Croix filled with fajitas, and that is served for months. Or whoever sent the trailer. Let me don't say West Bay. But they're sending stuff here, and then every kitchen has cases and cases of fajitas to include St. Thomas, and that's what they're using. And we used West Bay before. When I was in this body, we were using West Bay. That leads me to one quick question. Who's finance? You receiving your regular monthly allotment?
Good morning, Hasina Harris, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Admin Services. The last monthly allotment we received was for the month of January.
100% of what you were supposed to receive?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to Commission and her entire team. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. It's very disheartening to hear what took place at Yoleli Rivera. But for me, it's more sad that these cameras haven't been put in place, and this is my third go wrong. And from day one, I've been talking about cameras. So I'm talking from when I got in the 31st, on the 33rd. So I was in the 33rd, the 34th, and now the 35th. So I've been talking about cameras in these schools from when I first got in. So when we're going to talk about these problems, it's hurtful for me because these cameras was not in place. And I understand what you said that the contractor was Monito, but nevertheless, you got to start from inside. Because you can't tell me in my house, my door was in breakdown, and my fridge and my stove gone. Then there's somebody in my house, take it out. And it's the same thing in your house as far as education is concerned. The door had to be knocked down, the lock had to be breaking off, and you're reporting that that didn't happen. So you got to start digging inside, and yes, somebody in the community should know, but somebody inside should know for sure. And we leave that alone. I want to talk about some of your scores and numbers, and I think based on the line of something that the chair asks you, it's kind of, it works against you in some sense. When I look on page 9, in the chart that you sent to us, you have, in St. Thomas District, you have 73.4 below standard. St. Croix District, 69.7. And we're talking about 1,000, nearly 2,000 children in each area. And if these children are some of those that have language barrier, then that needs to reflect that so that we can understand. Because when I saw that, for me, hearing that we have improvement, but seeing these numbers, something ain't right. And seeing these numbers ain't good at all. When you're gonna tell me 1,900 students are below standard, and then in the St. Croix District, 1,800 is below, but yet we're seeing improvement, it doesn't go together. So can you break it down a little better for me?
So Senator, I know at face value, looking at just the 1 year, you're not going to see what I'm speaking about. So while our below level numbers are high, they're significantly lower than what it was the year before. And so for us, we are looking for that movement or that trajectory, what takes our students from 2 or 3 to 1, and then from 1 to proficiency. So you're not going to see a big 50% jump. That's unrealistic statistically. You should see a 5% growth every year. So in some instances, some schools have surpassed 5%. They have 10, 12% growth. And so that's why I say we're moving in the right direction. We're not there yet. And like I said, math remains a concern for the entire body, and that's why our intentional focus next year is on math instruction. We didn't want to do both at the same time because that would overwhelm our teachers. So we focus on literacy, professional development first, and now we're switching gears and going to the math.
Now, how do you get the parents involved? Because if the child come in school and you got 1 hour classroom, 2 hours classroom, the real work is after school. The real work is how does he do his homework. If you don't have the assistant with a parent that can't keep up the grade, what are we talking about? Like the after school program. You used to have Parents University, you used to have Beacon School. How are these programs being implemented and making sure that these children that need this extra help is taking part in these type of classes?
So we still have some work to do, Senator, on parental involvement. I do have a couple of initiatives that we're about to roll out, just like you mentioned, Parent University, parent conferences, getting our parents reignited and interested in their child's education. But in addition to that, we have put interventions in place within the school year and after school programs.
30 seconds.
Target those students who need that extra intensive intervention. That program that I mentioned, that I Ready program, is an excellent program. And what we're finding, those schools that push the intervention are seeing those gains that are 10% or more. And so it's a matter of looking individually at each campus and what they're doing, and the superintendents, like mentioned, are going into the schools more to observe because what gets monitored gets done. We're going to be real here today. So every school should be using that intervention block to help to close those achievement gaps that we're seeing. And their work includes supporting the administrators who then have to support the teachers. So we're going to continue to see the movement, but for me personally, as the commissioner, I need us to get to a place where we have that complete alignment in the way that we are assessing our children and the way that we are teaching our children. And when it comes to math, I know that we are not fully there yet because we're seeing the gap still in the assessment of our students. Even the intervention shows that bigger gap that we're seeing with literacy.
Mr. Chair, if I could close off with this, and by closing is based on your statement, you say every school should. My question is, why aren't they?
And that's what the superintendents are charged with, Senator, monitoring what happens in our schools. Schools have school improvement plans where they set measurable goals. So when the schools come at the end of the year to present their school data to me, I'm looking at what you said you were going to do in terms of performance. I'm looking at what actions you said you were going to take. And if you fell short of those actions, how are we addressing this for the upcoming school year? Because it's not acceptable. But what gets monitored gets done. That's why it's critical that the superintendents be in schools.
Well, I would like to hear them answer the question.
Go ahead, they could answer.
The question that you say is should. And my question is, why are they not? So please help me.
I can't say that they're not because...
The commissioner just say they should. Every school should. No, and if the commissioner said to me, every school should, the commissioner is saying to me, every school ain't.
No, that's not what I'm saying. They should means I'm not going into schools on a daily basis. That's not my job.
Well, let the commissioner go ahead.
That's their job.
Please help me then.
Right.
In other words, correct what the commissioner said then.
No, I'm not going to correct it because, number one, I can only speak for my district. And in the St. Thomas, St. John district, I know that just recently we went back into school January 7th, and we had to redo all of our schedules to allow a period of intervention. And that intervention period is very critical to those students that are experiencing the gap. We got to spend the time. The teacher has to devise the room in such a way that you spend the time with those children that need it most. So other systems are going on in the classroom at the same time, but the teacher has to be able to spend that time with those students that need it, and oftentimes those are your ELLs.
Dr. Charlene Belton-Gonzalez. And just to go a little further on that, we both have been doing walkthroughs throughout our campuses. As I stated when I spoke, we've been scheduling all of the campuses, and we meet with the campus leadership team, and we sit down and we talk about what we're looking for. And so then the teams go into the classrooms, they use their rubric, and we do like 10, 15-minute observations, and then we come back and we talk about what we've seen. And so just as I said in my testimony, we went into a campus and we were able to see that intervention was not up to par how it was supposed to be. And so we intervened with the intervention, and we had the teachers to get professional development from our coordinator, and then also from Achieve 3000, and then give them the opportunity to look over their data and make sure that they tier their students according to their need, and then they look at what the kids, what they're missing, and they group those kids, and then they plan activities according to what the kids are needing. So we are going in, and we're seeing, we're not blind to what's going on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I hear your answer, and at a later point, perhaps in the next meeting, we're going to ask for a lot more detail as to how you're achieving exactly what you said. Because everything looks good on paper, but we need to make sure that it's implemented. Senator Gittens, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all.
Morning.
Commissioner, let me first thank you and your team for this detailed testimony here today. Obviously, y'all did the groundwork on preparing the information to address the committee's concerns based on what was outlined by the chairman. Chairman VLA, thank you as well for calling this hearing. Commissioner, you know, I find you to be one of the working commissioners that's usually on top of your game when it comes to things going on in your shop. And so all across the board, I want to just remind you that accountability is key. We have to hold people accountable. You're the commissioner, and all the questions gonna come to you, but you got people working under your leadership. And we usually read from the front to the back, or from left to right, but I'm gonna come from the bottom because these so-called break-ins are truly a concern to me, because they're actually walk-ins, if you ask me, when you don't have an actual break to enter. Media, I visited a school the other day, and to my dismay, I saw some brand new textbooks still wrapped up. Media, assist me, please. And they're just wrapped up and placed in a room over here by the old Juanita Guardian School. And it was Senator Joseph and I visiting there because we were taking a look at something else. And then we just saw this door that was secured by a rock. Show me that picture with the rock. And if the kitchen was secured that way, that's why they walk in and just took it up. You see the door there to the left? Down on the bottom, that's just a rock holding that door. And when I move the rock and pull that door open, all those textbooks are on the inside. There's some other equipment in there, which I wanted to ask you too about your disposal of these procured items. How do you properly dispose these, and why is this at the Juanita Guardian School?
So usually all of our tagged resources has to be disposed through our fixed assets policies and procedures. I am not familiar, but I will follow up on that, Senator. When it comes to the additional resources, the districts can speak to that, but I know that resources were ordered in bulks. So a lot of schools got more resources than they have students.
Okay. Superintendent, are you aware of this so-called storage site there at the Juanita Guardian School? Pull the mic to you.
No, I'm not.
Are you visiting these schools and making physical inspections?
I'm visiting schools, but not necessarily making physical inspections. I'm going into classrooms.
So besides academics, I mean, everything comes under your authority, correct?
Correct.
Who do you
minute.
have a security company contracted at these schools? Are there security at the schools?
Not all schools. Ms. Joseph can give you the particulars, Senator.
Okay, not on record. I'll ask you that because I want to know where these security are assigned. So please be prepared to turn over that information
30
to us. Regarding the installation of kitchen equipment, when can we expect to see the? Okay. That's for the next one, right? Okay, so I'll move to the shutter schools since 2017. Are there any schools that have been permanently closed or repurposed at this time throughout the territory, and what is the plans for the names on those shuttered schools?
So there have been schools in the St. Croix district that have been shuttered. As we go through the construction of our modernizations and new facilities, we definitely will be dedicating, whether it be wings or an area on a campus, to those individuals whose names are on those shuttered schools, like Charles H. Emmanuel isn't being built back. That's going to be turned over to Department of Property and Procurement.
With respect, I slow you down there. That's unacceptable. From an educator's name and a school to a wing. But just tell me, and time has been come, Mr. Chair, if you permit the commissioner to just tell me the names of those shuttered or repurposed schools in both districts since 2017.
So in the St. Croix district, we have Charles H. Emmanuel and Elena Christian, Evelyn Williams,
Slow
which
down
is the
for me.
new
Charles H., Elena Christian.
Evelyn Williams, which is the new Arthur Richards pre-K to 8 site. In St. Thomas, we have Gladys Abraham, which is no longer a school, but now is the Skills Center. And Leonard Dober is no longer the school, but that's where the IT staff is housed.
So those two are repurposed.
And Adelita Cancrine has been turned over to Department of Property and Procurement, which is now in the possession of Port Authority.
So 3 on St. Croix, and you stated 3 on St. Thomas and 3 on St. Croix.
Correct, Senator.
So, and Arthur A. Richards Junior High School, what's the new name of that? Because I was listening to the chief executive the other day, and I heard him refer to it as Arthur A. Richards Elementary School.
Arthur A. Richards pre-K to 8.
Pre-K to 8. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and looking forward to the second round. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. What about Henderson, Alexander Henderson?
We're bringing it back online, Senator.
What year?
That will go out in our St. Croix bundle that should be going out mid this year.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I don't agree with the statement that my colleague said that you're usually on top of things. You're always on top of things. Okay, I got your back. Good morning. Commissioner, you know, I have no doubt that your team works hard. But again, when I look at these numbers and it stick out to me, the top of the page is a Savant school. Mr. Chair mentioned Tuitt. The name of the school is Jane E. Tuitt Elementary School.
Correct.
When I see 65 students tested and 75.4%, you know, below, I do think that I think you know, just looking at math sideways, the numbers are off because that's 65 ESL students. And that was what I looked at in terms of, so to compare it to, I would do 65 times the below standard for the St. Thomas St. John district is 60%, 60.6%. I would do the 65 to the 60.6% overall because it's totally ESL students. So that concerns me, again, like I said, for English and math, and it stuck out because, again, is that what grade would you give Department of Education, your department?
A grade in terms of what?
A to the standard way things are graded. A to F or 100 to what grade would you give your department? Based on where you are now, from where you started, you know.
Probably overall, I mean, we have schools that are A schools, in my opinion, B's and C's. And I mean, we're progressing. I would hate to do that, Senator, because you're looking at one assessment.
Okay,
And we look at more than one assessment.
I'm just saying that because, again, I think it coincides with what you're looking at for the production of your school. So you have to look at that for the production of your entire staff. So in other words, you're not going to say, hey, well, my staff is at 100% and my school is at 60.
Right.
Then it puts you in a problem. So that's why I say in terms of a grading system, you are advancing with your schools as to what you're putting out.
But point
Sure.
of clarification, I do agree with Senator Vialet that the breakdown needs to be shared with you guys so that you understand the deviation of the subgroups because not all campuses have ESL. We have some schools that don't have special ed students, so their scores will always look different to those schools that have been designated as ESL sites and special education sites.
Right.
Yeah.
So now
So we'll get that to you.
For the smarter balance levels, do you have the sufficient teachers for each of those levels that you spoke of?
Of course not. We have teacher shortages.
Right. So again, then the evaluation and smarter balance would not be correct. And that's why I asked in terms of a grade, because you can't have your department a top tier and the school functioning at a lower tier. And again, it's not to cause or to be disrespectful, but it's to show then, we're going to say in transparency, I am not 100%, so therefore I am moving along towards this versus...
So if I may, Senator, when we are in the process of finalizing the way that we truly assess our schools, the way we determine if they're, we're doing a star system, so you have 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, up to 5-star. One of the things that the team has agreed to is we can't look at proficiency rates alone. You know, we're looking at growth overall of our student population. Are our students moving, and what does that growth look like? We also look at attendance. We have some schools that have poor attendance. Attendance is a factor. If children are not in school, they can't learn. So there's so many factors that we are looking at when we do the overall analysis. For me to say to you with confidence today, Senator, that Jenny Tuitt is a 4-star school. You know, I need to be able to substantiate that with the relevant data to support how they got to 4-star status. But that's the goal, right?
Time.
But we look at everything.
Jenny Tuitt in Savant, but it is. In just closing, Mr. Chair, I do one question. I go back Savant.
You may close out.
Yes. You have federal funds and you have impress funds. Both of those funds at some point were based on the impetus of maintenance of your schools. Now the maintenance division have been separated.
Not impress.
Is that, no, but I'm saying, okay, so not impress. So I was just wondering if any of those funds are still attached to maintenance end of the school process.
So what we were able to do, Senator, with the American Rescue Plan funding was to put aside some of that funding to address some of the infrastructure challenges. When Mr. Benjamin and his team come up, they will be able to update you on where they are with those particular projects. But yes, we did use some of the federal funds to help to jumpstart some of the projects like air quality, roofing issues, mold remediation, you know, you name it. Whatever we could get the federal government to approve, we were able to put some of the funding aside for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's a very good question, Senator, because that highlights to me the complexity of the school bureau and the Department of Education. The ARPA funds were given to Department of Education, no? Correct?
Correct, Senator.
It wasn't given to the school bureau, correct?
Correct, Senator.
But the school bureau going to spend the funds. But the school bureau don't report to the commissioner, they report to the office of the governor. So you are begin to have a disconnect because monies that are given to the department And guess who they're going to ask to monitor those monies? Not the Bureau, no. You. And your federal grant office. So at a later point, we need to amend some legislation that we're able to streamline what is taking place with the School Bureau and Department of Education to make sure that there's clear communication. I mean, thankfully, both of you guys have been very responsive, but we need to iron out some of those issues. Before Senator Gittins want to ask one, quickly, Senator Gittins, point of information.
Thank you. With regards to the shuttered schools since 2017, how are we upkeeping those campuses that are not in use? We see that they're becoming dump sites, the overgrown vegetation and whatnot. How are you maintaining these campuses?
Senator, if I may, can you direct that question to the Bureau when they come up to address, how they're keeping those campuses?
So the grass cutting as well, they're responsible for?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Those schools are still under Department of Ed, or have they been turned over to PMP?
The Curriculum Center in St. Thomas is still ours.
Elena Christian is ours?
No, turnover.
To PMP?
Charles H.
PMP?
Turned over. Adelita Cancrine, turned over.
Okay, so those sites that are turned over, that's not even a question for the School Bureau anymore. That's a question for PMP.
PMP, right.
The attendance counselors, quickly, you said attendance is an issue. But we have attendance counselors, correct? Both district?
Only in the high schools.
So no attendance counselors for junior high or elementary anymore? We had.
Junior high and high school, sorry. Stand corrected.
Not for elementary?
No, but the elementary school, Senator, have had campaigns to increase attendance. I don't know if the superintendents want to talk about that.
Ain't working. Ain't working. The largest group of students that come into school are kindergartners, correct?
Correct.
And that's the foundation. So we probably need to assign an attendance counselor just for kindergarten. Across, per island. But we got to come up with a different, because it's not working. People sending individuals are sending the children 1 week, 2 weeks late, missing school on a regular basis. So we got to come up with a different format. I don't need you to explain it now, but we just need to develop a different format. Senator Maurice James, do you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I first want to ask about the launching of the teacher apprenticeship program. Has that begun? Is there a number of people who are in the program? What's the status of that program?
So right now, Senator, we have our application posted. It's open for applicants. So they're applying. We hope to begin that cohort in May for summer classes and then continue until they're finished. The prescription for each individual will look different. Some paraprofessionals already have associate's degrees. Some are coming in without anything. And so it will be like an individual track for each person, 10 in each district.
So when can we expect
To
them
start?
to be
May.
in May?
May.
Start the program.
Right.
Right. But that's not my question.
Finish?
When do we expect the outcome that we want to see, which is people in the classroom teaching?
So, Senator, if I may, after we get the applications, I think I will be able to give a better projection based on where they are. Some of the paraprofessionals are in classes as we speak, and one of the things that this apprenticeship program has is a mentorship. So they're going to be required to get into the classroom right away as they're enrolled, right?
Okay, I want to point something out because for the last few years, we've all been talking about the pandemic, post-pandemic learning loss. But when I looked at the 2023-2024 assessment proficiency rate on page 8, and the students who are tested, let me just focus on this particular group of students, which would be third graders. And I want to point out that third graders, in fact, would have not been in school during the pandemic. They would not have been. They would have been babies toddlers. So we can't attribute any pandemic, post-pandemic. There is something else going on. Because if we put them in a group by themselves, and you look at, I was looking at the
Page 12.
The page that shows the number of
12?
students, which is page 13. Well, it's 13. And you look at the 2020, 2021, okay, you had a total students, and those would have been affected by the pandemic. But then you come to 2023, 2024, and there isn't really any measurable improvement in terms of students who were, again, toddlers during the pandemic, with only 51.5%, 51.5% are below now that they're in third grade. Have you or your staff or the experts in education really looked at what is the problem then? Because these students are not affected by the pandemic. They're affected by something else that's going on. Have you looked at that closely to determine what's happening with our children?
I'll let the superintendents address that, Senator. But one of the things that I want to point out, when we present this data, what the schools do is they look at the cohorts, right? So they're looking individually at the students who are in third grade the year before, how they did in fourth grade last year, and that's how they map out their systems for improvement. But when it comes to identifying gaps, superintendents, any words on that?
1 minute.
I have another question. So, if you don't know the answer, I'm fine.
Okay.
It's something that we need to look at, though, because we can't continue to say pandemic, post-pandemic, hurricanes, because these children are no longer. Some of these children were babies during those times of, well, a child in third grade right now, who's 8 years old. The hurricanes were 8 years ago.
30
Yeah,
seconds.
but the pandemic wasn't, Senator.
No,
so,
I know,
yeah.
but what I'm saying is that child is not affected by hurricanes.
No.
They're not affected by the pandemic.
They are affected by the pandemic, Senator. They are, because they would have been in kindergarten, right?
And that's my point.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm getting at to you. That's the point. I'm glad you said that. That child, when they began kindergarten, would have been a child that was not out of school because of the pandemic. You understand my point? But Senator Viale, I wanted to ask
Go ahead. You may
one
proceed.
question to the commissioner. I have some other questions, but it's this. Nelson Mandela said it always seems impossible until it's done. And it seems to me in your testimony today that you do not see or have the vision that in fact we could improve. This is a small place. The literacy rate of our children more than 5%. Was that what I was hearing? Okay, explain to me, and then I believe.
What I said, Senator, is statistically speaking, the average growth that you see is 5%. I believe all my children could read, and I believe they have the potential to read. So I would never dummy down whether my children can succeed or not. What I'm saying is, statistically speaking, a 5% gain in achievement scores is what you historically see. But we have seen 12 and 15. I want to see all my children performing on grade level, but it's going to take time. That's what I said.
Okay, I'll give you some statistics after about, well, let me give it to you right now. Barbados, 99.9%. Trinidad and Tobago, 99%. I'm going to use Guam, 100%.
This is in reference to what?
Literacy rate, age 15 to 24. And believe it or not, Haiti, ravished Haiti, 61.7%. I'm only saying that because I think it's possible to get 100%. That's all. That's my point. This is a small place. And I'm going to say that for the rest of this term. This is a small place compared to all these other places. And yet it seems as if impossible is the word here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. I think one thing with the difference with the Virgin Islands, though, is that we test everybody. We don't test particular subgroups.
Right.
And there's a lot of jurisdiction that tests particular subgroup. So when you're reading the results, that include our ESL population, that include our special ed population. Every single child is tested to make sure that we're able to determine what level they're on. I mean, if you want to boost your test, all you have to do is tell the ESL population and the SPED to stay home for the day, and scores will go dramatically up. But that's not legal in a U.S. jurisdiction. But we have work, and I agree we have work, and I think that we're going to go to the next senator, but the stat that you read, right, before, if you look at the test results, a lot of the students are 2 or more grade levels below. So now you still have a large number of students who are below grade level, but they're only one grade level below. So you're showing that gain. So if you increase to, I'm seeing like 1,000 something or 3,000, so you have 33% below, one grade level below. The key now is to see next year as to whether or not those individuals are now on grade level. So we should see the drastic increase. The 5% ain't a good number because our stats are so low. So 5% of 10 is nothing. 5% of 10 is that's no growth because the numbers are so low. So we gotta bump it up, and we have work to do, and that's what we're going to try our best to accomplish. Senator Clifford Joseph, but very valid observation, Senator James, and I'd really like to see how they're able to achieve that, what data, subgroups, etc. But very interesting.
Yes. Senator, if I may, the assessment plays a critical part. When we did the Iowa test of basic skills, and if we had continued with the Iowa test of basic skills, trust me, our scores wouldn't have looked like this. When we changed to Common Core, we changed to a rigorous assessment, which required that shift. So while other territories and islands may have a higher percentage of proficiency, I'm curious to see what assessment they're using and if they're testing the same type of students that we have in our territory.
Okay, and also we a discussion at the next time because you have iReady assessment data. So we need to check the iReady assessment data to see whether or not they're on grade level in literacy and math, and then compare that to the Smarter Balance to see what's the difference.
Correct.
Both of those tests are norm reference or criterion reference. What are they? Smarter Balance is what? Norm or criterion?
I think it's criterion.
And the iReady definitely is criterion.
It's aligned. iReady is aligned. iReady intervention is aligned to Smarter Balance. So when we see like iReady scores, we could almost project what our Smarter Balance scores will look like.
Okay, so we'll talk about that. Senator Clifford Joseph, you are recognized.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the colleagues, my colleagues. Good morning to the Department of Education. Commissioner, when will the BI Film Academy be expanded to the St. Croix district?
So I'm looking at 25-26 school year, Senator.
Do you have the necessary space and funding for this experience?
I will never say that I have the requisite funding for anything. Now, we are looking at some sponsorship and seeing if within the consolidated grant application we may be able to apply that. If not, we definitely, in partnership with John Whitley, are looking at several other opportunities for sponsorship.
Okay, the Ricardo Richards School is a Blue Ribbon school. Can you please tell me and the community what are the requirements to be named a Blue Ribbon school?
So you look at the overall achievement and growth of the students academically, overall performance of the school. And one of the things that I have to point out about Ricardo Richards, which is similar to Joseph Sibley, is the small setting and the strong instructional presence of data being used to drive what they're doing. That school is data rich, and they use their data to do everything. And so that's the direction that we want all of our schools to go in, and that's why the superintendents are in there providing that support and doing those data chats with them. So that school tracks every individual student. They provide an individual map for improvement and are able to execute because of the leadership and the instructional staff, but because too of that smaller individualized setting. And I find that that school is one of the model schools that were able to use some of the practices and incorporate across the territory.
Are you working with the churches and community organizations to offer school programs? So this is pertaining to the magnitude of the student loss and being able to get them in smaller settings, like you said earlier.
So I'm gonna let the superintendent speak to that, Senator.
There's only one school that I know so far, and that's Eulalie Rivera that's working with the church for mentorship.
Okay, that's good. Our special needs students populations where in the Department of Education is ensuring the students have a plan in place after graduation.
So if I may, I will allow Dr. Charleswell to speak on the plans for students after they exit our system.
Good
morning.
Good morning, Dr. Renee Charleswell. So students, by law, have to have a transition plan before graduation. And this plan allows them to seek whether employment, higher education, and not only do they have a plan, but after they graduate, they are surveyed to see how well they're doing after school. So yes, there is a transition plan in place for after graduation.
So is this plan, you said it's a plan, but is it being in
1 minute.
in use? Could you tell me you had 2 students, 1 student, and how are they?
So again, by law, the plan must be in place, and in creating the plan, we have different entities involved. So we have Human Services, we have the Department of Labor. So all of these entities work with Department of Education to ensure that that plan is sufficient, so when they graduate from school, they have something that is, they're working towards something viable. Additionally,
30 seconds.
It doesn't stop with the creation of the plan. It's a follow through in terms of surveying the students after they graduate to see where they're at.
So do we have anybody tracking the plan that you could tell me where you had at least 2 students, 3 students?
Yes, the plan is being tracked, yes, through the surveys.
Okay.
And
so
we present that information to the federal government every year.
All right. No more questions. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair.
I'm just going to take part of position. Thank you, Senator Joseph. I also want to welcome Senator Blyden, who's here with us. Dr. Charleswell, the transition plan ain't working, okay? It's, there's a number of special needs students after they graduate. I don't know if they're being tracked. They're in no particular program. The Department of Labor, they haven't conducted that. The other entities outside of education, I don't think they're necessarily fulfilling their role in terms of having that transition plan and utilizing the monies. But we could look at the data. We could just look at the special needs students that graduated last year, and let's see if we could determine what they're doing right now and where they're at. But I'm not actually seeing that. Senator Carla Joseph, you are recognized. No, I'm sorry. Senator Fredericks, you recognize.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the testifiers for coming out today. Appreciate it. The viewing and listening audience, and the young people in the audience out there, thank you for coming.
Senator Fredericks, hold your comments 1 second, okay? We're going to have a recess for 3 minutes. This committee is in recess. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Senator Fredericks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I hope everybody's comfortable now. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you some questions, in particular to where we are in terms of certification for our teachers. We've got roughly 907 teachers in the territory, correct?
Yes.
And of that 907, how much would you say, percentage-wise, just roughly, are in need of additional certification to be considered fully certified for the job?
So in the St. Thomas St. John District, Senator, we have 199 teachers that are fully certified, and we have 221 not certified. In the St. Croix District, we have 179 certified, 256 not certified. What we did this year is we modified our evaluation process to include a percentage that goes towards certification. So it's going to impact their overall evaluation if individuals are not certified. In their defense, this data was shared with our employees, and I know for a fact that many are working on their certification. So as I come to this body, I will update you on how those numbers are reflecting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, because of this, there's an impact on the test scores. Do you have any idea how much it may or may not have influenced the scores? If you don't have great certified teachers, you can't expect to have great score outcomes.
We would have to do that analysis, to be truthful, Senator. I have not done that, did the crosswalk with the uncertified teachers and student performance, but that's something worth looking into.
I like to look at correlations. I know right now we're beating up the numbers, but I'm just trying to see what we could do. If there's anything that will give us additional information to improve our school system, then that's what I'm for. So if it comes to improve certification and we see a direct correlation, then I want us to work on that. Likewise with the administrators, how many of our administrators would you deem to be fully certified?
So in the St. Thomas St. John District, we have 25 administrators that are fully certified and 26 not certified. In the St. Croix District, we have 25 fully certified, 29 not certified.
One.
And what's being done to work on
Same
process?
individual correspondence has been shared from the HR division with those individuals. It is the responsibility of the employees to keep up with their certification. Once they fulfill the requirements of the board, then they present their certification and we're able to update their records. I know from conversation, one of the issues that many professionals have had is the monthly meeting of the board to review certification. It sometimes takes a while.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. The next question I had was pertaining to Director Jaime Roebuck. Is he your school safety manager, administrator? What's his title?
Is he some?
1 minute.
Good morning. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education. Mr. Roebuck is the St. Croix School Safety Manager, ma'am, sir.
This position was it put in place for student safety or also for the school safety overall?
The position of School Safety Manager was created about 4 administrations ago, and it is specifically
30 seconds.
It is specifically for an individual, a professional individual, to work on school security for all persons in all schools, and we updated the position to include disaster planning as well.
Awesome. I've heard some good things about the individual, so I wanted to get some more information from you. We'll ask some more questions pertaining to that later. Commissioner, in terms of the artistic students, special needs students that we currently have, Mr. Chair, may I continue? What's being done for internship for these students? I know some of us have businesses in which we would love to have, I've had a special needs student intern and worked at my facility. Is there anything being done? I have not had any requests for the last several years for any students interested in learning, and I think they would be a great population for repetitive type work. So is there anything in place for that?
Dr. Charleswell, could you respond to that?
Dr. Renee Charleswell, I will let commissioner the districts, because they work directly with the schools and the students. So superintendents?
Dr. Jurgen, St. Thomas St. John District. One of the things we always look for is to have meaningful experiences for all students, but especially students with special needs. And as long as we are aware of someone that is interested, they can make contact with the department, and we will certainly, send students there as we have them. Also a part of their transitional plan, work experience is something that we monitor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. Senator Francis, Noble Francis, do you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the VI Department of Education family. And thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. I too want to join with you in respect to the situation over at Eulalie Rivera School, and to implore the community in that area, if anyone have any information, please provide that information so we could address that particular issue. I also want to say that I'm seriously contemplating moving legislation to double the penalties when we have such type of situation within our schools. It does a disservice to our community and again sets the students way back, and that's unacceptable. So again, I want to make a plea that anyone that may have information, and at some point we may even offer a reward, because I think it's so important for us to be able to address that particular issue. When I looked at the numbers last night, in terms of, I know that you have given a good explanation in regards to the proficiency of our test scores and the disparity between the districts. It raised my hair and really, what little I have. And really, I was very concerned about it, but I think your explanation is good, and if you could do the deeper dive that's required so that we could really determine what's happening there, it'll be important. Have you, and of course I want to thank you and Dr. Larson, Dr. McMahon, in regards, and the team, in regards to the VI-centric civics textbook. We truly appreciate that, and I believe it's the right step for us to be able to start to understand government and who's responsible for what. So I'm looking forward, I'm very excited about that. I wanted to ask media to put up that picture again regarding the shuttered schools in particular, and I know that you've already addressed that has been turned over to property and procurement. This is the old Elena Christian Junior High School. Has become a dumping ground for individuals, and again, as a result of waste management not having adequate facilities. I have also finding out that, in fact, that this was turned over to property and procurement. I text the assistant commissioner who has informed me that it's turned over now to DPNR, and I'm hearing that there's work being done to put this in place. But the optics of the fact that this, again, represents the Department of Education. So I believe that everything needs to be done to make sure that we're cleaning up that particular area. And we're all one government, right? So if it looked bad for Department of Education, it looked bad for us as well. So let's work hard to get that addressed. Real quickly, in regards to going back to the kitchen equipment, is there any plans of hiring additional kitchen workers?
I would allow AC Soam to answer that. I just want to put on record that a number of our positions that have been vacant for some time are no longer funded. There may be needs that AC Soam works closely with the School Food Authority that we may have to go back to OMB for. So I'll allow him to address that.
And while you're addressing that, can you also speak to the rumor that, in fact, some of the kitchens may be merged? If there any such information, you could also speak to that.
Good morning again. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education. There are vacancies currently within both SFAs. And yes, sir, we have had a conversation at the possibility of consolidating kitchens. That conversation, however, is based on a review of the data. The data includes the claim reports that kitchens must submit in terms of disallowances. The data also includes when we look at the feeder schools that we feed that are non-public schools. So it is a conversation that we're having with our stakeholders. We had that conversation recently with our kitchen managers, and there is some support for it. It is driven purely by the data that we're receiving.
1 minute.
Okay, very well. And I'm hoping that, again, the data would lead us into the right direction and being able to address that particular issue.
If I may, sir, one of the things we're noticing, and I didn't know this until I met with the kitchen managers, is that we're seeing a decline in participation when SNAP benefits are issued at the beginning of each month. That was a surprising concern. And so that's the kind of data that we're looking at to drive the decision.
Okay, very well. And
30 seconds.
In regards to this dishwashing equipment at the schools, when are those going to be installed? I'm hearing that there's a lack of supplies in some instances, in plates and utensils and stuff for the proper feeding, but I know that there's also a situation where there is no dishwashing equipment or the dishwashing equipment is not installed. What is the status on that?
You are correct, sir. We have issues. Let me be straightforward. This occurs because if the budget is the plan and you don't budget for these things, then you run into these problems down the line. So we have a new director in the St. Croix School Food Authority, Mr. John Gums. He has been on board now approximately 1 month, and his directive has been to survey kitchens that have dishwashing machines. With the exception of one school, they all have dishwashing machines. His directive has been to budget and procure everything that is needed to get dishwashing machines up and running.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up with this final question real quickly, please.
You may.
Again, there's a lot to discuss here, but in regards to, we didn't hear a lot about our special needs or those students that may be on a spectrum today. Obviously, we see that this population is growing, and I'm very concerned, especially coming from a behavioral health and mental health focus. What are we doing to really support the social and emotional needs of our students? Can you speak to that?
Superintendent?
Many of our, Dr. Jurgen, St. Thomas, St. John District, many of our behavioral specialists come from the partnering company that we utilize. So even those individuals that are from here, we've been utilizing the corporation. We're using Orange Tree to be able to supply some of those needs. We do have some more, but we also have been having a challenge nationally supplying individuals that specialize in behavioral therapy.
Deputy Schillingford, she oversees special education in St. Croix, so I'm going to have her come up and speak.
Senator, if I may, one of the things that I would like to put on record is the increasing number of autistic students that we are seeing across not only the Virgin Islands, but across the nation. I happen to be looking at some research recently, and when it may have been 1 in 10,000, it's almost like 1 in 34 now, students that are autistic. And it is important that even as we plan for future professional development opportunities, that must include training all of our teachers, not just special education teachers, because regular ed teachers deal with our special ed population, and how do we address students that may fall on that autistic spectrum. So we're seeing the growth right here in the territory as well, so that's also a priority.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Andrea Schillingford. I'm the Deputy Superintendent over Special Education on the St. Croix District. And recently, on Monday, we had a professional development for all special education staff. So they receive behavioral strategies training, de-escalation trainings, and they receive, and now what we're also doing is working towards training our in-school paraprofessionals as registered behavior technicians. So we're not only going to be relying on outside providers to provide those services to the district, but that we as a district could also be able to move forward with assisting teachers and administrators. I met with one of the principals yesterday, and we are having behavioral trainings in the school for their non-special education teachers, because when we think of special education, it's not just those students that are in a separate environment, it's those students that are also mainstream and are taking your standard-based assessment. So we are working on providing those teachers with strategies and intervention strategies that they can provide that they can implement within the schools. And that was as recent as yesterday. And that training will take place in 2 weeks at one of the schools, and then we're hoping to roll it out at the different schools.
And Senator, if I can just add that we did receive funding, and we used our funds to equip our schools with a sensory room. And we also, with the assistance of the Bureau, just finished our the room, our space for students with behavioral challenges.
Thank you so much. Where's the sensory room at Bowski?
I'm not sure exactly where it is on the campus, but I can find out and let you know.
Okay, well, I've been there yesterday, and I had a chance, along with Senator Lewis, to visit the artistic classroom for primary and intermediate. There's no sensory room. And that was one of my concerns, that you have these students who, for lack of a better word, literally bouncing off the walls. And those classrooms needed to be padded and specialized in terms of equipment, because it is a challenge that nobody would ever believe unless they see it. And those teachers that were in those classrooms, they did an amazing job. I don't even know what the frustration level is for those individuals, because it's 100% supervision. You can't take your eyes off for 1 minute. But we need to make sure that those classrooms are equipped as quick as possible with padding. And you had a therapeutic kindergarten. Yeah, AC's gone, and the children were a bit restless. It's already hard to keep them focused, and then the AC's gone. But that's the next part, and Mr. Benjamin said he's going to work on that.
So just to clarify,
yes,
it's not a room per se, but the equipment has been sent to the classroom. We just received this equipment as of last week.
Right, so it's not in the classroom yet. I heard that. So we need to expedite getting it in the classroom, because it's at the school. So it now needs to be installed. We're going to go to Senator Joseph. A point quickly. My fear, over the last couple of years, we've lost a number of teachers.
Yes.
We have lost some because the visa ran out. We have lost a number that retired but might have stayed a year or two more if conditions were different. And we have lost a number of young educators. So we need to do everything possible to retain this population. And that special education population, is hard to find committed individuals that are going to go in the classroom. So those that are teaching those artistic, whatever possible, let's just do whatever they need. Let's just do it so that we can retain those individuals, because it's a big job. And privately, I'll talk with my colleagues about what we witnessed yesterday. Quickly, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My inquiry goes to, based on the line of questioning from the previous senator, in regards to the certification of teachers. What I wanted to ask, for those teachers that are not, there's a stipend or increase in pay for being certified. Am I correct to say that?
No.
There's none?
No, that's your requirement.
And what's the penalty then?
The penalty now is attached to the evaluation, which we just did this year. There was no penalty.
Okay.
There was no penalty.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Joseph. And I also want to recognize Senator Potter. Thank you for coming. Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, a pleasant good day to the listening audience and my colleagues, and a definite pleasant good day to the hardworking men and women from the Department of Education. I would definitely say that you're doing really better overall in increasing the numeracy, that's the language arts, social studies levels for our young people, as well as the numeracy is the math. Let me go back to my teacher. The math and science area, and then for the literacy, the language arts, social studies. You're looking really good. I want to really have my questions geared to page 7, and this is your assessments with the smarter balance. I noted that you had a series of levels of interpretation you stated in paragraph 2, and you have level 1, 2, 3, and 4. However, when you look at your overall proficiency, I didn't see in your analysis how those levels 1, 2, and 3 compared to previous year levels. Okay, I don't know if you had it somewhere else and I may have missed it, but if you could expound on that, because that was one of the things that I noticed in your statement. For instance, you would say for English language arts, 23.5% achieve grade level. Knowledge with a limited range of complexity, which is level 2, compared to the previous year's 19.7. But we're not seeing the comparison based on each level that you have outlined here in the second paragraph to interpret the outcomes of the assessment. Could you expound on that?
So what we did is really put it in a narrative, and what I'll do is share the breakdown of the tables,
Yes.
which is easier for everyone to see,
right,
to include the subgroups. But let's go back to that one. 23.5% of students at grade level with foundational skills was 23.5% in 23-24 compared to 22-23, which was 19.7%. So that's a what? Help me out, Senator
Senator, so that's like a 4.
Yeah.
That's a very good. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving you the accolades, but I need to see it for all.
I'll get it in the
all
table.
level through the chair, because that is very critical for us to be able to analyze the data using this system. Now, I wanted to move on to also a comment that was made relative to what we are doing to increase parent engagement. The parents, and I say this, and I'm going to go on my little soapbox here, the parents are a critical partner in our ability, and I'm using the pronoun possessive, our ability to educate and prepare our young people and adult learners as well for life, to be productive people like we are. And so how are you working? What is the strategy at play to work with those parents relative to the truancy issues? The chairman mentioned the kindergarteners are not coming to school, and also behavioral issues, because we haven't even touched that issue deeply enough here. I had the opportunity yesterday to go to the Bertha C. Bush Shelter Middle School, and what I am hearing, I am not comfortable, is unacceptable with the behavior of our young people and their parents. Their parents are acting out. They have issues. So what is being done systematically? Are we looking at that as far as the parent engagement commissioner and team? Because learning cannot happen if we're having behavioral issues in the classroom and the school.
So I'm going to start and then allow the superintendents to wrap up. So, Senator, it really boils down to early intervention. And I've said this on numerous platforms. A lot of these behaviors that we're seeing on the junior high and high school level, for example, didn't start on the junior high and high school level, you know. It started in elementary school. So putting those multi-tiered systems of supports to address the behaviors is what the superintendents have been working on with their principals in their respective schools. But you're absolutely right. Parents, we have some issues with parents and attendance. We have some issues with student behavior and parent behavior on campuses have been inappropriate in some cases. And sometimes it's very difficult to get parents to understand how valuable they are to their child's learning experience. You are the child's advocate, but you cannot come onto campus to advocate for a cell phone when it's taken. Come to ask about instruction, come to observe what is going on, come to meet with the teacher to monitor the progress of your child. And I find that we still have to do a lot more outreach. We're not getting that group of parents who we really need to see. Well, we have those days that we do early dismissal. The parents we need to see and the ones that are showing up. Parents don't necessarily show up unless you make it mandatory that the child can't go back to class if you don't show up. I've done that in the past, and sometimes it requires principals to take that kind of approach because we need to have conversations about your child's progress. But there are things that the districts are doing to get our parents more engaged.
Senator, we realized that we had to ramp up our efforts as it relates to not just dealing with parents, but also providing supports to students. So in the St. Thomas St. John District, we've offered conflict resolution, mental health and substance abuse training, suicide awareness, bullying, just a host of managing triggers, a host of topics that our students need to be aware of. Over 9,382 students and sessions were had. We also are having parenting trainings in the evening, parenting classes. Sometimes if a student is referred for a level 4 infraction, their parents also must attend parenting trainings. Parents don't already like it, but it's something that we have to do. So we've really beefed up our effort, and now we offer a continuum of services for students that need intervention, to include in-school suspension, as well as several partnering agencies, to include the courts, helping hands, that come in and do various work with our children.
Thank you, Senator. That was quite a long response.
I know it was.
So do you have a short response that you want to put on the record? Short response.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I do have a piece of legislation. I spoke to it with the chairman to bring the chaplains. They could be volunteer or paid. This is something that's been instituted in the great state of Texas. We need God in these schools. And, you know, it's really troubling to me where we are right now with our young people, but I will reserve the rest of my questioning for the second round. Thank you so kindly for your explanations.
Thank you. And you spoke to me about your idea, but we had a little disagreement in terms of the separation of church and state and how that's going to play into being able to do it on a regular basis. And I'll just give a quick example. At one point, we had a student prayer group at Complex, student run. And all they did every day by the flagpole was say a prayer. In a circle, hold hands and say a prayer. It was reported to the superintendent and the commissioner every single day until I had to stop the students. Okay? And they used to come in and used to say a prayer in the intercom. And something as simple as that, there were those atheists that said, no, can't do it, you can't do it, separation of church and state. And we need to have a discussion. That's what I say. Superintendent.
I just wanted Bastion Knight. I just wanted to put on a record that the same is occurring in the St. Croix district. Majority of those programs are funded federally through the Consolidated Grant Agreement, in addition to the therapeutic process through various of our vendor programs. I just wanted to make sure that that was on record for the St. Croix district.
And we just need to make sure that we're able to target the right individuals, because you can have a parent academy, and the parent that come in don't need to be in the parent academy. And the parent that need to come, you can't get them to come. So we need to discuss strategies as to how we could target the real population that we need to have there on a regular basis, and go back to your old idea that you got to come for your child to remain in school. So we got to do some drastic stuff in order to control the schools. Senator Blyden and St. Thomas, you recognize.
I think Senator Potter was here before me.
Go ahead, Senator Blyden, then Senator Potter will close out. President, close out.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon, Commissioner Hendrickson and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to go in a different direction in respect to my line of questioning. In respect to the civic textbooks, are there hard copies available to the students?
Yes, Senator, as well as digital.
Okay, very well. And speaking about digital, let me speak into my next area of inquiry, which is digital access and equity. I know last year the department announced an initiative wherein public students will be able to receive free devices and discounted services from a company called Heritage Wireless. But however, a number of issues arose with our program, which was supposed to be an affordable connectivity program, which was expiring. So I have three questions quickly, succinctly. What was the final result of the program? That's the first question. The second question is how many devices were distributed to the students? And the third question is, what are the terms under which they received the services? Can you speak to that briefly for me, please?
So I will have to get back to you on the number of devices that were given out, as that was not something that I walked with today. The program, we did hand out the devices to those who had registered. The devices belong to the students. However, the wireless connectivity associated with the grant has expired. The devices are in the parents' hands. So if there is wireless capabilities within the home or within the school, the students are still able to utilize the devices.
Okay, very well. Additionally, early last year also, the Department of Education was approached by T-Mobile about a potential participation in the company's $10 million program, which they, in terms of T-Mobile, funded the initiatives, which also put free devices in the hands of the students under the same conditions. What's the status of communications and dialogue with T-Mobile about getting these free devices and services into the hands of our students here in the territory, our school students, period?
So I was able to receive the contact information yesterday from your office, Senator, and I will make contact with that representative in regards to Project 10 million and see if that is still something that we would qualify for. If it is, Senator, then we will proceed to engage. The more devices we have, the more connectivity we can make available to the students, the better off they are. So there's no holding back with the department and engaging in that conversation. And I do have that information, so I'll be sure to initiate that conversation shortly.
And I'm glad to hear that, because I'm going to honestly put on the record, for the record, exactly what occurred, and I'm going to ask what can be done to avoid. January of last year, the 24th to be exact, my office spoke to managing council when it comes to that program. In February of last year, T-Mobile communicated with, from your department, Mr. Lafont and Mr. Hendrickson in respect to the program. They got no response. March the 18th, T-Mobile wrote to the Department of Education for students' demographic in terms of information they need in order to put forward the program. T-Mobile again wrote to the Department of Education August the 29th, requesting information again. They copied my office with a memo. My office in turn wrote to T-Mobile and provided most of the information that was requested. On August the 30th, we again wrote to the department, to you, Commissioner, requesting the missing information that we could not get on our own or could not provide to them. The department sent a tech report in September, which was outdated information, data information. To date, no follow-up have been done, or nothing has been done thus far with that program, and I'm happy to hear that you will reach out to them. My point is, when we have individuals and or corporations, corporate corporations that are willing to assist our students in terms of devices and connectivity when it comes to any program for their education. Mr. Chair, if I may conclude.
Yes, you may.
It's important that we do everything in our power to work with those individuals. It's not nothing hard. It's just wanting to make a difference. That's why I reached out along with my office to do what we can from that perspective. And I believe moving forward, people need to be held accountable and do their jobs, because if they don't do the job, we see the result. It affects many, many students. Right now, with what's going on, many of these students could have had, despite that other program, wireless heritage, what have you, they could have had devices and all connectivity at this point and at this juncture when it comes to their education. So again, I ask that we really, really do our due diligence and work on behalf of our students, faculty, and staff, and those that's not doing what's required of them must be held accountable in that respect. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for your leniency, and thank you, Commissioner Hendrickson, for moving forward in terms of connecting with those individuals, because it's still available, and assuring that our students get what they deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Potter, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to you, Dr. Hedrington, and to your leadership team. I want to just start by asking you a couple questions. I hope during my flight over these questions were not asked before, but how does Virgin Islands Department of Education plan to use the remaining $65 million in ARPA funds before the March 28, 2026 deadline, liquidation deadline?
So, Senator, what we can do is provide you with a breakdown of what those funds are allocated for. As mentioned before, some of the funding is tied to operations projects that the Bureau will talk about when they come to testify. And then others may be tied to professional services that are ongoing. So what the districts are doing is, with their spending plans, they're tracking the liquidation of the funds to ensure that we are on track, because that's very, very, very important to the process.
So you're comfortable. I just wanted to make sure that we did have a strategy and a plan in place to
Right, and the extension helped us tremendously, especially with the contracts tied to maintenance.
Excellent. With regards to the consolidated grant, okay, what percentage of the consolidated grant funding has been used for direct classroom support? Direct classroom support as opposed to administrative or operational costs?
So, Senator, if I may ask, can we submit that at a later date? We would have to go by district to get you that information.
Okay. Okay. The testimony indicates that 44% of the consolidated grant budget is spent on contractual services. I wanted to get a sense from you as to what specific services are being contracted out.
Yeah, that would need to be included in our report. Superintendents, do you want to mention some of the contracts?
I'm going to loop in Deputy Superintendent Dr. Powell.
Recognize the mic for Dr. Powell. Yes, Dr. Powell, proceed.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon. Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District. The services are going to vary. So to provide you the specific information, I do agree with the commissioner, but we do pay for our services such as our contractors tied to our social emotional wellness programs. We've had conflict resolution training for all our staff, that costs upwards of $200,000. We've had training for professional development for our teachers, different staff members. So a lot of the professional services are targeted for professional development in particular, CPR training. So like I said, most of it is tied to services for professional development, but to give you the specific numbers, we would have to get back to you. Thank you.
Good enough, good enough.
Can we allow St. Croix District to respond? Dr. Bastian Knight?
Dr. Bastian Knight, St. Croix District. Majority of our funding goes towards licenses and subscriptions. We have iReady, Curriculum and Associates, Edmonton, Power School at 3,000, just to name a few. We can also provide that specific breakdown to you.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to know if there was a sense, if there was a plan to reduce the dependency of contracts, if there were any concerted attempt or move to reduce the dependency on external contracts.
When it comes to the professional development trainings, one of the things that our districts must do is the trainer-trainer model. That is very effective when we have individuals that are certified to provide training should the federal dollars dry up. When it comes to the licenses, that's going to be difficult because those are systems that we use for grades, for intervention that we desperately need if we're going to really close that achievement gap.
Understood. Let me see if I can get one last question in before my time is called. What schools or which schools in the territory had the most significant improvement in literacy skills?
Go ahead, Dr. Yergin.
In the St. Thomas St. John District, two schools that we've been looking at in terms of the most significant progress in literacy, Olamola and Lockhart K8.
Okay. I just wanted to know if, from a best practice perspective, those schools that are realizing the most significant gains, is there a way for us to replicate those practices and strategies to be incorporated into what other schools in the district
I just want to be clear that didn't ask the school with the most significant proficiency rate, and that's Joseph Sibley. So there's a little difference there, but we have been looking at the best practices of our better performing schools, and we are using some of those in some of our other schools as well.
Okay.
But overall, as a district, when we engage in the science of reading, we believe if all of our schools are utilizing all of the details that came out from the science of reading, that we're going to see a lot of gains.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your...
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Potter.
The St. Croix District also have responses.
That's true.
You may proceed.
Bastian Knight, St. Croix District. For literacy, the two schools will be the Ricardo Richards and the St. Croix Educational Complex.
Okay. Sibley, Ricardo Richards.
Educational Complex.
I ain't going to high school yet. But those two schools, lowest ESL population?
Yes. And Sibley, also low special education as well.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure we align that those are some of the reasons why, a lot of the students do well, but they also have a very small ESL and a very small SPED population in comparison to TUIT, which probably has 6 times what Sibley has.
Before, I'd like to comment too, just because they're ESL doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be low performing. So I did want to point that out.
And thank you so much. And I do know that. But we're in a different realm, especially in St. Thomas. I was in a high school classroom yesterday and I asked a question and the student next to him had to translate in Haitian Creole. You know, so to expect that student to be on a particular reading level, if you test him in Haitian Creole, maybe he could read very, very well. But when you test him in the native language, that's a different story. Does Smarter Balance test him in the native language?
No.
No,
Okay.
Senator.
And that's what I wanted. Ms. Bastian, Dr. Bastian?
And historical data has also shown that St. Croix District, or ESLs, has actually had higher growth than all the other subgroups
Correct.
when it comes to our data.
Okay.
I have the data.
And we will get that specific data from you. Before we, just two questions. Connectivity, every school complaining about connectivity. And don't tell me it's the company coming in, it's education, the equipment. I spoke to the company coming in. St. Croix schools have some serious issues with connectivity. What is being done with our IT department to get it fixed?
So this has been ongoing, Senator. I think this year we've been a little bit better than in the past. We actually have a scope of work to allow for an independent contractor to come in and assess our infrastructure. We have tried different methods, utilizing internal resources, BIT, consultants, and we still have not been able to troubleshoot. So it's still an ongoing issue, but I haven't had, and Superintendent, you will let me know, as many complaints about internet connectivity as the past. Is that accurate?
I think it is accurate. That's not to say we're not having challenges, but as we approach the testing season, we've been monitoring it closely, and honestly, it has been better.
So one of the things that I am going to do with the superintendents is make sure that we have some wireless spots. There were several schools that took it upon themselves to have the wireless towers for the testing cycle. We definitely have to do that to ensure that our students don't have that interruption during that testing window.
Okay, whenever I get a complaint, I will let you know which school it is. Ms. Harris, I think. Vendors are being paid? Are you paying vendors for the Department of Education?
Yes, Senator. We're putting everything that comes to us into the queue for processing.
No. That's for processing. You could put it in the queue and it could say at Department of Finance, whoever. Are they being paid?
That's continuing to be a challenge where items are sitting within the approved state and waiting to be entered into the check run.
Okay, so they're literally not being paid. You're doing your part, you're processing everything. It goes to the Department of Finance and it sits there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Proximity, how we lost the contract? It ran out, we didn't pay, or what really happened? Because I don't think you did a half-year contract for proximity.
So if we make, Director Joseph, can you speak to the contract?
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. Proximity Learning contract was executed for a 1-year term with 2 renewal options. The second renewal option terminated on December 31st, 2024.
What's the reason why it was terminated?
I didn't hear that.
What's the reason why it was terminated? Knowing that
It expired and funding ran out.
So we're using federal funding for that?
We were using federal funds, a mixture of CARES 2 and ARP funds for that project.
You don't have access to CARES 2 until January 1st or January something 2025?
CARES 2 funding needed to be obligated by September 30th. So the money that's available through January 2025 was for liquidation purposes.
And the same for ARPA?
ARPA, the money needed to be obligated by September 30th. And if I recall correctly, the funding for that specific project is no longer available.
Okay, so, but the ARPA funds need to be liquidated, you have to be obligated already?
It has to be obligated by September 30th. Mm-hmm.
And you have obligated that $65 million that wasn't spent?
It did not fall within the category necessary for virtual learning.
Can I ask that? I just want to know, did you obligate the $65 million for other projects or whatever?
DC Culpeper Smith or DC Harris?
You have $5 million to care to, $5.4 million, $65.1 million for ARPA funds. How much of those monies were obligated that we're going to be able to spend them before the 2025 and the 2026 date?
Keisha Culpeper Smith, Federal Grants Director. That information is not correct. The 65 million referencing is actually for the St. Thomas and St. John District. For the ARP funds.
Wait. ARPA, you're saying the 65 million is to the St. Thomas District alone? That's not the ARPA overall grant?
That's the allocation for the St. Thomas and John District.
Which page?
You have 138 million on the top. Award 138 million.
Right. Correct.
Okay, and then you have the breakdown, St. Thomas, 65.3, St. Croix, 58.9, and then you have it broken down by years. So that 65 seemed to reflect both districts, based on the report that you gave us.
With the bottom portion, Ms. Culpeper Smith, that speaks to the liquidation.
Okay, yes. We are in the process of liquidation, and as of
Okay, hold up.
February 3rd, it's not 65 million.
Okay, what is it now?
We are at 35 million of encumbrances left to liquidate. We have until March of next year. So all of that was obligated in September.
So all of the 65 was obligated. Some have already, some is presently in encumbrances, and the rest was.
So the balance as of yesterday too is 19 million, and that is going towards personnel for additional persons to continue running the grant, as well as direct services that go in as a straight pay.
Let me be a little more clear. I just wanted to make sure we're spending all the monies by that date. All the monies are going to be spent.
We are.
And
Okay.
Senator, some of that is tied to those projects that you.
You had generators and all type
Yeah.
of stuff coming for
So
St.
you
Thomas,
can't
right?
pay. You can't pay until the services are completed.
Okay. And the CARES Act, the same thing.
CARES Act actually ended last week.
Okay.
So there's nothing that we can do with that.
So despite the fact that you're receiving your full allotment, in actuality, you're not, because you're not paying vendors payment. So the vendor payment that was in other services, when you submit them, DOF presently isn't paying those payments.
So what DOF has us do, Senator, is each agency creates a critical payment list. Again, the critical payment list items are arranged by priority and paid based on what is available in funding.
So I'm good there. So what you're receiving is literally a paper allotment, but the money is actually on there because it's not, they're not paying when it goes to Department of Finance. So they're saying you get $8 million and you know that you had X amount for a vendor and you're sending it for the vendor for that period, and then they're not paying the vendor. So you're not in actuality getting your full allotment, and then DOF is saying that we have all of these outstanding payments, vendor payments. Okay, so we need to look at that in the Committee of Jurisdiction. Then I'll finish up quickly. We need some extra training for those teachers that are teaching autistic students. I know that all teachers that teach SPED students need training, but we need some special training for those teachers who are teaching autistic students, not only in strategies, but in restraint and being able to protect themselves, because if we don't, we're going to have some issues. So that need to be done like this summer, because the population is really expanding, that they have that specialized training, and anyone that is going to have to interact with those students, they need to be trained. Because if you don't understand, you're going to not treat them the way that you're supposed to, because you're upset because they're doing something that seems irrational, but irrational is part of their IEP, that is their behavior on a regular basis. So overall, we need to make sure that all teachers, all personnel, everybody and clearly understand what that entails so we can move on. Colleagues, we have a next group that we need to come before us. I am going to give every senator a question, and then we are going to close out. So since you said point, I'm going to begin with you.
Anyway.
Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for one question.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do have a question that came from the president of the Ricardo Richards Elementary School. She's been sitting in the back, and it surrounds something that you mentioned. Tell us kindly what we're doing regarding that school and their special education services needed. Ms. Noor Hassan, I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly, indicated that she has been in communication, sending emails back and forth, and unresponsive. That's not good. And especially for this particular school with their special education needs. As she indicated that they need resource teachers to service students with their IEPs. Families are waiting over a year to be evaluated. Resource teachers providing services to more than the number of students within the CBA guidelines. Kindly indicate for us what is being done in this school in particular.
Thank you, Senator. So you can respond. Yeah, just pull the next mic. Turn the next mic to her, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Andrea Schillickford, Deputy Superintendent overseeing special education. Thank you for that to the parent that shared that information. Upon being in this position, I also did a needs assessment and tried to identify gaps and services and things that are ongoing. We did identify that we do have an evaluation backlog. As anyone coming in, we try to figure out the reason why. And a lot of that in speaking with different administrators, the director of special education, as well as the state office, the evaluation backlog had a lot to do with the pandemic, also with staffing. We had, it's really hard to get psychologists on island to be able to evaluate the students. So we rely on Orange Tree, which is a contractual company, to come in and provide those services. However, it is an issue and we do need to address it. So we have we met with the EDC team. The EDC team is a team that evaluates students and would either find them eligible or not. And what we are doing is creating like an emergency task force. And our administrator who oversees EDC is currently working on getting those evaluations completed. As those evaluations are completed, what's going to happen is if students are found eligible, we are going to need more certified special education teachers that understand specialized instruction. And then we're also going to need more classroom space. So as we solve one problem, we know that we're going to run into another, and that is already on the forefront of our minds, and we do have some planning sessions upcoming for that.
Thank you so much. That is a basic responsibility of the Department of Education, testing and evaluation. The longer that you don't place them in the right setting, the more likelihood that those students are going to drop out. So we really can't have any excuses as to why we can't move that forward, and with space and all of that, that's our responsibility. So we need to make sure that that is done. But you can't have a student that needs to be tested from 3rd grade and they're in 5th grade and they still haven't been tested, because then the scores just plummet, they lose motivation, the morale. So we will have more of a discussion on that, Senator. Senator Lewis, specific question, if you have one. If you don't have to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Wells, Hendrington, on page 34 of your testimony, as it pertains to the consolidated grants, I tallied up the 3 years, one expiring September 30th, 2025, September 2026, 2024, it's approximately about $56 million. In these, 11 million 2025, right?
Yes, Senator.
And then 20 and 24. So a rough estimate it came about 56. Do we have all the spending plans and things in place to expend all these funds, or are we still working on it? I mean, are we confident that we could get this money spent, 11 million, by September 30th, 2025?
I am confident that we would be able to expend that 11.9 million. The superintendents and the designees are tracking the spending plans for liquidation. The only issue that I may foresee is if a vendor is unable to fulfill an order timely. We've had situations like that, and that would definitely be a hindrance in us being able to meet that deadline. But with the tracking, we should be able to give regular updates.
I see one of the categories is special education.
Correct.
And you know, earlier we talked about equipment and so forth for the therapeutic classes and autistic students and so forth. I don't know if it's too late to stick that in the grant. I know that at times they have to go back for revision, and it takes a process to be updated.
Can't make no revisions.
So revisions, revisions take time. In some cases, I would have to look at the individual grant and see what the allocations are for. And if we're able to make changes, I don't see why we can't.
Yes, and I concur with Senator Valley if we could also actually really put a little emphasis on those students. I mean, we're looking out for all, but yesterday what I saw, really touched a little special part. I mean, I had more questions, but I'll email you.
Thank you so much, Senator. The ending balance of 24 larger than 25 and 26. Kind of like backwards, don't make sense. So 24, it looked like somebody really wasn't on target. The ending balance of 24 is $24 million. Expired September 2024, the last chart. $24 million ending balance. That ending should be available balance? Or ending balance, we got a $24 million gone back?
This balance is like that because of the ARP grant. The other years, we don't have that funding, so.
The ARP grant is not in this?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the expired one.
It is?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
The second one.
23 million.
Okay. Okay, so in actuality, it's 1 million for the others.
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense. Senator Joseph, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Department of Education, what is the department plan to attract and recruit teachers? Is the department visiting schools to get students interested in teaching?
So that's a very good question, Senator, and it's one that I have had extensive conversations with our career and technical education state director. Currently, we don't have a teaching track in our high schools. I have asked that we explore what other districts are doing, and we need to add that as part of our tracks. We are not even making our profession something that would be of interest to our students, one. Second, we're addressing, in our capabilities now through the teacher apprenticeship program, the need to grow our own. When it comes to recruitment and retention, to be quite honest, getting individuals to come from outside of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands, outside of our international population, is very difficult. We do not provide any incentives. The cost of living is extremely high. So being able to attract individuals outside is little to none, unless you really have a connection here in the territory. Right now, I was sharing with Senator Lewis the numbers for our international teachers. We have 200 international teachers in our our system. So we
200 out of-
rely heavily.
200 out of what?
200 out of, hold on. Out of 855.
Almost 25%.
Yeah. So it is a problem. We could do a lot better. Like I mentioned with the student track. So those are things that we are exploring as we speak.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. We're going to ask you as you move on for your short version.
Sorry.
Compress of the answer. Senator Johnson.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There's no short answer here today. I understand this. This is very in-depth. What I want to ask about is the EDC company's contribution. What's the status on that, and how much money is left in that account?
So, Senator, when I was here last year, last calendar year, I got the list of EDC companies that should be contributing to the department.
I don't like when you use the word should.
They aren't. So what we're doing now, through my Director of Partner Relations, we're making contact with them to review their EDC benefits and let them know you got to contribute to something. So we are pedaling backwards to get the contributions that should have been given to the department.
So what's the status? How much money is in that?
I'd have to get back to you. I didn't come prepared to discuss that.
And have you been meeting with the EDC director to make sure that he's aware that these companies are not fulfilling their obligation?
Mr. Biggs was the one who shared the information with me, and he has been working with my director to ensure that we close that gap.
We definitely need to, because here it is, we're not getting the money for our taxes because they're getting these benefits, but yet these benefits are not going back to our students and the school. This is very serious for me.
It is.
You can't be living for free. Everybody got paid a fair share. And if we're going to give these tax credit and all of this stuff, based on the tax credit, the benefits that the school's supposed to receive, we have to make sure we receive it, or those benefits be stopped completely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And EDA has a compliance unit, so they just need to do the job. Long and short. Education shouldn't have to do anything. EDA has a compliance unit that is supposed to make sure they're paying, and if they don't pay, they call them in for review, and review could include cutting the benefits. So we shouldn't have to be, I mean, come on, everybody need to just do what they're supposed to do. Senator DeGraaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think for me, the most important thing said here today is, and I quote, "The divide cannot fix all the ailments of our public education system without the involvement of every single stakeholder, to include this body. At this time, I would like to commend all of you for your commitment to the people of this territory, this community, and more importantly, to the children of the Virgin Islands as we improve public school system." To me, the elephant in the room is the new president of the United States that we have. And I think based on all the stakeholders that we're talking about, we need to start developing a contingent plan to fall back on, which is some things that this body will plan on doing. But we have to start this process, because when you hear the President of the United States say, hey, we're going to get rid of the Department of Education, we could talk how we want. So it's for us to strategize now and start this process so we don't be failing, based on what you're saying, failing the public school system. Yeah. So I'm on board, and I know my colleagues are, but I think that's where we should be at this point, going forward. You don't have to comment if you don't need to, but thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. And I know that the U.S. Department of Education is a congressional act, and only Congress could dismantle the Department of Education. So the elephant could talk all he wants, but that is going to be a tremendous lawsuit by many states, because it is an illegal act. Senator, and you're right, we need to just be ready. Senator Mary James.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
1 minute, Senator. I just want to recognize Senator Alma Heiliger for joining us. Alma Francis Heiliger for joining us. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last topic in your presentation was immigration and education, but your focus wasn't where I would be concerned. You talked about undocumented students in the Virgin Islands. My concern would be the children of undocumented workers, and when those workers are deported, what is the Department of Education and the Department of Human Services doing to address what would then be an issue of those children whose parents have been deported, because that's going to pose a problem for our society. So I would like to find out, maybe you haven't yet, but I'd like your focus to shift on parents who are deported, who have children who are citizens, natural-born citizens of the Virgin Islands, and the custody arrangements, the child protective services that would be needed. I'm not necessarily asking you for an answer. I'm just asking you to shift your focus to those, okay? That's it.
Thank you, Senator. We have begun those discussions. We met yesterday with the Dean of Students, and that's an excellent question that also came up there. And we have a really good partnership with the Department of Human Services, and we will engage them. We meet every month about YRC. We will engage them in that discussion along the lines that you discussed as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good question. Senator Fredericks, you recognize. Senator Fredericks, Mike?
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question actually also supplement Senator James's question, but this goes from what we talked about this morning, which was the learning loss and the impact of these test scores, how we could get them up. There will be more losses coming. So clearly we had the storm loss, we had the COVID loss, pandemic loss, and now we're going to have the ice loss. These losses will be reflected in the forthcoming numbers because these students will not be coming to school, as we have already experienced. So, Commissioner, how are we going to, or have the department started planning how we could get these students some kind of assistance without falling so far behind, which will, in fact, affect our overall scores?
So good point, Senator. The superintendents have been instructed as they're part of the task force to put those systems in place. What we're doing is trying to look at our data to see where those students are. That's the first step. Where are those students? And how do we ensure that we are bridging that gap for them? An additional concern that we have is them being able to focus. They may be coming to school, but focusing and worrying about whether your mother or father could be deported still is an issue. That social emotional piece, and those coordinators play an intricate role there as well. Then we just organized a meeting with our internationals because they too are afraid, our international teachers, if they are subject to deportation as well. So it's a lot, but we're taking it bit by bit and addressing it as we go.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is in respect to the analysis when it comes to smarter balance assessment, the scores, which in particular in the field of mathematics, when it comes to our young people entering college and or the labor force, that they may be at a significant disadvantage compared to the counterparts in the mainland. Because based on the scores, it states that over 82% of 11th graders did not display foundational grade level knowledge and skills in mathematics, and only 6.6% of the 11th graders scored proficient or better. So my question is, when it comes to those individuals at that point and stage of their life where they're going to the job market or to college, what are we doing to get them basically up to speed over the next few months and or years before they enter the world or job market? Can someone speak to that in terms of what the plans are based on the scores for those individuals, especially those individuals, based on my analysis of the scores that I saw. Commissioner?
Dr. Jorgen will respond.
Dr. Jorgen, St. Thomas, St. John District. Senator, you're absolutely correct in that we recognize the challenges we're having, especially in mathematics. This year, last year, our focus was primarily on literacy, because we know that if a child doesn't read well by 3rd grade, they experience challenges throughout their life. The focus is going to shift now to include mathematics. So there's a whole, set of things that we're doing there that's tied to the school's individual school improvement planning. So we are looking at the data closely, and we also need to provide that level of support for especially our primary math teacher providers.
And in addition to that, we're looking at the scheduling, because what happens, because we are on a semester basis, Senator, you could have a student that in 11th grade that don't have no math for the whole year, but we are assessing them on the Smarter Balance assessment. So you even have to look at your math instruction and maybe doing skinnies. Those are conversations we've had where math becomes a year-long subject instead of you have math at the beginning of the year and then you don't have math during when you tested, or you had it the previous year and not the current year. So even the scheduling is part of what the schools are looking at independently when it comes to that population as well.
Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden and Senator Potter.
Yeah. Commissioner, with respect to mandates of IEPs, right? Do we have an adequate number of therapists or mental health professionals available to meet the mandates of IEPs?
Definitely not, Senator. That service is primarily outsourced through independent providers. We don't have any, like in the past we used to have school psychologists and so forth. We don't have those anymore. So everything is outsourced.
So the outsourcing is meeting the needs? Is it adequately meeting the needs? No. I know we don't have the manpower currently. We're outsourcing it. Is that outsourcing adequately meeting the needs mandated by the IEPs?
I'll allow the superintendents to respond.
Senator, what we've done to supplement, because we know that we have a shortage, we've reached out and we are actually using our funds to agencies such as Insight Psychological to be able to test additional students. So that's not necessarily under DOE, but we're reaching out to other providers to assist us in meeting the caseload.
Dr. Jorgen, it was a very specific question.
No,
it's not enough.
Okay, that's what you wanted to hear. The answer is no. It's not you. We know you're using a lot of different stuff, but the answer is no. Say you just a no. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. One of the issues that I see, I know a young lady that applied to special ed for a position, was denied the position, went to work for one of the private groups, and was doing the same thing that she wanted to do full-time for the Department of Education. And I'll tell you specifically, where the department said, oh, you didn't meet this requirement. And then went and applied to the private entity, and private entity said, you're perfect. And then they assigned the person to the public school, yes. Okay, so, I mean, who's next? I can't even remember. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I'm going to give you 2 minutes, okay? A whole 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I wasn't here. I was following along on social media and watching the meeting. I'm going to try to limit this since I got 2 minutes. From where you guys, when I last spoke to you last term, and I'm looking at the numbers from math, and what exactly, it's one thing to have conversations about we're looking at data. What exactly are we really doing to get our children out of this hole? That's all I really care about. Like, we could keep having these meetings and we're looking at data, but they're still dropping and they're still going lower. And I don't, you know, and when I hear these conversations of No Child Left Behind, I'm like, okay, no child left behind in elementary, no child left behind in junior high, no child left behind in high school. But at the end of the day, they're left behind in life. Because if you are graduating these children and they don't understand math, they don't understand this, how are they going to really function? We're literally producing a whole nother generation of children that are limited. And that's where my fear is as to how do we tackle this major issue of our children just slipping in these numbers and we're not actually improving.
Well, I beg to differ, Senator. We are improving. It may not be as fast as we all would like, but we are improving.
What's the numbers
the
from
districts?
Sorry, go ahead.
We could go over that. But I'll allow the superintendents to respond on what they're doing because you're absolutely right. We could talk. But what actually is happening within the schools to address the learning gaps that we're seeing?
Senator, a major thrust
30
that
seconds.
we are utilizing now is the multi-tiered system of support. And so all of our students have been tiered. It means that we've been looking at the assessment as to where they are, and we're providing direct personalized instruction and differentiated instruction to those students based on where they are and what they need.
How is it working?
So, well, we just rolled out new schedules.
This is something
so
you're
in
just
our
trying
schools,
new?
It's not that it's new.
Time.
It has a new thrust behind it. We have just gone back into school in January, and we have intervention schedules in all of our schools.
Okay.
So there's a period for addressing.
I heard time.
efficiency.
So this is my last statement. 6 months from now, I'm going to be at another education meeting. I need for y'all to tell me our children are doing better. That's what I'm going to look forward to. Okay? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heilaga. In reference to those students that are below, because you really have the data and the I-Ready provides a really good assessment. You could tell what are their grade level, 1 grade below, 2 grades below. Is it going to become a policy of the Department of Education that if a student is 2 or more grades below, that it's mandatory summer enrichment or they can't move on to the next grade? Because sometimes we move it. I saw some scores where students are actually in 6th grade and they were reading on the 1st grade level. They were reading on the 2nd grade level. So is it going to be mandatory to those parents that, yeah, your child got to give the summer up, or you're going to come to a specialized program that we're just going to have to promote literacy or to move you a couple grade levels? Can that be the policy of the department?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then before I go to Senator Gittins, does the Board of Education policy for kinder to third that makes teachers write a whole inquisition in order to retain a student, does it need to be changed? Because teachers are very hesitant to retain a student because the process is too long. It's like the pressure is on the teacher. You didn't do this, you didn't do that, you got to prove you did this, prove everything. Do we need to move legislation to, or do we need to have a discussion in reference to the promotional policy, because it's cumbersome? So teachers are passing students because it's an inquisition. If they say they have 2 students that need to be retained, it's like a poor reflection on them. Did you put in this? Did you do this? So do we need to have a discussion?
Yes.
Okay, good thing. Senator Gittins, finish it up.
Thank you, and good afternoon again. On page 5 of the testimony today spoke to expanding the CTE course offerings. So my question is 2-pronged, one to the superintendent who is on the district level and the commissioner who is on the state level. Acts number 8506, which was bill number 34, that's 0053. The EMS course in high schools was enacted to provide our high school students in 9th through 12th grade with avenues to pursue technical training and certification options, which we are still working to amend the act so that the Department of Education and UVI can collaborate and provide continuing education credits to towards a general education degree. But what is the status so far on bill number 8506 in getting this what would be considered a CTE course off the ground and running, and also Act 8801, which was Bill number 35, that's 0194, which was enacted to address the shortage of school nurses in the territory and match the availability and skills of emergency medical service providers with the need for in-school health care with a new role for EMS in schools. That title is to be known as the school health technician. So, Superintendent, you tell me first what's happening on the district level as it pertains to that expansion of the CTE course, and then the Commissioner.
As far as expansion,
can you just remove the computer from in front of you so you could speak directly into the mic, please?
as far as expansion of the CTE courses, I know that there were plans in working with UVI, but it's not fully implemented yet.
So maybe I shouldn't have mentioned the UVI piece. Forget about the UVI piece. Let's talk about Act 8506 as it stands now. What is the status of getting this up and running? This was from 2021. Enacted in 2021.
So, Senator, if I may, we're going to have to get back to you on that one. I do not have a response on the EMS course. I will have to check with my State Director of Career and Technical Education. When it comes to the other bill, 8801, I will allow A.C. Soam to give his response.
Good afternoon, Victor Soam III, Assistant Commissioner. With respect to Act 8801, we're traversing in two areas. Number one, as you know, the job descriptions have been developed, and they should be to the Division of Personnel for approval. The second concern, or the second pathway...
Stand by. You mean it should be. Is it there or is it not there?
I will have to confirm that with our Director of Human Resources, but I believe in our last discussion that their approval is required by the Division of Personnel.
So this too is from 2023. And we're still at a point where we're having a conversation to say it should be there.
Well, a big part of the issue was the role the Board of Nurse Licensure played under the Nurse Licensure Act, that these health technicians work under the supervision of a registered nurse. We've had that conversation back and forth. We've engaged the Health Commissioner on that, and that is the second path. How do we ensure, because we don't have nurses willing, school nurses willing to have these health technicians work under their license. What the proposal was to create a supervising nurse who these health technicians could work under his or her license without that supervising nurse being necessarily on that campus.
You know, we have a way of creating hurdles rather than creating opportunities. On the mainland, these school health technicians, even a school office secretary can hold these titles. The thing is we made sure that they have a level of health certification on there, yes. But we're creating a whole monster here again. Let's please work on this. Again, these two measures, the EMS curriculum is from 2021 for our students, and this school health technician is from 2023. We're now in 2025. Let's make sure that something happens this year, please. Do I have a commitment on that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Commissioner, I'm going to allow you to wrap up. I'll put a short statement on the record, and then we're going to take a small break and bring Mr. Benjamin in. So you may wrap up, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you, everyone, for answering the questions, and hopefully we have the ability to move forward.
So I want to thank this body for giving us the opportunity to have this conversation today. We got a lot of pointers of some great suggestions of things that we could do as a department to improve. We are committed to that and committed to providing the information as requested from you, Chair. And, you know, I'm just looking forward to us to continue to work together. Remember, we are a phone call away. We're not perfect, but we are striving for perfection, and we will continue to do what is best for the children of this territory. So thank you for the opportunity, and have a blessed rest of your day.
Thank you, Commissioner. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development, we will recess until 1:35, exactly, because we need to bring the next group before us. This committee stands in recess. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the agenda item?
Certainly. Block 2, Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, on the update on Arthur A. Richards School rebuild, status of the Claudio Gymnasium, status and timeline for completion of school kitchen equipment installation in the District of St. Croix, status of electrical upgrades for territorial schools, status of AC unit installations in school affected by severe heat, summer maintenance plan, and the outline of process to report school-based maintenance issues, work order requests. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Benjamin, I'm going to allow you to put your name and title on the record and to also introduce those individuals that are here with you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. I am Craig Benjamin, the Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. I have with me Dr. Charmaine Myers.
No, go ahead. I'm just telling them to put your volume up.
My CFO, Mr. Yancy Milligan, my assistant, he's our director on St. Croix in the St. Croix district, and I have his assistant, Mr. Bobby Ferris. On my left, I have Mr. Alan Fleming. He's my COO. I have my St. Thomas director, Mr. Weeks, and I have, to his left, I have Kwame Garcia. He's my project manager here in the St. Croix district. And I have Ms. Chanel Carlwood. She's our school architect representing the Department of Education as the Super PMO representative liaison to education.
Okay, before you begin, so Ms. Carlwood is with DOE and not with the Bureau?
She's not with the Bureau. She is the liaison to DOE for the Super PMO.
Okay, you may proceed with the testimony.
Good day, Honorable Kurt Verley, Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Honorable Avery Lewis, Vice Chairman and distinguished committee members, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Kenneth L. Gittens, Maurice James, Franklin Johnson, and Carla Joseph. I also extend my greetings to the esteemed senators of the 36th legislature, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Craig Benjamin, the Executive Director of School Construction and Maintenance. It is an honor to be here today, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude for this opportunity to present testimony regarding several key initiatives that the Chair has requested. In the agenda to include updates on the new Arthur Richards School project, the Claudio Gymnasium, the installation of kitchen equipment in the St. Croix district, electrical upgrades across territorial schools, the status of air conditioning units installation in schools impacted by the extreme heat, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance summer maintenance plan for the territorial schools, and our current work order request system. Joining me today to present our objectives and plans for the continued development of the territorial schools, as well as to provide updates are Ms. Chanel Carlwood, Super PMO Representative and Liaison to VIDE, Mr. Alan Fleming, BSCM Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Charmaine Myers, BSCM CFO, Mr. Gene Weeks, BSCM Maintenance Director of the St. Thomas District, Mr. Kwame Garcia, BSM Project Manager, Mr. Yancy Milligan, BSCM Maintenance Director in St. Croix District, Mr. Bobby Ferris, BSCM Assistant Maintenance Director in the St. Croix District. Additional support staff present in the chambers. We appreciate your attention as we present these important updates, initiatives, and the transition and implementation of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. These initiatives reflect our commitment to creating a more efficient, transparent, and effective school maintenance system. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance is currently navigating through implementation and transition processes. We have established several standard operating procedures to ensure the Bureau's operations are efficient and effective. Our team is working on strengthening our administrative functions, which include holding weekly meetings with other government agencies to ensure a smooth transition. Specifically, we meet with the Department of Education every Tuesday to facilitate the transfer of maintenance services, ongoing projects, and procurement activities. We also meet with the superintendents on a bi-weekly basis to address any issues or concerns that may arise at the various schools. In partnership with the Division of Personnel, we have been working to prepare the notice of personnel actions for employees being transferred from the Department of Education as per Act 8717. Since the Department of Education manages its own hiring process, DOP has been validating the positions held by these employees. This review has led to the identification of positions that require revisions to align with DOP standards. Additionally, we have been working closely with the Bureau of Information Technology to establish the necessary technological infrastructure for the Bureau. Our email system is now operational, and staff can be reached at john.doe@bscm.vi.gov. Development of our website is underway and expected to be fully operational by the end of February. The site will include a section for students, faculty, and staff to report concerns, challenges, and progress. BIT is also overseeing the setup of our telephone and internet services. Furthermore, we are collaborating with the Department of Finance to integrate the Bureau into the Enterprise Resource Planning System. This integration enables us to process requisitions, payments, personnel action, and other financial transactions effectively. We are also streamlining our payment processes to ensure timely vendor payments. This includes working with vendors to ensure invoices, periodical estimates, and other documents are submitted promptly, inputting payments efficiently, and maintaining clear communication with the Department of Finance to track payment status. Timely payments are critical, as delays have trickle-down effects, discouraging vendors from working with the government of the Virgin Islands. We are also coordinating with the Department of Property and Procurement to ensure that the BSCM team with procurement responsibilities has access to policies and receives the necessary training to ensure proper procurement of goods and services. Currently, the Bureau employs 65 staff members, 32 on St. Croix, 33 in the St. Thomas St. John district. This transition is ongoing, and we remain committed to ensuring its successful completion. We will continue to work diligently and provide updates as we move forward. Maintenance at our schools is ongoing priority for the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. We understand the importance of ensuring that learning environments are safe, functional, and conducive to students' success. As such, we are highly responsive to maintenance issues that directly impact the day-to-day operations of the schools. Whenever urgent concerns arise, whether related to plumbing, electrical, AC, or other critical systems, the Bureau takes swift action to address them. Our team is committed to minimizing disruptions to the learning processes and resolving issues as quickly as possible to maintain a conducive environment for both students and staff. Since my appointment as Executive Director, several key school ongoing maintenance projects have been successfully completed. We have installed LED lighting throughout the exterior of both Borta Shelter Junior High School and Lockhart Elementary School campuses. This marks the first time since Hurricane Irma and Maria that these campuses are fully lit. We are now in the process of implementing the same improvements at the St. Croix Educational Complex and Central High School. Additionally, the air conditioning systems at Borta Shelter Gymnasium has been repaired. And at the Lockhart Elementary School, the AC units in the cafeteria and the administration building have been replaced. At the St. Croix Educational Complex, following the unfortunate incident, the ceiling fans were removed from each classroom and discarded. We are currently conducting electrical upgrades, and portable AC units have been procured and are now on island. These units are in the process of being tagged by Property and Procurement. Once the electrical upgrades are completed, the AC units will be installed. The AC system in Complex's auditorium has been repaired, and this work has been completed. Repairs to the AC units in the cafeteria and the gymnasium are ongoing. Assessments have been completed, and the next steps is contract procurement processes. The anticipated completion date is the end of February 2025. In addition, bids are being solicited for the baseball field, basketball court projects. The projects. The contractor is currently resurfacing the tennis court, and it is expected to be completed by February 15th. At John Woodson, mold testing in classrooms is scheduled for the weekend of February 14th through the 16th. We have taken immediate action in response to the recent concerns about moldy smell in the classrooms. Our mold remediation and deep cleaning contractor was immediately activated on January 30th to conduct a thorough cleaning of the affected classrooms. Additionally, the Bureau is working in collaboration with the Property and Procurement Department to establish an AC service contract for all public schools across the district. Due to the aging infrastructure of our schools and in the environmental conditions in the region, we anticipate ongoing electrical, structural, and mechanical issues, such as water leaks and fluctuation in humidity. These factors can sometimes contribute to a mildew smell returning even after remediation. To address this, we will implement quarterly deep cleaning in all schools across the territory. Mold testing will be conducted every 6 months, and if mold is detected, remediation will occur. For preventative measures, the Bureau will conduct annual inspections and maintain proper ventilation and moisture control using air cleaners. At Ricardo Richards, temporary roof repairs and perimeter fencing repairs are ongoing. The perimeter fencing is scheduled to be completed by the end of March 2025. Playground upgrades in the St. Croix district. Several schools in the St. Croix district receive upgrades, with all work completed except Paul B. Lawson due to the need for asphalt removal and replacement with poured-in-place rubberized surfaces. The following schools are completed: Alfredo Andrews, Eulalie Rivera, Claudio Marco, and Pearl B. Lawson. They are completed per the scope. A second phase for this installation of the rubberized surface will be procured to comply with the safety guidelines. Okay. School crosswalk upgrades. The St. Croix district is in process. The St. Thomas and St. John district will be determined at a later date. The new Arthur Richards School construction project located on the island of St. Croix is progressing smoothly and is more than 60% completed. The main contractor, MCM Build, along with contractors 11 Construction LLC and GEC Construction LLC, have made significant strides in the construction of the new facility. The most recent vetted project schedule has a completed. My apologies. The most recent vetted project schedule has the school completed by July 31st, 2026. An approved certificate of occupancy would be obtained 60 days prior. The furniture will start assembly and installation on June 22nd, and the supplies and contents to follow ensure that the July 31st, 2026, the school, on July 21st, my apologies, that on July 31st, 2026, the school is delivered. Considerable progress has been made across various areas of the project. Throughout the site, all building footings and vertical walls are poured with final decisions regarding color plaster to be applied. All building structural steel roof connectors are in place or in the final stage of insertion, with many building structural steel trusses already being installed. All building windows and door frames, metal supports are installed. Window and door frames are also on site, with preparation being for the installation. In fact, the maintenance building roof is in the final fashion, is currently being installed. As we meet here today, thus completing the first roof for the overall project. Off-site drainage collections are completed as recently as Tuesday, January 28. Agreements have been made for the final collection of water through the whole estate mitigation road, to the whole of the estate to mitigate road damages from not just the old Rum Factory Road, but also Paradise Road. For the sake of time, the list of specific advancements for each building is listed in Appendix A of this testimony. The new Arthur Richards School's construction project is progressing as planned, with over 60% of the work already completed. Significant milestones have been achieved, including pouring of all exterior walls and successful completion of various structural and MEP roughings. The project team is on track to meet its scheduled goal, and efforts to maintain this momentum will continue as the construction advances towards its next phase. The renovation of Claudio Marco's gymnasium is currently in the demolition phase, with significant progress being made on the initial site preparation and infrastructure upgrades. The scope of work includes the demolition of the old bleachers, the removal of outdated electrical components, and the installation of new systems to support enhanced lighting and air conditioning. Demolition of the old bleachers has been completed. Removal of the old electrical components is currently on its way, which is necessary to accommodate the installation of the modern electrical system that will support the gymnasium new lighting and air conditioning infrastructure. The removal of obsolete electrical components is progressing as planned. The newly electrical system will be installed to meet the needs of upgraded lighting and air conditioning. The project experienced delays due to the absence of a purchase order at the time of contract execution, which coincided with the closing of the government's financial system during the final month of 2024. This led to a temporary halt in the procurement process and subsequently work delays. A change order requesting an additional 120 days has been submitted for approval to account for the delays caused by the fiscal system closure and to ensure that the project timeline remains achievable. Despite the delays, the project is now expected to be completed by May 2025. While the project has encountered some setbacks due to the administrative delays, the team remains committed to completing the renovation of Claudio Marco Gymnasium by May 2025. Efforts are being made to expedite the remaining work while ensuring quality standards are maintained. There will be ongoing coordination between contractors, vendors to mitigate further delays. The requested change order for additional time will provide the necessary flexibility to accommodate the revised schedule. The Claudio Marco kitchen renovation, executed under both the original supplemental contract, is underway. All necessary contracts have been secured and work is progressing with the contractor focused on completing the timeline items specified in the supplemental contract. The contractor is approximately 40% complete with the scope outlined in the supplemental contract. The full renovation includes the installation of a new walk-in fridge and freezer. It is expected to be completed by early March 2025. Additionally, 5 other kitchen renovation projects, including walk-in fridges and freezers at Central, Woodson, Ricardo Richards, Lou Muckle, Juanita Gardines schools, have been completed. These projects are now in the final stages, awaiting the periodical estimates from the contractor to process the final payment. The Claudio Marco kitchen renovation project is progressing as expected with the 40% of the supplemental contract scope completed and the project on track for March 2025 completion. Renovations at 5 other schools are already completed and the final payment process is underway. The project team is focused on maintaining momentum to meet all deadlines and ensure successful completion of all kitchens involved. The basketball court resurfacing project, which includes courts at the Pearl B. Lawson, Ricardo Richards, Alfredo Andrews, Eulalie Rivera, and Lou Muckle schools, is currently underway. The project involves resurfacing and restoring the basketball courts to ensure they meet safety and performance standards. Construction is actively progressing with the project about 25% complete. The anticipation completion date for the full resurfacing of all courts is at the beginning of March 2025. The construction work is in process with approximately 25% of the resurfacing work completed across all 5 schools. Crews are actively engaged in necessary preparation and resurfacing activities. The work includes removing and replacing old court surfaces, ensuring proper leveling, applying new coating, and completing any necessary repairs to maintain the safety and integrity of our courts. The project is expected to be completed by the beginning of March 2025, with all basketball courts fully resurfaced and ready for use. The next steps will consist of continue with the resurfacing process across all sites, ensuring the work is carried out according to the schedules. The monitor progress is to ensure quality control and that all specifications are met for safety performance. Complete any final adjustments and touch-ups needed prior to the estimated completion date in early March 2025. The basketball court resurfacing project is progressing well, with 25% of the work completed. The project remains on schedule to be completed by the beginning of March 2025. The team is committed to delivering high-quality results and ensuring the courts are ready for use at the projected completion date. The electrical upgrades, generator installations, and fencing projects across both districts are progressing. Although some have experienced delays due to the equipment lead time and the need for time extensions to accommodate schools' schedules. Several projects are still on track for completion by summer or early 2025, with payments and mobilization currently being processed. Significant progress has been made on infrastructure projects in both the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix district. In the St. Thomas, St. John district, the EWA fencing repair contracted to Julio Masonry has been completed with full payment issued, enhancing security at the site. In the St. Croix district, multiple projects have also made notable strides. At the east end of St. Croix, Educational Complex High School, maintenance, building repair, and painting completed by B20 maintenance on January 24, 2025, was slightly delayed, but finished successfully. The Youth Rehabilitation Center module demolition completed by JP Construction on December 15, 2024, was executed as planned, preparing the site for future development. Additionally, B20 maintenance completed AC services at the complex high headquarters on December 9th, ensuring optimal system performance. Lastly, B20 maintenance also completed the quarterly cleaning of all schools and activity centers by June 20th, 2024, with regular cleaning continuing on schedule. Overall, these efforts reflect a strong commitment to maintaining and improving local infrastructures. Efforts are underway to address delays and keep projects on schedule, and the team is actively coordinating with contractors to ensure timely completion of all components. The Bureau acknowledges that these upgrades are essential for improving the learning environments, student safety, and the overall functionality of our schools' facilities. The Bureau of School Construction continues to make considerable progress in enhancing school infrastructure through effective use of funds. We remain committed to using these funds effectively and are working closely with the Department of Property and Procurement to ensure all necessary approvals and documentations are in place. Progress continues across multiple ARPA-funded and supplemental projects, with various contractors requesting extensions due to supply chain delays and scheduling conflicts with school operations. Several projects are in the soliciting phase, while others are moving forward with procurement and execution. Efforts will continue to monitor these projects closely and ensure timely completion, particularly for the summer 2025 maintenance initiatives and planned upgrades to improve facilities across the district. Several in-house maintenance projects are underway, are all scheduled for summer 2025. RFPs are currently in process. These proposed projects include work on air conditioning systems, electrical outlets, ceiling lights, replacement, roof repairs, and restroom upgrades at various schools, including Ivani Dorokin, Jenny Tewitt School, Julius C. Sproul, Bowski Middle School, Lockhart Elementary School, CAHS, Bertha Sieber Shelter Middle School, St. Croix Central High, St. Croix Educational Complex, and CTEC, Eulalie Rivera, and Ricardo Richards. In December 2024, the Bureau implemented a temporary work order request system to streamline the processes for maintenance repair. Principals were informed that all work orders requests should be submitted through VIDE's help desk at helpdesk.vide.vi. This system was designed to enhance operational efficiency and improve communications regarding maintenance needs. The maintenance directors review the work orders daily and assign them to the appropriate coordinators for resolution. In order to ensure that maintenance issues are resolved in a timely manner, principals must submit the requests through the work order system. The Bureau is currently working along with BIT to procure a permanent work order system that is incorporated within the GVI service now. I want to emphasize that the work we are undertaking is far from a solo effort. We are building strong strategic partnerships with key stakeholders, including the Department of Education and the Office of Disaster Recovery, to ensure that our initiatives are fully integrated with broader educational and recovery goals. This united approach enables us to drive meaningful change and deliver tangible results that will benefit the entire Virgin Islands community. While the challenges we face are substantial, I am confident that through our collective efforts, we have the ability to transform our school facilities into vibrant spaces that foster learning, innovation, and growth. Our children deserve nothing less than our unwavering commitment to excellence, and that is precisely what we are prepared to provide. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my dedicated team at the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Their hard work, dedication, and unwavering support have been instrumental in our progress thus far. Thank you for your attention and support. We look forward to keeping you informed throughout this journey and are grateful for your continued partnership as we work together to enhance the educational infrastructure of the U.S. Virgin Islands. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin, for your testimony. How many of the projects that you outlined are being funded by ARPA funds?
I would refer that question to Mr. Fleming.
Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer. Senator, I would say about 80% of them are.
So you have a specific deadline in which you got to utilize these monies that are already obligated?
Yes. Yes.
What is the deadline?
I don't have a date right in front of me, but I could get it. Report at a later. Before the Senator Doba.
Okay, so whatever questions we ask, if you don't have the information, try to get it before the meeting is over so we can know exactly how we're progressing. So I think the young lady in the purple looks like she has the date. You know what the date is?
So the grant, based on what was stated.
And state your name first.
Sorry. Dr. Charmaine Myers, Bureau of School Construction, Chief Financial Officer. Based on the extension that was granted by the Department of Education, I can't remember the exact date, but I think it was, we have about 1.5 years more to obligate and spend the funds.
Okay.
But we can get that. We can get that date from before the end of the hearing.
I think the commissioner had it in her report. I'm looking for it. And I think she said the funds were obligated, so just to be spent now. Do you believe that with 80% of those projects, the date is March 28, 2026, Do you believe that you're going to be able to spend those monies? I know it's the overall figure is 62 million or 65, but all of it isn't related to maintenance project, or a number is related to maintenance project. I would think maybe more than 50%. Are you going to be able to spend those monies by that due date to start the actual construction, put out bids?
I don't see why not, sir.
Okay.
Let me just clarify, Senator. Our projects that we work on already have contracts. We're only working on our projects that are already contracted, nothing that's new.
Okay, so all the ARPA projects that you're working on, you're saying have already been contracted?
Have already been contracted. The extension was given just for contracted projects.
So the generator projects for the schools are being given out already?
Yes.
Yes.
Who's the contractor?
Yeah, various contractors. Hagland.
Okay. As we go along, I know the senators are going to dig a little deeper, because what we're trying to do for the public is to get specific information. Specific in terms of how we're going to progress, when are these projects going to be completed, because the bulk of the projects are school-based and the students are being affected. So we're going to try to get as much information as possible. And I will start to ask one question and then move on to my colleagues. Colleagues, we'll have a 5-minute round. The question that I had, you spoke about the Claudemarco School, and I saw the demolition of the bleachers, which I was able to witness when I was there. The bleachers are gone. You spoke about electrical upgrades, but there's no mention about a floor in your testimony.
We will refer that question to Kwame
Garcia.
Question again?
You spoke about the upgrades at Claudemarco, which include the removal of the bleachers and electrical components upgrade, changing all the lighting structure, but there's no discussion about the installation of a floor.
Yes, so we're putting in a complete epoxy floor that is manufacturer specified for high school basketball gymnasiums.
Okay, and who's the contractor?
Caribbean Contracting.
Say it again?
Caribbean Contracting.
Okay. And that includes the installation of new bleachers?
Yes, Senator.
And the completion date for that is?
So we're projecting by early April to be completed with the total renovation of the gymnasium.
Okay. I'll go to senators. I'm sure they're going to ask some questions. We had a video of the cafeterias, so the senators could just see that. Media, can you play the video or be able to just play the pictures? Well, while they're bringing that up, you spoke about 5 schools being basketball court being resurfaced, and you said you're 25% complete. Which school you started working at?
So we've currently installed new rims, professional regulation rims at Alfredo Andrews, Pearl B. Larson, Ricardo Richards, and Lumuckle thus far.
And that's rim and backboards?
Rim and backboard, that's correct.
Okay.
The resurfacing hasn't taken place yet.
Okay, I was looking over there and I didn't realize it's here. Okay, you might, yeah, go ahead and show the pictures of the cafeteria. In the one at Central High School, I saw them demolishing the old freezer. I'll go on to the next one. And I think that was the freezer and the flatbed. Alfredo Andrews, a lot of issues with the roof. Water soak. You can see it there. Eulalie Rivera. That was the worst kitchen that we visited. Eulalie Rivera, new equipment. Whoever the contractor was went in and tore up all the tiles without removing the equipment. So the equipment was filled with particles and dust and everything else. The kitchen had multiple different tiles utilized by the contractor. So I'm going to specifically ask what really took place at that site as to why the contractor had in no way tried to protect the thousands of dollars that was purchased for that particular cafeteria. I know you said that Central High should have been completed, so if you could give a specific as to what or not it actually was. I know I saw them doing some work there, and the contractor said that they should have been able to install the freezer by a particular date. But I'm sure my colleagues are going to drill down a bit more on that specific question. So I'm going to begin with Senator Lewis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benjamin and the team, colleagues, listening and viewing audience. Mr. Benjamin, in the 35th legislature, I know there was Act number 8920, and it's stating here that the School Bureau of Maintenance, School Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance was appropriated $20 million. You're aware, huh?
Yes, sir.
You have a spending plan for that?
Yes, we do.
Is that available?
Not at this current time. I could have that to your office.
Could you provide that, please?
No later by the end of the week.
Thank you. One of the things I'll tell you, Mr. Benjamin, you know, being a former classroom teacher, and, you know, I know when we leave in the summer, we come back, the schools are being utilized for everything. But this school year, when the children them come back, they have that wow effect. All right?
Sir.
Traversing the schools this week, you know, there's some little simple things we could do. Take the grass or the gutterings, you know, keep the grass cut, some paint here or there in some of the restrooms, some ceiling tiles missing classrooms. You know, you'll be hearing over and over and under about mold. You know, whether it's mold or air quality, allergens in the air or something, we need to do some serious testing around this place. And provide the schools with the results. Have it posted. So when parents come, we could see this. And while we're testing the air quality, let's test the water. I traverse some of these schools. I stop, you know, the children them can't say we have cold drink of water. These, what do you call it? The wells, the stations. Some are inoperable, some are operable. Some are not cooling, you know, let's make sure the filters are up to date. These are the simple things we're asking for the quality of life of our students at the Virgin Islands. We got $20 million here. We have whatever we have before ARPA funding. Let's give the children a wow effect. We had a parent here earlier complaining about a John Woodson school over here, was ceiling tiles with mold and water leaking through light fixtures. That's not unique to just St. Croix, it's unique to St. Thomas and St. John. Let's do our best to help the children of the Virgin Islands.
Will do.
As it pertains to basketball courts, and Mr. Week is always in the school, do you have any idea what we have planned for the courts at Janie Tuitt and Muller School? At least resurfacing the rim and backboard at Janie Tuitt needs to go, not HFA side. Okay, next question while they're getting it together.
Let them respond. I will give you the extra minute to ask a question. We need a response.
Good afternoon, Gene Weeks, Director of Maintenance. When it comes to the basketball court, I know we had something in plan for Muller School. I was just questioning Mr. Fleming about it, and he said it got canceled. Janie Tuitt, we didn't put out any scopes under one as yet. But I got to find out a little more from him. Why was that canceled?
Senators Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer. Janie Tuitt doesn't have a basketball court. Look at that facility. Next door to Janie Tuitt is a playground and
Hold a second. Janie Tuitt does have a basketball court. There's a basketball court for Janie Tuitt and Janie Tuitt side, and then there's one on Housing Finance Authority side. Housing Finance Authority started on their side, and on the side where we replace the bleachers, and closest to the school, there's no rim and backboard, and the surface need to redo, as well as the grass being cut.
Senator, that area is not structurally sound. Structurally sound. Had some conversation with Public Works, and that area is not sound. It goes over a drainage culvert, and it's not structurally sound.
So we need to condemn it so the children don't plan it no more.
Yeah, and we'll rely on Public Works for that portion of it.
Okay, let's make that happen sooner rather than later. Ivana, you don't reckon that building, where we all know we're going with now, up top of the hill, I'm telling you, the hurricane come, it still look like the hurricane going today. What are we doing with it?
Senator, if you go there today...
Well, 1 minute. So when you're answering, just say your name for the recorder, okay? The recorders and St. Thomas.
Alan Fleming, CEO. As of today, the roof on that building that was impacted by the hurricane has been temporarily covered. So it's not open like it was after the storm. The future plans for that building, we'd refer to Ms. Carlwood for the future plans for that building.
I think we got to take a visit out there because the roof was open yesterday, so I don't know if it get closed last night. But we're going to take a visit, you and I. Lord, you run up my time. Thank you.
Ms. Carlwood can respond, go.
Good.
You wanted to know the question about Eudora Ken, the future plans for that particular building? Mike?
For Eudora Ken?
And name, state your name.
Good afternoon, Senator. Shaniel Carlwood, architect for VIDE. And the Eudora Ken School is part of the ODR bundle of projects. The contract is currently being finalized with a company that's going to rebuild 5 schools and construct an administrative center. For Eudora Ken School, we are looking to rebuild all of the buildings. They are assessing the gym. My recommendation is that we get a new gym because of the amount of funds we have received for Eudora Ken. And also we want to make sure that the gym is up to code, and it was built a very long time ago and the codes have changed.
Actually, final question,
Well,
Senator
my last question was, at the CAHS band room, what do we have in store for that?
Gene Weeks, Director of Maintenance. We have the scopes out for that already. We're just doing the solicitation. We're doing a total renovation on that section.
Power upgrade as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, when you say the scope is out, if we could be a bit specific, because I have seen scope out from the time I was in the legislature in the 34th, and the scope still out in the 26th. So when the scope is out, what's your projected start date?
In weeks, the Director of Maintenance. Okay, so what we're doing is, the scope have changed a few times. So we revised it. So we put it back out again, so we're doing the solicitation. So it's sent to the contractors, and then we're going to get the cost for, the estimate cost for what we need done at that, that area.
There's an RFP you sent out?
Yes.
Okay.
And as we move on, sometimes things change because we do some of the stuff in-house, so it changes the scope as we move on.
Okay. I just want us to keep in mind that we're dealing with students, and these facilities students need access to. Charlotte Amali Gym is deplorable. The students are right now in basketball season. They can't have a home game. The floor is in bad condition. What's the plan for Charlotte Amali High School gymnasium floor?
Yes, we also have the scopes out for that. And we are doing the same thing that they're doing in St. Croix, doing the rubberized flooring. So we have all that information. We can put it out for solicitation. And hopefully, keeping my fingers crossed, by summer, we should have that, the end of summer, we should have that completed. Have about 4 or 5 months before summer should be completed. Just keeping my fingers crossed.
Okay. Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to Mr. Benjamin, his team. Good afternoon to my colleagues, viewing and listening audience. And today we're going to have to agree to disagree. My first question I'm going to ask, when was the last time anybody, the last day that any one of you guys visit the Arthur Richards School that is in building stage right now? Somebody tell me the last day.
I was at Arthur Richards, Craig Benjamin, Executive Director of School Construction. I was at Arthur Richards 2 Wednesdays ago. I go there for meetings, progress meetings with the staff.
My reason for asking this question, I was there yesterday. And that's why I started by saying we have to agree to disagree.
Okay.
And I don't agree with 60%. I built my entire house from scratch. And if my roof ain't there and I don't know how we're going to be 60%, only one of the roof have the steel structure beam on it, which is, forget which room that was, but only one of them have that steel beam on it. Yes, the material are there and on the ground.
Yes, but...
Go ahead, explain to me why you said 60%.
Okay, could I refer it to Ms. Carwood, who's dealing with the new school construction?
Because my thing here is this 60% that I don't agree with. And yes, they're doing good. I'm not knocking it down. I appreciated what I saw. I just don't agree with 60%.
I will refer that to Carwood.
You may go ahead, Ms. Carwood.
Good afternoon, Senators. I will get you the correct percentage, but my name is Shaniel Calwood. It is not 60%, sir.
Thank you. Let's not waste my time.
I will get you the correct
I appreciate
information
that.
and send it to
Time
you.
is of essence for me. I appreciate you. I really do. I'm not a contractor or anything like that, but I build my house. And I know if my roof ain't there and I ain't there at 60%, that's for sure. My next question I want to ask about stuff that we haven't spoken about here today. I listened to this entire testimony. I heard nothing about Alexander Henderson School. I heard nothing about Central High School. I heard nothing about Complex Track. Somebody fill me in the gap with these here. Complex Track, Alexander Henderson School, the status on where we're going with that. Central High School, the status on where we're going with that.
We're not addressing complex track at this moment.
So what are our children going to do for track? Somebody help me, because you're telling me that the island of St. Croix right now we're on a track meet. The children won't be able to practice track. And we don't have a time frame or date as to when we're going to deal with this track. We got some young athletes out there performing. And this is encouragement for those that are in school. And what we're saying about the track.
Well,
Director of Maintenance St. Croix. So we're not neglecting complex track. We look at the track, we walk the track, we know the surface is deteriorating in certain location. We also need lighting for the tracks, and we want to upgrade the whole green area of the track. We also want to upgrade on the bleachers.
Let me keep my time going. I'm going to stop you there, and I need to, because I don't know if you guys are not aware, but I'm aware that complex track does not meet specification. So let's be real with everything that we talk here today. Let's not invest money into this track, and it's not at specification. The corners are not the right size. I don't know where you all are, but I can tell you this, that the track is not specific, have the specific measurements. We are aware of that. Anybody aware of that?
1 minute.
Saying that we're not working on the truck, or what are you trying to tell us here this afternoon? Because we potentially wants to repair the truck.
I'm going to use my time wisely.
We haven't started it yet.
I'm going to use my time wisely. Alexander Henderson School. Somebody tell me something about that school. Because that school was closed down, and it was told that there's some construction that needs to be done to it to be open back up. Nobody have no information on it?
30 seconds.
I will provide you that information at a later time, sir.
And I'll, because I'm not getting any place today, and I heard you spoke about hiring contractors for repairing the air condition. It would behoove us that we bring on an air condition team in the school maintenance. Because if we're talking about putting air conditioning in all of these schools.
Time.
When you don't pay the contractor, you ain't gonna get no repair. But if you have an employee, a technician in air condition, he'll be on the school and the campus and working to fix them and keep them up, because we're gonna be opening school and closing school because we're not paying these contractors.
Sir, we currently have air conditioning technicians at the schools. However, they are overwhelmed with the amount of AC work that we currently have.
How many
at that
employees
time.
you have? Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I know my time was called. Can I kind of wrap up here?
Yeah, go ahead and wrap up.
How many employees you have in the air conditioning field working in the school and each district?
We have 2 in each district.
3?
2.
2?
2. You have to be
You really
certified.
don't-
That's not sufficient. That's what.
But are
that's
we?
what
Are,
we have
and
currently,
that's
sir.
what make I said, why are we not trying to hire these folks?
We are trying to hire them, sir. We're
You have
trying to
position
hire
available?
Yes, for the AC technicians.
One
we
at
are
a time,
currently
senators.
we are currently putting together everything to present to once we get the approval to put together everything to get these individuals on board.
So as we speak right now, you don't have those positions available by OMB.
They're not into OMB yet. We are still in the transition phase, bringing in current employees from education over to the Bureau. So there's a process that you have to go through. Remember, we're only a few months old.
So you're saying that education have these employees with that skill?
Yes, sir.
Somebody said no in the middle.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr.
We
Chair.
have the employees with that skill,
Thank you
sir.
very much for the
But
lenience, Mr. Chair.
It's not a sufficient amount of employees to cover all the air conditioning issues that we currently face in the territories. So we have to go outside to bring them in until we get adequate personnel on board. So I can't tell them, oh, we can't come and fix it today. So we have to go out and let's get the contractors to come in and do the work so we don't be here all week or all month with the school without air conditioning.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Now, I did send them a specific list of items on the agenda. However, with the school bureau, there's so many other questions. So to the best of your ability, those questions that are asked of you that were not on the agenda, if you could just be able to provide that information. Before I go to the next senator, Arthur Richards is a design bill, correct?
Yes, sir.
So where did you get the 159 million quote from? That was what the company said it was going to cost at the first juncture?
That would be referred to Ms.
Ms.
Calwood.
Calwood, the company said it was going to cost 159 million when they looked at the specs provided by education?
They indicated that, Chanel Calwood, the architect, they indicated that that would be a good starting point, a good minimum budget for the project.
A good ballpark figure.
A good ballpark. And they also indicated that they would need to be under contract in about 90 days and finish design shortly thereafter to maintain that type of a budget.
So now the price has rose to 264 million.
Yes. Now, we have requested within that 264 million, we have 30 million of new things that we added to the project.
What are those new things?
Things such as security. Since the design had been done in late 2020, there had been several more mass shootings of students. So we looked at things and security. We put in metal detectors and other things like that.
Hold the mic up to you. Okay, go ahead now.
Okay. We also changed the layout of some of the spaces to more address security. We increased the number of cameras in the facility dramatically. The number we started with was very basic, but it wasn't enough to give the campus an eye in every space, in every corridor.
Okay, so besides security, I ain't hearing 30 million yet. Besides security.
Okay, we did add a swimming pool, and we did also add drainage for the entire watershed. That was something that DPNR requested, And we complied because we want to be a good steward. During our planning process, we did hear a lot of concerns about flooding, so we went above and beyond for that. We also are making improvements to Rum Factory Road, and drainage improvements, and a culvert is going in outside our property. So we do have some things that normally would not be there in the campus. So
and that came up to 30 million.
yes, we have a detailed list that we can provide. So it's a lot of things, a lot of little things, but
Okay.
those are the large items.
So the 30 million from the 100 and the $105 million increase in the contract. What's the next $70 million in increase, or $75 million increase in the contract?
Okay, a lot of that has to do with escalation, which showed up in the project in greater prices for concrete. Also, the project started out being built of concrete block that would be reinforced with poured concrete, and we changed it to solid poured concrete. So that's that part of that is on us. When we received the budget from FEMA, the $240 million award, FEMA included $101 million for escalation. And
So the FEMA, we received $240 million from FEMA for this project?
Yes.
Okay, the next $24 million is gonna come from where?
Well, we are in the process of applying for a hazardous mitigation program grant also from FEMA. We haven't received it as yet. We are looking in the $35 million range for that particular grant. So that would make up the shortfall. We also have the ability to pull funds from the Charles H. Emmanuel project, since we are now rebuilding there, and that has $102 million.
Let me move on to the next senator. I have more questions here, but I will come back. Senator Gittens, you recognize.
You gotta have a lot more questions, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for the testimony provided. But before I go to my line of questioning, I want to go back to your testimony, Director, where on page 4, you touch on a topic that I've been pushing with regards to the crosswalk upgrades. And I'm seeing here St. Croix District in progress and St. Thomas St. John District to be determined. Can you provide us in writing a proper update on that, please? I wouldn't ask you to tie up right now, but I want a detailed report on those crosswalk initiatives. And also on page 5, you spoke to the Arthur Richards school construction being ready to be delivered to us by July 31st, 2026. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have is there a liquidated damage clause in your contract where if there's a breach of this contract and they're not ready by then, that there's repercussions?
I will refer that question to Ms. Carlwood.
Ms. Carlwood, yes, Senator, there is a liquidated damages clause.
Thank you. Can you provide that contract to the committee and make sure you highlight that area, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Just for notes, committee, that's for, I want to see the liquidated damage clause in that contract for the new schools. Now, regarding the St. Croix Educational Complex and the HVAC replacements, were all of these issues at the St. Croix Educational Complex fully addressed, particularly concerning these HVAC systems?
Could you please restate the question, please?
Were all the issues that were identified at the St. Croix Educational Complex regarding the HVAC systems, were they all fully addressed?
Yes, they were.
So have the 5-ton, 10-ton, 20-ton, and 30-ton units for some specialized areas, I believe, of the automotive room, the cosmetology room, and the culinary arts room, have they all been completed as planned?
They're not completed as yet. We are in the process of working with the contractor to get these units in place.
So why aren't these completed now in 2025? Who is responsible? The inspection protocol for contracted jobs. Who's responsible for signing off on those before a contractor is paid? My project manager will sign off once upon an inspection. So don't tell me my crew. Who? Tell me who, because the last time I have some documents. Slow down for me. When I start to speak, you can't speak over me, and I'll try my best not to speak over you as well. Okay. When I looked at this before and looking at some documents, I saw where the contractor, namely custom builders, were paid. And you could see where it says 100% complete, 100% complete, 100% complete. And now I'm being told that some of these things are not completed.
1 minute.
Okay, my engineer and staff, he was the one that was responsible for signing off.
These people don't have names?
Yes, Mr. Bernier. He's here.
So from the last time we had the same issue with Mr. Bernier. So how are we addressing this? How is it being corrected?
Could I pass this on to Mr. Fleming, please?
Senator Alan Fleming, COO.
1 minute. Let's hold up a minute. Mr. Bernier is here. He can come into the well and speak to the custom builder contract as to whether or not it was signed off 100% complete when the work wasn't finished. Let's just hear it officially on the record. So let's take a minute. Ask the next question while you come out.
No, I'll just move to something else here. Yeah. Who are your top 4 contractors currently being used right now to do work for the Department of Education?
Could you be
specifically to your construction projects. Who are your top 4 contractors?
That's a loaded question because.
I mean, it's a loaded question. You don't know who your contractors are?
We have various contractors, but I haven't rated them as a top 4. I haven't rated them as top 4 for maintenance projects or for
maintenance or construction.
Well, we have custom builders. We have
30 seconds.
We have Benton. We have what's that?
So custom builders.
Yeah, custom builders, J. Benton, and DVD. Yeah, those are the larger 3 contractors that we have. I'll have to give you a 4th one. MCM Bill. I'm sorry, MCM Bill.
If I may conclude here, how many schools are actually under construction right now in the territory?
We have Arthur Richards, and we're getting ready to start on Central.
So you haven't started yet. So under construction now will be just Arthur Richards in the territory.
Yes, sir.
Now, Act 8741 speaks to the St. John land swap for a school in St. John. We're in 2025. What's the status of this school to be built?
Let me pass that on to Ms. Carwood.
Go ahead, Ms. Carwood.
Good afternoon, Senators. For the St. John School, Chanel Carlwood, we have that under design. The design is ongoing. We also have an RFP out for a contractor who's going to be hired to start building the school. We receive proposals and they are being evaluated by the ODR.
Mr. Bernier is there now. Senator Gittins, you could ask the question directly.
Thank you. Mr. Bernier, regarding custom builders and this contract at the St. Croix Educational Complex School, did you sign off an approval for the completed projects at that school?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me what was completed? Or should I ask?
My name is James Bernier. I'm the engineer for the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
Namely the 5-ton, 10-ton, 20-ton, and 30-ton units that were to be placed in these specialized classrooms that I spoke about, the automotive room, the cosmetology room, and even the culinary arts room. Have they been all completed?
All work that was in the contract was completed. What I think you're thinking about is the 30-ton unit for the automotive area. That 30-ton unit, after it was installed, it was realized that it kept turning off continuously. And we did place ground fault circuit interrupters and all the systems, which I've never done before, but it was necessary because of WAPA. But that particular unit had a electrical line that was too small for what was there. It was a 30-ton previously, but it was too small for what was there. And it had to be replaced. There was a short in it. The cost of replacing that, putting in a new panel box and running the line underground to where it had to connect to the main panel, plus the cost of replacing the Freon line, which had issues too, and we had to use what's called black piping to do that, came up to around $14,000. I did not have any money within the grant to cover that, and I would have to go to a supplemental contract, which would be a second supplemental contract to do that. So what occurred, and it was not part of the overall project. So what occurred is that we had to drop that. I've been trying to get the contractor to provide me to negotiate with me a final proposal. I know it's going to be around $14,000.
Mr. Bernier.
Yes, I'm giving you the background and everything.
Forget the background for right now.
Okay.
Because at the time when I asked you before whether or not you were able to physically inspect these jobs before, your response was that you had not had a chance to come to St. Croix to sign off on these. Excuse me?
That is correct.
Oh, okay.
But I have someone...
Hold on. Because there's about 7 different units, and only 3 were 100% completed. And I asked, how did you know whether or not you were able to make that inspection? You weren't able to. The others, there was some 50% completion, 10% completion, and even 33% completion. So my question is, have all those other projects now come to 100% completion, and have you physically inspected this area?
I have someone on St. Croix, Jason Borelli, and he has done the inspections, and he filled out a final inspection sheet where I reviewed it, and then I signed off after he signed off for both the supplemental contract as well as the original contract.
So you have still not been able to physically come here and make these inspections?
Not in the past. Under this new management, I can come over. I even have a scheduled one for Tuesday, coming up Tuesday, at another school. So now I can start coming back over to St. Croix.
All right, and lastly...
So my eyes and ears was a project manager on St. Croix.
What about the additional AC unit that was expected from train back in May 2024?
We had a lot of issues with that because it was coming from China, and they at one point they didn't even paint the damn thing. So we finally got it, and we did install it, and it's running fine.
So we paid for a number of these things. So you're telling me that today, 2025, we still haven't received these additional...
No, I'm not saying that. this project that I was working on, which was funded by the Department of Interior, is complete. Custom Builders has completed all the work as requested of them under the contract and supplemental contract, line item by line item.
Director, I'm going to ask you to submit to the committee, provide any further updates on the completion of all repairs done at the St. Croix Educational Complex that was to be completed by Custom Builders.
Senator, it's CTEC.
I can provide that to you right now.
And it is CTEC. It's
Right.
not St. Croix Educational Complex.
Okay.
It's the vocational side.
Senator,
Thank you so much. You said.
could I please add to it? Totally passed my mind. We just started on Charlotte Amalie High School with the demolition.
Okay.
So you're going to add 3 schools to the list.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Electrical assessments were supposed to be conducted at all schools, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were they conducted?
To my knowledge, they were.
We can't get to my knowledge, and so we got to know like yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Because it was a couple $100,000, so we got to know for sure.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the results of those electrical assessments?
Yes, we do.
So you know what needs to be done at every single school?
From the reassessments, I do, yes, sir.
And do we have a plan to complete those upgrades?
Yes, they have to be done. We are going to schedule them accordingly, or some of them.
And we have
some
the
of them
monies
already in motion.
We have the monies to get it done.
Yes, we do.
Okay, because I hear about the unit for aviation, and it's still not working. I was there last week. So aviation, I know you said you're waiting on a contract. But Juanita Garden AC unit went on maybe 2 days and it never worked again.
That's the challenge we have in the
But the challenge has been over a year ago. So at some point, we have to be able to work out these electrical issues. So I know that an electrical assessment has now been conducted. So we have the professionals that are telling us what we need to do at each of these schools so that we can bring the AC units on and the computers and everything else. Right. I just want to make sure that we don't start our next school year with Juanita Garden AC unit not working, because a lot of these projects, we put in thousands of dollars into it, and they install it, but then they're working because the electrical need to be upgraded. So we need to be able to solve that so that we can get these units up. Okay. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. So based on what I'm hearing, Director, you have a plan for all the issues in the territory. How many schools are we dealing with? In the territory, how many schools are we dealing with? You have your plan, right? How many schools? Because, based on the amount of work that we have to do, if you don't have a plan, you're going to be running like a chicken without a head, back and forth, trying to fix every issue that pops up.
A total of 80 facilities, sir.
80 facilities.
18.
So do you have them prioritized in terms of, so we're in February 2025 now, by June 2025, what do you hope to accomplish?
Well, we prioritize each school. The project would be based on emergencies. If we have like electrical, ACs, and plumbing, those items are classed as emergency projects.
So how are you set up? Who is your project manager to be over that? Do you have a project manager under your I know you knew your fledgling, you building. Who is your project manager to keep on top of these issues?
Well, that's why we have a team. We have the directors, which I oversee on a regular basis, and we are putting together all our plans. We sit down and we strategize and we class each issue at the school and basically adjust a priority.
Also, you have not completed your assessment?
We have not completed all 100% of the assessment. Okay. We've been interrupted by the day-to-day emergencies that have arisen at the various schools.
Right, and
so
that's
we
what I
have
say.
to take a whole staff and go and address
But I
these.
say all of that should be a part of your plan. So in other words, you're not going to get away from the day-to-day. You're going to
No, we're
have
not.
that regardless.
Right.
So if you have a plan set for now to the end of December 2025, by May, you should accomplish this. By August, accomplish this. September, this. Do you have that plan in place? Because everything's going to pop up wrong. So you should have a project manager who manages this. You can't be the person as a director
I can't do it all.
to do the right. So you should have a project manager who reports to you based on the plan that you guys put together that say, hey, this is what we need to accomplish. Who is dealing, who is the structural engineer? Who is the person dealing with plumbing? Who is the person That's how I foresee you having a bureau developed.
Right. And currently, we are outfitting our staff with the different engineers to handle the different disciplines. Like you said, the mechanical engineer is going to handle all things plumbing and HVAC. A structural engineer is going to handle all things structural to deal with the structure.
Right. So do you have any of those people as yet? Do you have a mechanical engineer?
We don't have all
structural?
as yet, not on staff, but we are utilizing with the skills of all of my entire team. We are making do with what we have to create a good plan that will help us to execute thus far until we get the appropriate individuals on staff.
Great. So who do you answer to?
I answer to the governor.
The governor.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
so what is the relationship with the Department of Education?
I collaborate with the Department of Education on a regular basis.
Okay, the Department...
I should say daily.
The Department of Education had federal funding for maintenance projects and stuff prior to this being developed. How has that money been transferred to you, or how is that being addressed?
Funding that was...
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, you want just the federal?
Whatever money the Department of Education
the funding
had.
that was available to education for maintenance has been moved over to my shop.
Okay. Okay, so then in collaboration with the commissioner is how you deal with finalizing your plan that you say you're doing?
Yes, sir. We share it with the Department of Education.
30 seconds.
Everything we do has an effect on the Department of Education. We can't just operate.
Exactly.
We can't operate in a silo. That would be suicidal.
Good. I just want to make sure that that's established. Now, incidentally, for Jenny Tuit School, the basketball court has been deemed unstructurally sound.
Right.
It has a crack through the whole center of it.
Yes.
It's built over the young gut.
Yes, it is.
The drainage from it.
Yes.
Now, when the Army Corps of Engineers, I'll wrap up, Mr. Chair, the Army Corps of Engineers is repurposing or going to try to repurpose the young gut from going under Jenny Tuit School to go around Jenny Tuit School. Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Okay, that's an actual planned project going on through Public Works. So you could look into that because, again, we don't want to do that and then it disrupts the whole process of that education to be taking place at that school. But they intend to run the gut around Jenny Tuit School when the gut originally runs under it.
Okay.
So just as an indicator for Jenny Tuit School in particular. But again, as a senator, you're a new kid on the block, your new organization being built with a tremendous job. I'm on board to support you 100%, and I'm sure this body is. But again, I like things by structure. Develop your plan, show us the plan, and execute.
Yes,
Don't come with excuses. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff.
I'm sorry.
So the maintenance budget was transferred over to the Bureau?
Yes, sir.
And it was divided into personnel and fringe and other services, or just a lump
Yes,
sum?
sir.
A lump sum, or it was divided?
So, Dr. Charmaine Myers, Bureau of School Construction, CFO. So they moved the funding, the salaries on over to the salaries and fringe, and just a small component for other services and supplies. However, the special fund, that is where all of the $7 million that was appropriated by Act, I think it was 8918. Those funds are the ones that we're using for the maintenance components, maintenance/component of the Bureau.
Okay, so which funds, there's a director just said that he plans to hire additional staff.
So we don't have any room right now for any additional staffing. However, we're going to be using the special fund so that we can hire some staffing on per diem, because remember, we can't have ongoing staff on the special fund, because if we do that, then we don't know if those funds would be able to sustain, because the funds are based on other options. When the funds goes into our fund, it's based on certain factors. So we don't know if we're going to continue to get at 7 million 1 year. It may be 4
I was just going
million.
to tell you that you have funds allocated for personnel and fringe. That's what you have.
Yes.
Any additional position that you hire, I suggest you call the chair of the finance committee to find out whether or not that's going to be funded.
Yes, but we don't.
Because that's funded with the special fund you're using now, but it's not funded moving forward.
No.
So if you bring on $500,000 worth of position, you're hoping that your budget increase by $500,000.
Yeah, so we don't have any excess. To answer your question, no, we don't have any funding so that for any new positions. However, we do have some vacancies. We have 2 vacancies, and then we do have an employee that will be retiring in February. So we're going to use those 3 components to see how we could structure.
Probably small money. Probably small money.
So that we'll use those so that we can see how we could hire personnel to fit our needs at this time.
Okay. Point of information first, Senator Blyden next, and then I'll go to you, Senator Alma Francis Alaga. Senator Blyden and St. Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a point of information after Senator Gittins spoke, but I'll do my point of information for Senator DeGraff line of questioning. Director Benjamin, quickly, how much employees do you have on the Bureau?
We have a total of 66.
Maintenance employees.
65.
Maintenance employees. Okay, very well, because I know you spoke
18 in St. Thomas and 30 in St. Croix.
Okay, appreciate that. I know you spoke to a workload in terms of emergency work orders, urgent work orders, and routine work orders, and of course you're going to deploy it based on priority in terms of what a work order is in terms of priority. I will say to you though that in respect to your system, your work order system, what does that look like? Because I would like to have a sit down with you and have a discussion, because at the Housing Authority, I ran my team with the same exact type of system in terms of expediting the work order process and getting things done expeditiously. So I will talk to you about that offline, but what does your system look like at this time? And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I don't want to abuse my time. I'll go back to my line of questioning when it comes to me. But what does the system look like at this time, Director Benjamin?
Thank you. Respond.
Yes, Craig Benjamin. Our current work order system is actually a temporary work order system that was generated by IT team from Department of Education that helped us put it together for a temporary basis. It's a clear-cut system that it's in the help desk for Department of Education's website, whereas the principals are supposed to take and put their requests in the system. And as it's posted in the system, it's reflected in our office. We respond to the work order, to the request, and have it divvied out to the appropriate personnel so that they can execute the repairs that are being requested to be made. In the process of the repairs that are being made, we reach out to the principals to give them an update. They're supposed to get an email from our staff, and also we give them a courtesy phone call. Myself, take it upon myself and call the principals to update them, just to ensure that that component is done. And I go out to the site and visit it just to give them some comfort, to let them know that we are serious and we are taking their complaints seriously.
That process is too long. I'll have a discussion with you in terms of actually making that work for the department and for your team. That's way too long.
Yes,
I can have a follow-up discussion with you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Alma Francis Hilaga, you had a point of inquiry?
Thank you. one of the things I wanted to get some clarity on, when the director spoke earlier and said that he works directly and in close concert with the education department, I was at a meeting when I heard the commissioner said they don't interact or speak, and there was a conflict. So is it somewhere she could come on the floor and share? Because I don't want to leave here with two different messages where I've heard at a previous meeting and this one. So I just want to, I just want to make sure.
Since the previous meeting, Mr. Benjamin put out, I saw a diagram in which he put out as to the chain of communication. So I'm going to try to get that document, and I will display it now for media. But we did receive, as to the line of communication, I think we as senators need to make that determination as to how this flow will work in the near future. Because
one of my concerns had to do with the
communication.
Yeah. And when I'm hearing two different things, you know, it was a little concern for me.
Okay. Well, since then they have put out something to try to clarify the process for schools to be able to directly contact the Bureau. Because before, there were some issues of individuals not having a clear idea as to how to contact the Bureau, but now they have established a process. How long? 2 weeks?
Yes, sir.
So it's very new.
More. That's a little more. A little more.
A little more? 2.5 weeks. Well, we will go. Get it off your chest, Senator. Tell me.
Okay, you could put out a process. I want to make sure it's working, or they are actually communicating. Are they saying, both of them saying yes, that this is being done, or one side put out something?
Okay, so before you continue, let me get that to you now.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember where I saw it. I saw it in one of our emails. I'm going to try and get it to you, so you can look at it and then make a determination as to what you feel. Senator Clifford Joseph. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Maurice James. I had you check, so I thought you were already speaking. Go ahead, Senator Maurice James.
That's okay.
I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Benjamin and your staff and team. I know that this Bureau really is a work in progress.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask, are the number, well, there was a discussion, of course, based on funding that you won't be able to expand your team. I'm just wondering if right now, today, is the 65 or however many people that you have on your team, are they able to respond to the issues at all the schools in the Virgin Islands?
We are, ma'am.
You are?
Yes.
You're able to?
Yes.
Because I saw, well, I'm going to come to something later on, but I do not want to forget John H. Woodson School. So let me get to John H. Woodson. In your testimony, you talk about the fact that there will be mold testing in classrooms February 14th.
Yes, ma'am.
Through the 16th.
Yes.
Are the children in school right now?
Yes, they are.
Okay, as a parent, what should my comfort level be then if the testing is going to be 2 weeks from now, but my children are in school right now?
Okay, however, school was in session up to about 2 weeks ago when I came over here for a meeting with the principal at the school about 2 Wednesdays ago. And she brought to my attention that there were a few rooms, and I'm going to tell you, really 3 rooms that had issues.
3 rooms have issues?
That's what I was initially told. I myself walked those rooms. I met with one of the teachers and the principal, and she showed me what she quote unquote was a reaction to what she said was mold.
Do you know how she identified those rooms though? How did she arrive at 3 classrooms?
Her staff told her that the classrooms had mold. That's what they told her. So she automatically called me, and I went. I came over to see it.
And so then you did deep cleaning?
So the following week, I scheduled a deep cleaning that was initially going to be done the following week after the testing. We did that because we wanted to get a comfort level with the faculty and staff in the school. And we also had concerns about the safety of the kids.
Great.
So we went ahead and cleaned an excess of a total of 40 classrooms. Well, the total of 40 going to be done this weekend, by this
So they
weekend.
haven't been
But
done?
they did the first set. That was 17 classrooms. And the office. Remember I told you I was told about 3 classrooms.
Right.
But we cleaned 17.
So what's the reason for the mold testing during the February 14th to the 16th?
That was the original scheduled date before all of this came about.
Okay, but then I'm trying to figure out, if you cleaned, then why didn't the testing happen right after the cleaning to verify that, to confirm that there is
Okay,
no...
like I said, the testing was initially scheduled way before she even called me.
I got that.
And we had it scheduled, so the guys had it on the schedule, and they are going to keep that schedule. We couldn't get them here before.
Okay, let me ask this. So are you saying today that it is, that those classrooms can in fact be occupied by teachers and students right now as we speak, and there will be no issues arising from any type of infestation of mold or other airborne?
The test is going to provide us with the necessary information we need to adequately answer that question.
30 seconds.
But that's after the fact, because they're in school now.
Yes, but like I said, this test was initially scheduled.
Okay, I get that. I'm just trying to,
Yes.
my thing is, if I'm a parent,
Yes.
how comfortable should I feel?
Okay, I think the comfort level should be high because we didn't just do a cleaning like as if it was like the custodial doing. We did a deep clean of the classrooms.
Okay.
A deep clean is what is done when you have mold.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go on your word. May I, Mr. Chair? I want to go quickly to Juanita Gardine. Juanita Gardine has issues with electrical. I remember from 2023 when I visited. I know that I met at that time with Mr. Milligan, I believe. Are all the wings operable in terms of in electricity?
No, it's not.
So what's happening in those classrooms where there is no electricity? What's going on?
Those classrooms aren't operating.
Mr. Milligan.
Milligan, Director of Maintenance in Croix. So the classroom have different situations. So it's a 3-phase unit to the school. We lose one leg. So the one leg don't determine that the whole room will be out of power. The one leg determines certain appliances will not be working. So in certain classrooms, I have ceiling lights not available. In some classrooms, I have AC unit not available. So it's not our classroom experiencing the same condition. So the classroom is usable.
They're usable?
Because they don't have any AC. So
because they have...
The only situation with that, and that would be the...
You said, but I want to be clear, because you said there's no AC.
The 200 wing, right?
Okay. Uh-huh.
So let me
Speak directly into the mic. Are we trying to capture your testimony?
So the 200 wing is the wing right now that is fully affected with a missing phase. Just the 200 wing. And within that 200 wing, the phase cannot... With the missing phase, we can accommodate the AC unit, but the class is a working classroom. The windows are open, the doors are open.
Okay,
just have certain condition.
Now, because we're in February, summertime again, here we go. Are those classrooms going to be fixed for AC?
Once the electrical upgrade is completed by scheduled date, yes, ma'am, those AC will be online working.
Okay, quickly, in terms of one more, just Alexander Henderson, are you maintaining the grounds at Alexander Henderson?
Are we not?
How come? Why is that not happening? It's just overgrown?
Milligan will take that.
We don't have the one on our contract.
Okay, I really need you to speak.
We don't have the one on our contract. That's not a working school right now. I guess in the future it'll be turned over to us, and then we'll go ahead and maintain it.
So who would be responsible for maintaining the grounds?
No, you gotta.
There's no maintenance in that school. Education department. Negative.
HFA is responsible for maintaining
HFA,
those
okay, I'll ask HFA. I have some other questions, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Not an issue. Please try to make sure that you speak into the mic so that the reporter could capture you. And I'm getting some text saying there is coming in garbled at time, but it's because you're not speaking directly into the mic. Okay, you are literally very short because we still got like 40 minutes to go. Senator Joseph, point of information or inquiry?
A point of information. That's what we're taught.
Go ahead.
In parliamentary procedure. Point of information. Thank you. I wanted to ask just a clarification, Mr. Benjamin, on the number of maintenance workers you have in each district. It came out a bit garbled when you uttered it under Senate, my good colleague from St. Thomas question. How many maintenance workers do you have in St. Thomas, St. John district, and how many maintenance workers you have in the St. Croix district?
For the St. Croix district, we have 30.
Speak into the mic and be sure to place your name. Place your name.
1 minute, we can speak together. Put your name on the record. And Senator, thank you for the question. Go ahead, Mr. Benjamin.
Okay, 18 in the St. Thomas district, 30 in St. Croix district.
Okay, and thank you, because then I have a question, a follow-up. I know you got it.
Your turn is coming.
You got it. Thank you.
You will have a follow-up question. And just to point out, you did say point of information, but you started the question with point of clarification. So just so you could know exactly what you said on the record. And that's why I said point of inquiry. Senator, before I go to Senator Clifford Joseph, you didn't clarify one thing, Mr. Benjamin, that I think you needed to tell Senator James in her questioning. And Senator James, just 1 second, the testing must be sent to the mainland because there are no facilities on island to be able to provide the results of the mole test. So when they take the test, they got to send it away, and it takes at least 7 days for the test to come back. So I know I was in conversation with Mr. Milligan and Mr. Benjamin and the commissioner, and at that point you were saying that for the test to come back 7 days, and those students suffering from the mole in the classroom would be too long for the department to take action. So at that point you said, since the teachers are complaining, clean it now.
Right.
Get it clean, and after you get it clean, we still want you to come back and not only test those 17 classrooms, but test the entire school so that we can know if there's a need for additional cleaning. There's also a discussion in reference to the leaks that I had with Mr. Milligan, because if we don't fix the leak, the mole is going to continue.
Exactly.
So we need, and I don't want to hear the excuse someone that we need to change the whole roof. We need to fix the perimeter. The galvanized that's rotten, we need to fix that. Not we need to fix whole roof. We know that 90% of the roof is good, but we need to fix those areas that are leaking so we no longer have the water coming in, because after every rain, a couple weeks after, the mold is back. We got to address this problem permanently and get it fixed.
Yes.
Yes.
Benjamin. And another thing I had to keep in mind is that the contractor was not available to come in to do the testing right then and there when we took him out of his original schedule. So we have these things scheduled periodically for the school.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Clifford Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Clifford.
Mr. Benjamin, it's going to have to be clear that when we do, just like, for instance, we're speaking about mold right now. Since we're at Woodson, I'm going to stay to Woodson for a bit. If you clean the rooms, and like the chairman just mentioned, and you don't if you don't repair the problem, we're going to be cleaning the room over and over and over. Now, I want every government worker to start to think, and everybody who's sitting here right now, if this was in your own house, would you pay somebody to clean mold, knowing that your roof leaking, and 2 weeks later you gotta come back to pay a next person to clean your roof? We got to start to defend what is ours. If you managing for the government, you have to defend the government money that you're spending. We can't be calling a contractor in to do work. I feel personally, our next problem you guys gonna be running it, we gonna be running into, because I ain't a part, I part of government, so we gonna be running into is, if you look at, you install an air condition today, and I'm the contractor. I run into an electrical problem, and it takes a year before I come back to work on it. If the unit ain't no good, where is the warranty? So I'm just saying we really need to be looking at what we're really doing as far as when we're spending government money. Yes, as administration, they take forever to start to spend money, but now we're rushing to get rid of the money, and we're getting nothing for our money. That's what I reach. I feel personally we're getting nothing for our money. The contracts look good for the individual like getting the contract, but they don't have to deliver, because if a man gonna complete and say something is completed, and then you got to come and hear that they have an electrical problem, so it ain't really completed, it's not completed. So something wrong. I mean, I don't have a problem with drawing down monies to make sure it looks like they pay, but we have to find a mechanism which part you can't get the money unless it's really completed.
Okay, you ready for my answer?
Go
okay,
ahead.
So this is why my team and myself are putting in place standard operating procedures. Those procedures would guide how this contract should be written. It would guide how the work should be done. And in the long run, you're gonna have a successful project outcome. We can't operate the same way all the time. We have to move forward and do things the correct way. And that's what we're in the process of doing. Because it's too much money being wasted, and just like what you said, we have to hold everybody accountable. When a contractor comes in and do work under my wing, we have to send our guys out to confirm that the work is done in accordance with the SOP, which is with the specification, which is going to be provided to that contract. And then that work completion is then signed off before final payment is issued.
Okay, we're just speaking about the repair, but let's be conscious with the repair, because if you're going to clean the school and the roof you didn't attend the roof, you got the same problem. That's my point.
Right, gotcha.
So I need you to submit to the chair as well, from page 17 to I think page 19, all the other costs associated with these projects, because only a few of them have on the actual costs. I think we need to see the costs of these projects you do. You got them, some completed, some not completed, but I still feel that the costs
1 minute
need to be submitted to the chair. And your working relationship, you said, with Department of Education is?
I communicate with Department of Education on a daily basis, sir.
Good enough. Okay.
30 seconds.
Okay, and then, for instance, I had, and it's very important too, for whoever is your inspectors, that they really completing inspections. Because I visited the school when the fan came down. I didn't go to the school for the fan issue. I went to the school for a different reason, but I ended up being in that classroom. When I look up in the ceiling, I saw an aluminum lock nut. An aluminum lock nut was holding up a fan. That should have never been. So I just want us to know that we need to make sure that whoever's doing inspection, that they do complete inspections, maybe even taking pictures. The same way how individuals could go on a school campus and take pictures of negative, you need to go and take pictures of a complete, so you could say for sure, here it is. I did my inspection, here's some pictures. Those are the direction I expect to see us going in. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph.
Can I respond? Yes.
Go ahead.
At the end of the project, once the documentation is submitted, a picture has to accompany the final documentation as once it's signed by the inspector. Okay? Or more likely the project manager. He will inspect it, and he has to take a picture and submit it in order for us to go ahead to move forward to make the payment. All supporting documents have to be placed in the file. That's how I have it structured. Wasn't like that before.
Mr. Benjamin, I'll just add to that. I think that a picture should be taken before
and after.
No, during and after completion.
Yes.
I'll recognize Senator Frederick at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again, all my colleagues, the listening audience, testifiers. Thank you for that lengthy testimony, Mr. Benjamin, and listening and viewing audience. My question has to do with the order tickets the system that we were talking about. If the Department of Education calls you about a work order, how does it go from there? How does it work from there? Can you just briefly tell us how that works?
Should the Department of Education call me for a work order, I would receive the work order right away because the system, we currently share the system.
Is it numerical? So we could say it's like ticket
Yes, it
number
is.
47? Okay.
Yes.
Fine. So if my office calls your office about a work order and give you a number, you'll be able to.
I would be able to look it up on the system.
Awesome. And then it's kept up in real time. So
Yes, sir.
You could tell me exactly what's going on.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Because I think the Department of Public Work has something like that.
It's been brought to my attention, yes.
All right. So that's good. I love the tracking. Now, the next issue is how you actually delineate this work. You're putting together project officers, right? But you don't have them yet. So you're using this group concept where you're saying, okay, let's come together and determine which is the most pertinent, urgent. Go ahead.
Okay, I have my CFO here with me and myself. I'm sorry, COO here with me and myself, and our manager, Mr. Weeks. For example, for the St. Thomas District, we have the work order. It's presented on the screen and in real time. He knows what discipline everybody that's in our system that works in maintenance, he knows what discipline their expertise is in. So therefore, he would have Mr. Weeks get the work order, and Mr. Weeks pass it out to the individual.
It's farmed out.
Who would address the issue at the time.
Okay.
Then Mr. Weeks goes and look at the work as it's done and verify everything.
And in the case of Woodson, that we had that immediate issue with the mole, how did that process get expedited?
I got the phone call about it.
Speak directly into the mic.
I got the phone call from the principal. So I didn't even bother to look in the work order, but I mentioned to her, please put it in the work order system. If I get a phone call from a principal, that's what I do. That way we can track progress on any item of concern.
Okay, thank you. So I'm so glad that this system is working, and it's working well, right? You're comfortable with it.
I'm comfortable with it. However, this one is temporary, and the one I want has some more bells and whistles to it.
Do you share
I need.
this system with the Department of Education so they could at least see?
It is done by the Department of Education,
So
which is the
commissioner could
principals.
see exactly what's going on.
The principal doesn't, I'm sorry, the commissioner doesn't access this. She is running a day-to-day shop of the academics. If she needs a copy of it, she could get a copy of it. However, the principals have access to this. They update this system. We look at it. We do our updates, and we go from there.
Okay.
But if the commissioner would like access to it, we will grant her access to it.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Okay, great. Now, my question is about
1 minute.
Who came up with the every 3 months of testing or deep cleaning and then 6 months of testing? Who came up with that?
We have an environmental team that we assembled when it was, I say about 4 months ago. These are individuals who have mold testing background. We are in the process of acquiring the testing equipment. We had them before, however, it was stolen.
30 seconds.
So we are in the process of getting new equipment for those guys. These guys will go out and test every 6 months. We sat down and we decided this is the route to go to prevent, so we could be ahead of the 8 ball so that we don't have to wait until somebody scream and say we got mold and react then. We want to be able to
Thank you
get
so
ahead
much.
of the game.
But time.
No problem.
When I was Deputy Commissioner of Health, one of the biggest, Mr. Chair, please, can I finish up my thought?
You may conclude.
Thank you. One of the biggest issue I had was Mr. Bernier also worked for me, and the issue was that train air conditioning system that every time at Charles Harwood, when our system failed, we had to wait until technicians from Puerto Rico came over. Are we going to have that situation, or do we currently still have that situation happening? No.
It all depends on what you're referring to. If it's the air conditioning, that should not be the case because we have enough certified air conditioning technicians out here, not on staff, but out here that we could contract with. We are in the process of putting a contract together, a service contract with these certified technicians.
And it will not void the warranty.
It should not void the warranty. However, the warranty situation is one that I think we could have it tweaked.
Okay.
Okay. Require warranty with everything that goes on at the school.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fredericks. And I know you said the portal is for schools, but what happened to Curriculum Center, main office, all those other, do they have access to the portal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, all facilities?
Yes, sir.
Someone in that facility has access?
They can access, yes.
Okay. You recently had some type of demolition at the Arthur Richards site or something that was poured, and then plans changed that you weren't going to complete that building again, so you had the contractor?
That's Howard's question.
So none of you guys know about that? The 7th, 8th grade, the building that was supposed to be for 7, 8, it hasn't changed the next building, and the foundation had a demolition that cost us a little sum of money.
Guess we could wait until she comes back.
Okay. Okay. Now, I'm going to put this on the record.
She's back.
Yeah, but going forward, you guys need to know. So it can't be DOE, because the purpose and the definition of this bureau is new school construction. Carl is an architect having a meeting here and there, but the bureau got to be the entity that is going to be able to say whether or not the work is done up to par. You got to be there on a regular basis. I can't depend on Ms. Calwood, because the way the legislature is written, it gives you that authority to have that particular oversight. Was there a demolition at the Arthur Richards site, a foundation or something was built for the 7th, 8th grade wing, and then plans change, and that'll?
Plans did change for Chanel Callwood, VIDE architect. Plans did change, but nothing was demolished. We did have another building there, but in looking at the amount of cost increase in that building, we'll build it at a later date with somebody else.
So the foundation is there?
Yes, sir.
And the foundation is going to remain there without a building, and then at a later time you're going to decide something else?
We don't have the plan, so at a later date we could hire whoever we want to build that out.
Okay. Who's the engineer? Mr. Fleming, your background is engineering? You're
construction management.
Construction manager? You guys agree with this design bill concept? Every design bill project in the Virgin Islands escalate by million. WAPA was a design bill. The VITAL was a design bill. You guys agree with this design bill concept? Just an opinion, is yes or no? You agree with the design bill, architect Calwood?
Design build has some advantages. It's not a one-size-fits-all. There were a few projects where I felt it would help us because it allows us to start the construction before we finish the drawings. And we were at a point where we felt, Dr. Hedredon and I, we need a relief. We needed to start.
Okay, hold on a minute.
We did a few, but no more.
That's all I want. I wasn't asking for, I understand the justification as to why you went this way, but the design bill has not worked for the Virgin Islands. This project, 100 million, Vital, almost 100 million. So at some point, we need to just say, hey, you need to design it, you need to give us a price, and we're within the ballpark figure, because now we're using money from Charles H. to fill that gap. Suppose you really want to open Charles H. Suppose you want to move in that direction because the population, we lost 20,000 people. Suppose we start getting back population. We're limited. So just have an open mind, and I don't know about that design bill. Senator Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. And I really want to say that I had a great opportunity to visit one school in particular. I don't see it listed here as many times, and that's the Julius E. Sproul School on the island of St. John, Love City. Mr. Chairman, can we have media pull up the video, the photos that I took on my visit, on my site visit? Great. Okay, now, Julius Sproul School have modulars, and right there, Mr. Milligan, you can see there's a big hole in the bottom of that modular. Next slide, next picture. There's the extensive, now this is a playground area, and these two big gaping holes. Next slide, please. There is Ms. Richardson. She is a fantastic principal. Commissioner, you're still here. She is fantastic. She's hands-on, and you could see the young people respond positively to her. She's pulling off here this little broken area so it doesn't harm our young people, and they aren't injured when they're in the playground area by this loose framing. Next photo. This is a photo of one of these floorboards right there at Julius E. Sproul. That is an accident waiting to happen. That's a liability issue for our government and our children. Next photo. There we are, right in the modular school. This is what's happening real time in one of the classrooms there. The flooring where the two modulars are joined is compromised, and so it's sinking in. Next and final slide, I believe. There is a big hole right there. So thank you so much, media. I want to ask you, Mr. Benjamin, what is being done there? Because first of all, we need to know, and I'll tell you, Ms. Richardson's indicated you come up for assessments, and they really need to get that work. These are easy fix. These are very easy fix. I mean, I could go with a 2x4 and fix that hole quickly right in the floor. That's not a major issue. That's one 2x4, and I'm good with a drill. Yeah. So tell me, what is the issue? Why these can't have some kind of temporary fixes?
We are in the process of addressing the issues at her
when?
School. We have it on schedule.
When can Ms. Richardson can Ms. Richardson see a team come out there to fix these items, because that's a liability issue, and if a child get injured, guess who they're suing? The parent.
They're going to be suing the school system.
They're going to sue the government, and that's our tax money. So when?
We have the guys already out there addressing the issues with the school during the Christmas break. Then we had a change in the plan when Mr. Weeks and his team decided they're going to schedule it for a later date.
When is
Mr.
that
Weeks?
date? When? W-H-E-N, when?
Good afternoon, Gene Weeks, Director of Maintenance. We have contractors looking at those areas, not just the floors.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I don't want to
1
have the
minute.
long talk. I need to know a definitive date when you're going to send somebody out there to take a look, to repair those things, repair those items for our children.
There's a process that we have to go through, which we are going through the process. We also have contractors that went there to look at it, that giving us cost to do the work, the repairs that needs to be done there. That's the process we're in. Hopefully, I'm going to say hopefully by this week or
30
early
seconds.
Monday, I will have those quotes back so we could have those repairs done. And also, yes, she showed you one set of flooring, but we have been doing repairs to all those floors within the school all the time, which she didn't show you. It's fine. The holes in the back that you're seeing back there, we discussed that with her, and I am still trying to figure out who was the one that put those holes in there. Because if you notice, all the rain leaders are down on the ground. Somebody had to have gone back there, remove those rain leaders. They just didn't fall off the wall.
Mr. Weeks,
It's a process that I am going through, and I'm trying to gather information in terms of if it was a contractor, because we had some people doing some work up there, or what. But all of these things are being adjusted.
Mr. Weeks, I'm trying very hard to hold my patience with you guys for this minute because I still don't have a date. You have funding available, local and federal funding. These are our children. That's an emergency issue. Miss Richardson did show me your fixes. So you need to be clear. She did. She was very thorough with me. But I still haven't gotten a time. There needs to be some level of urgency. Urgency for the St. Jonians. Urgency is needed because we don't have a school that is built yet. That's the whole issue. The urgency needs to be there. And you have not indicated the when. A definitive date when you're going out there to fix it. I could get a 2x4. I tell you, I go with a drill. I could hold that and fix that hole right there. Just replace that one 2x4. So I really want to see if we could get that definitive time. Mr. Chairman, I know my time has elapsed, but I had another question. I'm very disturbed.
You just used it up, Senator.
I'm very disturbed by this, and I'm very disturbed by the answer.
Okay, so just get direct. Could you guys answer the question? It's a direct question. When you're going to fix it?
I will have the guys out there to fix that thing this week.
Okay, what are the issues I have? There's stuff that maintainers should be able to do in-house. So we can't continuously be hearing contractors. And there was a time when maintenance used to change balance, change everything. They used to do a lot of carpentry work and all of that. When I'm walking in these schools, some of these repairs are very basic. If your maintenance man was really watching what's going on, they could fix it. A doorknob out to Woodson, the latch for the bathroom door isn't closing. These are simple stuff, $2 you could buy from Home Depot. The administrator could buy it and you put it on. But I'm also seeing a total disconnect between administrators and your maintenance staff. Maintenance staff that don't listen to the administrator, they don't follow any directive. The administrator says, I need this done. It's not in my scope, I'm doing this. So they don't understand their role. And for some reason, they're not also understanding that a part of their job description is any other duties. So they're refusing to do a lot of stuff. And if you don't get them in line, it's going to be a lot of issues for you because you're not going to be successful because a lot of them are not doing the job. They are on the campus all day, they ain't doing the job. We bought 2 zero-turn when I was a senator. We legislate 2 zero-turn tractors, the largest zero-turn that you could purchase. They never use on a school in St. Croix. And I don't think the two of them, the department, do you know where they are?
No, sir. I heard about them. But
You heard about them? Well, you heard the gun.
Yeah.
But they were purchased for almost $20,000 to cut Complex and cut Central High School that you don't need to have somebody cut in those schools. I was administrator at Complex. I never hired a company to cut the school in my life. A maintenance guy cut it every single day. You need to charge the maintenance workers. When you walk in a campus, you see a door need to fix it. You saw Woodson door is how, what? It's not 80, it's like 92 or something inches? How tall?
We are at the
Woodson door installed, I need to get that picture, Madam Clerk. Woodson door has a missing 2-foot space, and they hang the door with 2 feet of space missing on the bottom, and then the teacher put construction paper to try to stop anything from coming in. So they purchased a door, the wrong dimensions, and still hang it. That's no pride in the work. That's those that are working for you that didn't exhibit pride to have that job done the right way.
So these are one of the challenges that we are facing, and this is why when we say we want skilled labor, this is why.
Skilled labor needs skilled salary.
That's the next thing. So we are getting what we currently paying for, which is unfair to us, but we're gonna train these guys.
Okay.
Some of them would accept the training, and some won't.
Yeah, so you have to have a plan for those.
It's gonna be on me to get them trained.
You need to establish a plan for those that won't, or you need to establish a plan for those that will. But everyone that is working there should be taking some little basic classes at CTEC so that they could become a little skilled in using a drill, like the senator said she could use a drill. But we need to move them to the level so that we don't have to contract out everything. Plumbing and all of that was done in-house. So we got to do that. And I understand that maintenance so good because my father-in-law was the director of maintenance for St. Croix. And they had to work. Senator Francis, I know you're going to continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. We can get upset when we have low-hanging fruits that need to be taken care of, and we're not taking care of them. These are our children. I attended a forum during the election cycle over at John Woodson School where rats and mongoose was inside of that building. When you go back there, the auditorium is at the same level that it were when the hurricane hit. No cleanup had been done to address that situation. These are low-hanging fruits that have to be taken care of, and we can't take this personal. We can't take, when these matters are brought to our attention, personal. Our children is being affected by this. Again, these are low-hanging fruits, and we can't wait for process. We can't just say that things are being addressed. We have to take some type of action to address this. So in respect to timelines, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Benjamin, in respect to being able to have all of the individuals transferred over to school maintenance, school construction and maintenance, when is that going to happen? What is the timeline?
We are currently moving these employees. We've done.
How long we've been moving? It's been what, 8 months or so you've been on the job? How long are we moving to get them over?
Let me refer that to my CFO.
Good afternoon, Dr. Charmaine Myers, CFO.
Good afternoon.
That transition should be completed within the next 2 weeks. We had to, we were working with the Division of Personnel, and there were factors that were affecting the move, such as they were union employees. For instance, some of them were a part of AFT. And we had to work with personnel in order so that we can move those people into positions that would fall in line with the GVI, because just bearing in mind that education have their own hiring processes. So a lot of work went into it, but we had a meeting actually yesterday, and I just recently checked my email, and we have a few positions that we need to create job descriptions for, and once those job descriptions are completed, then we'll be able to fully complete the NOPRs. So give or take 2 weeks.
All right, so in 2 weeks. We'll get back to that, and we're hoping that it could be completed within that time frame. Because it's impossible for us to hire additional individuals and fill up those positions not knowing exactly who's coming over.
That's true.
All right? So we need to address that. In respect to the mold remediation and the mold situation, at this point, knowing exactly what's happening in the Virgins, the tropics, and what's happening there, we should be on a routine maintenance for checking these schools for molds. And we have to have a schedule prepared to do this on a periodic basis. Otherwise, we'll continue to find ourselves in a quagmire where we're chasing our tails to be able to do these examinations. What do you have to say about that?
Okay. In respect to your statement, this is what, first of all, this has been 2024 has been the hottest year on record in accordance to National Oceanic NOAA.
Yes.
I can't even pronounce it. But anyhow, yes, this has been the hottest year in record history. As a result, about 5 months ago, I decided that we were going to put the environmental team together to address these issues. Just like I stated earlier, we're in the process of purchasing new equipment to replace the equipment that was stolen.
Okay. All right,
and
real
these
quickly.
guys will address those
So it's not going
issues.
to get any better. With climate change, it's only going to get worse. So we
Right,
need to make
so-
sure that we're moving towards that.
Right.
Real quickly, do we have any maintenance individuals within our schools right now that remains there outside of what's under the school maintenance and construction?
Maintenance employees that remain at the schools?
Yes.
You mean within the Department of Education?
Is there
No,
anyone
sir.
assigned to any of the
30
schools to
seconds.
assist with the maintenance?
Well, we do, yes. They are all at different schools. That's where they're housed.
So they're assigned there that they'll be able to take care of the mundane stuff on a
Yes.
daily basis. All right, real quickly. You spoke about the complex baseball field and the basketball court being rehabilitated.
Yes,
What's
sir.
the timeline in getting that done?
I'm putting that on the schedule for this summer. Along with that particular
Time.
project, it would include the rappel tower for ROTC.
Okay. All right, my time has been called, Mr. Chair. If I may just wrap up with one final. Real quickly, in regards to digital technology and transformation, you need to make that your best friend. Obviously, I believe that you have to be able to, again, create dashboards that the principal, the commissioner, and all of your maintenance crew will be able to tap into this information and have readily available to them. I mean, right now, under ServiceNow and these other technology, you could be able to see the other information on your cell phone, on your desktop, or whatever. You need to make digital transformation and technology your best friend and work towards getting that upgraded.
Yes, that's in process, sir.
Very well. Thank you. My time has been called. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Does Alamala have a maintenance worker assigned there?
Could you repeat your question, please?
Alamala, is there a maintenance worker assigned to that school?
Good afternoon, Gene Weeks, Director of Maintenance. We do have a maintenance director.
No, not a director.
No.
I was at Alamala yesterday.
No,
Alamala
we don't have a maintenance worker station there. We have a
Why?
coordinator of maintenance who is responsible for 3 other schools that will coordinate all the activities going on to that school.
So which 3 other schools?
He also have BCB and he have Janie to it. Alamala, BCB, Janie.
So one all the way out east and then 2 near to talk. I went to Alamala, I asked, do you have a laborer? Do you have a maintenance worker? No. When is the last time you saw somebody from maintenance? It's been a while. To it, same thing. Bowski, same thing. So I'm not, the staff at the school, they're not seeing the maintenance workers going through the school. I'm saying Croix is a little bit different. The maintenance workers, you're seeing them in the school. Some are cooperating with the administrators, but next they're listening to the administrators and then doing the work. So you need to get that up because the model before was that maintenance workers were at the school and they reported to the principal. So the principal had the opportunity to directly tell them what to do or what not to do because they were the supervisor. So if they didn't do it, you could dock them. You could carry them leave without pay. But now you have maintenance workers, when they're given a directive, they leave in the school and saying, I got to go to the next school because they just called me, and nobody don't even know if that is a valid concern. That need to clean up because we got 60-something, and simple stuff we're not getting fixed. So that need to clean up. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Director Benjamin, when I ask another question, please try and be sure because I have several questions. Based on what I'm hearing here, I think we have an accountability and systemic problem that you need to clean up. Who cuts the grass at Olamala? Can anyone tell me quickly?
Good afternoon, Gene Weeks, Director of Maintenance. We have a contract out for all our schools, and they do it once a month.
Olamala, talk to me quickly. I have another question. Who cut the grass at Olamala?
It's Thomas Landscaping.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you, in respect to my last colleague spoke to St. John, Julia Sproul, and the situation, the picture she showed. As I stated, that's a emergency work order as far as I'm concerned. Emergency is water, electrical, and health and safety. That's a health and safety issue. And I'm happy he says he's going to deal with it by the end of this week, which is within 2 days. They should be done within 24 hours, but that's fine because it's been there for some time. How long has that been like that? Quickly, please, anyone.
It have been like that, say, for maybe a week and a half.
To my point, that's an emergency work order. Emergency needs to be done within 24 hours. And that's a simple fix. She is correct. That's a simple fix. You need to understand the seriousness of maintenance and what it means to faculty, staff, and the students. Okay, now let me go back to another area, not in school, but out of school. Those who decide to go back to school to support themselves and their families, the Wheatley Skills Center. Is the Department of Education in charge of the Wheatley Skills Center? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very well. I did my own due diligence in terms of calls I received from students. I did a tour twice, and they have many challenges there. I was told that custom builders, also like St. Croix, had a contract for Skills Center. Is that correct? Custom builders.
Yes, sir.
Were they paid and was the work 100% completed?
I would refer that question to Ms. Carlwood.
Please.
Good afternoon, Shadil Carlwood, architect for VIDE. Custom Builders has completed portions of the work at Gladys Abraham, and they are still under contract to continue working at that facility. They have placed orders for several pieces of equipment and furnishings for the school. The next phase of the work has to do with addressing structural issues at the back of the school where the kitchen is. We had to condemn a portion of that space, so they are going to rebuild that and expand it upstairs, and there'll also be an expansion towards the front. So that's the next phase, and also demolition of the remaining pink buildings which need to come down.
Okay, thank you for that, and that's important, but I need to bring two things to your attention. For the extra space that you spoke to in terms of condemning the back of that kitchen, the kitchen in the interim, what the time frame, because the kitchen needs to be completed because students cannot complete their tasks or get trained because no equipment is hooked up, number one. Number two, for the classes that's operational that the students should be using, the AC does not work in any room. The only place the AC works that's operable is in the storage room, which makes no sense. Additionally, when it comes to the washer and dryer for the cosmetology and other classes, they are not hooked up because I was told that it came with some type of cord in order for it to operate, but yesterday it was installed and it cannot work. Brand new washer and dryer. Additionally, when it comes to all of the different connectivity issues, they cannot operate because they have no internet, they have nothing down there. I think the move to go to Gladys Abraham for the skill center was a bad move in terms of location. Safety. I went on there
30
several
seconds.
times because I got caught. You cannot even see your hand in front of you. It's so dark. It's a safety issue. There need to be lights installed yesterday, immediately, because that's a loss waiting to happen. You can't see anything down there. It's very, very, very scary, as a matter of fact, to go down there at night and take a look at what's going on down there. There are too many issues with the skill center. The students are there, but they really cannot operate because nothing is completed.
Time.
And in today, Mr. Chair, that the Department of Education assures that in short order, all of these issues will be addressed because it's unfair to the students, pay the money, dedicating the time, trying to learn a skill set to be certified, to support themselves and their families, and it's not a good look for you guys, nor for them. So I will follow up with Mr. Benjamin. I will follow up with the commissioner, and I already met with the principal, and he has been reaching out also with all of these concerns, and to date, nothing has been done. So I got myself involved based on what I saw, and something has to be done moving forward. And as I said, I will follow up with all of the persons that I mentioned. I thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I look forward to working with you guys to assure that our students have a safe environment to learn here in the territory. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Amelia, you have the two pictures? Media?
Excuse me?
No, not you, Senator Blyden. I was trying to get two pictures up. When you get it, put it up for me. Two questions. How many contracts custom builders have? How many projects they complete? Seem like they're a very popular contractor now. You see that green? You see the picture of that? Don't look at me. Look at the door. That green is space to the top. So the teacher just put it up there to go to the next picture. You see the cardboard to the top and the bottom? That is space. So the teacher put it up to try to stop the rodents and other stuff from coming in because the door was just way too short. People need to have pride in their work. Yeah, we purchased those doors and we hang them. So, but guess what? We can't get back the money for that door. We can't, look at that one. That's all the space at the bottom this was done by maintenance themselves. So that money gone, that's wasted, and we need to install new doors for that facility. The kettles in the school, Mr. Benjamin, I walked in so many schools and they have nice, new, beautiful kettles. They hook up. They're not hooked, they're there, no, they're in the spot. Woodson, kettle there. Ask them, is they hooked up? Nope. They were coming back, ain't hooked up. When are they going to be hooked up?
Kwame?
Good day, Kwame Garcia, Project Manager, BSCM. So with regards to Woodson, there are currently 3 kettles in that kitchen. 2 are currently hooked up, and 1 is currently in the cafeteria area and not installed. We recently did a fixed asset transfer form to have that kettle moved over to Central High School effective this week. So that's currently in process, and that will be installed at Central. So they should have an additional working kettle.
Let me check it. All your kettles hooked up? Because a number of kettles were not hooked up. They're in the kitchen. They're not hooked up. The equipment that the department receives, we receive a lot of equipment. Ice makers, dishwasher, kettles, etc. Stove, oven. We have installed new ovens. The top working, the bottom ain't working. Are you guys checking to see whether or not all of the new equipment after installation as to whether or not it's actually working? Who's doing that assessment?
Yes, so with regard to the double-stacked ovens that are located in all of our current kitchens, so it's a recurring issue with each model in all of those kitchens where only 1 unit is working. So we've had a contractor do an assessment to find out why for every kitchen only either the up or bottom of the oven is working, and the contractors have not been able to give us an assessment that can troubleshoot that issue. We have surmised that it may be a manufacturer defect with that particular oven. Why, for all of the models we received, the contractors have not been able to successfully get both to work.
So have we called the manufacturer?
We suspect that it may be a manufacturer defect.
Okay, we suspect. After we suspect, what is the next step? But you know what really happened? We can't do anything because it sat here for 4 or 5 years not being used, so we already lose the warranty, we lose everything. So we got to eat the fact that we got defective units sent to the favorite place in Virgin Islands that they'll take forever, so we could rip them off. So we need to see if we could get somebody from that company, because every kitchen is the same thing. And we need to get all of the kettles installed. Claudio Marco, freezer, I went in the back area where the freezer is supposed to be. There were termites on the wall. There's no construction taking place at all. I have a picture of that one too.
So
there's nothing taking place there.
Claudio Marco fridge, walk-in fridge, and freezer unit is currently under construction. They just finished the demolition last week. So DVD Construction is currently installing the new fridge freezer unit. The expected completion for that should be sometime by end of next week or the following week.
So if I go down there, I'm going to see construction taking place on the freezer.
Yes, sir.
Central High freezer has been completed?
Central High?
Yes.
So Central High, currently there is no contract in place for a fridge freezer replacement.
No, Central High saw them taking down
I
the
stand
unit.
corrected. At Central High, we did actually put in a fridge freezer. That unit has been installed. My correction.
Okay, and it's been inspected by you guys and turned over to the Department of Education.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you so much. Senator Pato. Oh, we need to take a 1 minute break. We need to recess for a minute. This committee stands on recess. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Let's get everybody done, and then we can quickly. You got to catch a flight? Okay, quickly, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I leave, I got to reiterate, Mr. Benjamin, I'd like to have that wow effect in place for our children. And I know this week is Happy Court Reporters Week. So I'd just like to say Happy Court Reporters Week, especially to our legislative staff. Thank you.
He learning quick. Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Pata, you wanted to sit on the Mr. Milligan? Okay. Senator Pata.
Thank you very much. That was a veteran move, Senator Lewis. Veteran move. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to you, Edie Benjamin, and to your executive staff. I wanted to just ask you right out the gate, Edie Benjamin, what would you consider to be the biggest challenge for you and the Bureau just in the process of transitioning from education and standing up this new organization? Your biggest challenge. The biggest challenge for the Bureau.
To transition from education?
Yes.
I think the transition has been quite smooth, if you ask me. It's a process. I'm not familiar with the entire process. I'm learning it as I go. But thanks to my supportive staff, that is happening, and it's happening at a decent pace.
Okay. The biggest challenge, I would guess, is the staffing, getting the staffing process completed, getting that finalized.
Yeah, and that's just because it's so many and it's just two of us, you know, that takes up the time. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. In your testimony, Edie, you mentioned that aging infrastructure and environmental conditions are affecting the school buildings. I just wanted to get a sense as to how is the Bureau addressing these challenges in the long term?
Okay, well, so far, they have been coming at us at a daily rate. For the long term, like for example, let me go to the water situation. We are going to have a meeting with WAPA to discuss best practices in order to mitigate what is going on currently. I don't know if you're familiar with what's been happening with Idorken and Gomez on a daily basis in St. Thomas, which is sucking up a whole lot of our time. We're doing our best, and we've gotten cooperation from WAPA to address those issues, both electrical and water.
Excellent. I know there was some talk about just the engagement between the Bureau and the people on the ground in the schools, the administrators and the teachers, and their needs being directly addressed.
Yes.
Are you comfortable with that process right now as far as school administrators, teachers, even students getting their needs met via the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance?
Well, in the direction we're heading, I would say we're heading in the right direction. The biggest thing is communication with the school staff to let them know what is going on and what we are doing to address it.
Okay.
And I have direct communication with all the principals. They have my number. They call me right away. I take myself out from whatever I'm doing, and I go to the school if need be, because I can't give up my whole day doing that when I have individuals that are who I delegate that task to. But at some point in time, you know, I have to step in and make sure everything goes as planned, and I have to get that information to the principals.
Excellent. What specific schools, just regarding AC, and I know the issue of AC and hot schools is a big thing, particularly during the summer months, and I know we had some preliminary discussions about that. What specific schools are being prioritized for air-conditioned installations? And how are you addressing the issue or the concerns about heat exposure in the classrooms?
Well, let me back up.
1 minute.
To address the first question, My priority for the AC situation, it fluctuates on a daily basis because each one of these schools have air conditioning issues. And that is something that has to be addressed right away. We go and we address it right away and do our best so that we could get the problems resolved. In terms of
30 seconds.
What was the second question again?
The second question was how do you prioritize?
No, that was the first.
What was my second question?
Oh.
I even forgot what the second question.
I think it was in reference to the ACs in the schools.
Yes.
Well, 4 schools in St. Croix has AC issues on a daily basis. We are addressing those. We had to bring in our own guy to do the portions that he can, and for the larger aspect of swapping out the units, we have a contract with the different air conditioning companies to do those larger units and swap them out.
Finally, Mr. Chair, if I may, could you explain the criteria and the process used for prioritizing maintenance projects across schools? I know you have a lot of things going on at the same time. How do you determine what school or what issue is a priority issue? How does it trump everything
Plumbing
else?
is a #1 issue. Electrical should be #1 with plumbing, but as that comes in, those 2 are classed as emergency issues because they need to be addressed right away. You need the electricity to have the school functioning. You need the plumbing to have regular water flowing in your school. Those are emergencies, and they are addressed right away. The air conditioning is then next in line. We need to get the kids as comfortable as possible. Being with our limited AC staff, they go and address it based on their availability.
I'm going to end right there. I have about 10 more questions, but I know time is of the essence. I want to thank you, Mr. Benjamin, and your team. You have a tough job. You really do. I mean, it's a critical job. Education is everything here in our community. And if our children are to be educated, they must be educated in a safe and sanitary environment.
Right.
So good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter. The plan for complex classrooms are a portable unit, or you're putting in split units?
Portable units for now.
Oh, for complex, we are putting in temporary units as we speak. That was supposed to be a temporary emergency solution to the issue with the ceiling fans. Since we removed the ceiling fans, I decided to give them the portable air conditioning units. However, when we went to procure them, they were gone. So we had to pay the company to bring in these air conditioning units. They brought them in. They got here last week, and we in the process of getting them units. Those are not split units. Those are portable units. However, this week,
those little small ones that.
Yes.
You really think that would be able to?
You have 2 per classroom, and that's just temporary. In the meantime, we had initially ordered window units for complex.
So all the window units coming?
Yes, all the window units will be here this week. It's just how it happened.
Because when you have 27 students, those portable units won't cool the room down. And have you been able to fix the windows? You have screens with plastic?
All of that has been considered for when we're going to install the permanent units. Like I said, they are on their way here. They should be here this week, and those are the permanent units.
Okay. Senator Alma Francis Heliger. You recognize? It looks so pleasant over
there. Good afternoon to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. How long has this particular bureau that is a part of the education department been in existence? When did you guys start?
We got our marching orders on December, and initially started, the ball was started to be rolled
Last year.
Last year, yes, ma'am.
So roughly you guys have been in existence about, what, heading into 3 months?
My apologies. Initially from October, I apologize, because everything was starting to move then. We got
transitioning and
yes,
setting up.
In
and
December, we
all
got
of that.
the gusto of the move executed.
I am in support of giving people opportunities because I know this piece of legislation was brought forth from the legislature in our attempts to try to improve the maintenance of schools in the territory. But I'm not gonna lie to you, I sat here very concerned just even listening to some of the responses. And I'm very worried that, and it is my hope that I will see some improvement as to the setup. And I'm going to be somewhat a little bit optimistic in hoping that giving some time that y'all will get this set up properly. Because to be honest with you, there's some things about your setup I was always concerned about. One of the things that I think as a body we need to revisit is who you report to. Just even listening to you today, when you just spoke about why would the Commissioner of Education need to know anything, and it's directly the principals. And what you said is that the principals have direct access to submit things for maintenance. And why would the Commissioner of Education, she's focused on academic, but if she needs a copy, you could print it out for her. I don't agree with that. Because if somebody is running a house, you can't come in my house and I don't know what's going on. Because if you come in to fix maintenance, you also disrupting the academic side of it. So I think there's a serious disconnect as to how, and I don't want a situation where this bureau is being developed and almost like there's an entity unto itself. Because what I sense in here is not where y'all understand that you were created to be a support to an entire department that already existed. You're not like the regular agencies. You're agency under another one technically. So I'm trying to figure out how does it help for you to be reporting to a governor when you have a whole commissioner running a department. But that was just one of my concerns. I'm watching and I'm listening, and I watch some of the photographs. I have gotten inundated with conversations and calls from parents. I had a conversation with a student. I looked at some of the pictures, and one section I'm questioning when it comes to the maintenance individuals that are working in the schools. And I know you said there's a lack of skill set. How do you guys tackle that from a training perspective? Are you planning to say, well, you have X amount of people that are capable and you try to train other individuals so you could build up
1 minute
that particular group of people? Because explain to me how that aspect is working. Let me answer your first question. I meet at a weekly basis with the commissioner. My commissioner is not left in the dark, okay? And I don't know if you recall that we can provide the commissioner that access to that information also. It's just a simple administrative
So you're going to do it?
And
you're going to do it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
However, what was I getting? Oh, we make sure communication is open. We can't leave her in the dark. Everything we do is
I'm only
in support
going
of her.
based on what you said earlier. I'm taking what you said. And when you made that one statement, it kind of resonated with me. Like, what do you mean she just focuses on the academic side? You understand what I'm saying? So now you're giving me additional information. But
no, but I had said that before.
Well, you did say that there's some sort of communication, but how I'm picking it up here today, I'm not fully convinced. But that's why I like people to tell me for themselves, because you're telling me, and maybe I wouldn't have this unease if I actually had her telling me what her thought process is, because,
Okay,
you know.
Are we allowed to engage her to get that feedback? Is that
I have a question, if I can, Senator.
One second. You're concluded?
Well, I just want to conclude across the board and say that, again, I hope you guys have some type of structural improvement, and I will, keep my mouth shut for a little bit longer, because I really want to give you guys an opportunity to build this how it's supposed to be built. But I just want to get rid of this unease that I keep picking up with some of the vibes and the responses, and I'm seeing the little attitude. I'm watching the whole thing, So understand, this is not going over my head, just sitting here witnessing what's happening, okay?
I understand your point, ma'am. Point well taken. I will take everything you've said into consideration.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. You wanted to put something on the record?
Good afternoon, Dr. Myers. I just wanted to share that based on Act 8717, and I think the amendment was 8920, the Bureau is actually set up to operate on its own in conjunction with the Department of Education. And just for the record, we do have a standing meeting every week with the Department of Education where we focus on the transition from Department of Education to the Bureau. So there is constant communication going on with the Department of Education.
Well, could I just say something?
Go ahead, Senator.
I understand what transition is. And of course, I don't expect you to just walk in and pluck maintenance people out. I am concerned about the overall communication after this transition is done. Because if I'm witnessing certain things from now, I can't imagine what it's going to be like after the fact. And I understand how the Bureau was set up. I read the law. But sometimes in hindsight, as a legislator, when you see things potentially going in a different direction, I also have the right to look at it and make corrections. So that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
And thank you so much. And I was going to say that the legislature created a Bureau, and the legislature could amend the legislation for the Bureau to make sure that there's a smooth transition. And that we have seen today, there's some work to do. So we need to sit and sit with Mr. Benjamin and also the commissioner and the superintendents, and we need to discuss what we need to tweak, or we probably just need to bring it ourselves because we know literally what we need to do, and we don't want to put anybody in an uncomfortable position. So we need to sit and have that discussion. Senator Francis has a point, and then Senator Joseph has a point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, I got a text or a recommendation that, in fact, the situation over at the John Woodson School, that the downspout is filled with sediment, and that's preventing the water from flowing away from the building. So they believe they're recommending that perhaps they need to flush the downspout to assist in at least the water being able to flow and, again, minimize the mold situation that we're experiencing at the John Woodson School. So I think that that's a good suggestion, and it should be one that should be considered. Mold is a real issue, and it's something that should be considered. But I wanted to ask, what's your collaboration with the Board of Education in terms of this whole school maintenance responsibility? Because I know that initially they determine school readiness at the beginning of a school. Is it that a one and done, or is there some level of communication that's had with the Board of Education?
There's a level of communication with the Board of Education. I have to meet with the Board of Education on a regular basis.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph.
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Benjamin, the question would be the fence line and Ricardo Richards. Fence need to be replaced. And also for Blue Ribbon School, I have gone there to different functions, and I noticed, so when the school end up with an auditorium, that's a very vital spot for them, because it's on that tent. When I go, I got some grandchildren actually going to that school, and when I go there for award ceremony, they have to set up tents outside. So somebody should be able to tell us what the future looking like as far as auditorium for that particular school.
Okay. In
Thank you,
regards,
Mr. Chair.
In regards to your first question, the fence contract, the fencing replacement is under contract, perimeter fencing at Ricardo Richards.
Since you mentioned under contract, you have a time period. Is under contract, but
Yes, we had, have it labeled here.
Okay, no, it's in the testimony, so.
Yeah,
it's in the
testimony.
I think we'll
March
find it.
2025. Okay?
What-
All right. In terms of the auditorium, I will have to get back to you with that information.
Let's ask the overall question. What's the plan for Ricardo Richards School? Rebuild, replacement, demolition? What's the plan?
Good afternoon, Senator. Shaniel Callwood, VIDE architect. The plan for Ricardo Richards is to retain the site as a site of opportunity and to merge the campus in with Andrews in a new school.
Okay, I think that's a horrible idea. We take in a blue ribbon school and now we merging it. We just decreasing school facilities and St. Croix. We're going to have to speak about all of these stuff, colleagues. One of the best scoring schools we plan tomorrow to just merge. So we're thinking about elementary schools population going up to 700 because Alfred Andrews presently has 400 and something students and Ricardo Richards has probably close to 400 or 300. So we're going to have an elementary. And you said K to 8? Alfred Andrews is going to be K to 8?
Yes, that will be a pre-K to 8.
But that's going to be like 900, 1,000. At one point, we will move into smaller schools, and that's a larger facility.
But keep in mind, we are adding back Alexander Henderson. So we're going to have about 500 to 600 students there as well.
Alexander Henderson presently have so much wood at the site, I don't know when they're coming back, because I don't know how I'm going to move all the wood in any time very soon. So that's a while. We ain't even want to get here. You ask the feds if they're going to release the school to us? We need more discussion on that. Senator Johnson, you had a quick point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Is the gentleman on the panel here today, I didn't even get his title, and I'd like for him to put his name and title, and then I'll ask a question. To the very far end.
Good afternoon, senators and the public. My name is Bobby Ferris. I'm the assistant director in the St. Croix district.
Being the assistant director, do you traverse to the schools them here on the island of St. Croix?
Every single day. Every single day. I am directly, I directly supervise the coordinators and the maintenance employees.
You familiar with the area where part of the track and field is and complex?
Yes.
And I think they play football in the middle part of the field?
Yes.
When last you been down in that area?
About a week and a half ago.
You like how it look?
No, I don't necessarily like how a lot of things look. But
Media, put up the picture of complex bleachers for me, please, media. Media have a picture of the bleachers I would like to show because I want to understand if we're taking tours of these schools. Media?
You're going to tell them in advance.
There we go. There we go. Have you seen this?
Yes, I have.
What are we doing? That's the bleachers. And people have to utilize it if we have a football game on the field or anything like that. That's the bleachers.
Yes, that can be taken care of.
Have you seen it? Prior to me putting the picture up?
No, I'm looking at it right now.
Well, this is what.
But that can be taken care of. You know, if I may, I've sat here for an hour and a half and listened to a lot of stuff that has been geared towards maintenance and how we do maintenance. There are some challenges that existed that cause a lapse in how maintenance is done. I wish Ms. Carla Joseph was here to address certain situations. I know there was a situation in St. Thomas that she was talking about with the wood and the plank. And she mentioned that, you know, she could get a 2x4 and fix it relatively easy and quickly. However, I don't have access to that 2x4, right? In other words, if I needed to go out and fix that same situation that she was talking about, I cannot go to Home Depot or another lumber area and buy that 2x4 today if it was an emergency and fix that. So the Bureau is addressing that right now to be able to have access to immediate funding, right? So we have emergency situations, but don't have access to a lot of emergency funding to get it done now for now, right? If this building right now, if you had a situation where the lights went off and it was a problem with a fuse, and we just needed to go down the street and buy the fuse, we can't wait for a PO or go through a procurement process to get the funding to be able to get the fuse right now. And so that's what the Bureau is addressing actually right now, is the availability of funding, which is one of our biggest problems in getting a lot of the day-to-day activities repaired. I can't go and buy a lock, a door, or anything that's necessary for emergency situations, which we have a lot of in the territory because of the aging infrastructure. So, that is something that we are addressing right now in the Bureau.
So a possible solution, right, exactly. Right now the Bureau doesn't have an account. You don't have an Impress account.
We are in the process of establishing all those accounts that we need to address situations.
Does the present law allow you to establish an Impress account?
Yes, so we have done everything and we are just waiting for finance to cut the check, and once that check is cut, then we'll have access to the Impress account. And the
Impress account is going to be in the amount of how much?
So we were able to get $1,000 per district.
Per district?
No.
I mean, sorry, $5,000 per district,
yes.
sorry. $5,000 per district.
In $5,000 per district is not to cut it.
Hold up, I thought you were going to say at least 50,000 per district.
We actually asked for 50, but the Department of Finance did not allow us to have more than 5,000. But we can revisit it. We can, you know, based on our conversation today, we can go to finance and definitely revisit that amount. But for the time being, the check for $10,000 is actually, I think based on the last time I checked, it was awaiting the Commissioner of Finance's signature to move forward.
The check for 10,000 or 1,000?
10,000, so it's $5,000 per district.
So it's 5,000 per district?
Yes.
Okay. We need to look at that, because one plumber come in could charge you $1,000. I mean, just a small contract. That's really
that was the discussion. That was the discussion that we did. The Bureau did have. So
when you have a school and your pump goes bad or you have a leak, you can't wait days for it to be repaired because you have to dismiss school. So when you're an administrator, you want it fixed immediately. So you got to get whatever you need in order to get it fixed. So we need to give you an amount that is feasible, and you put in accountability measures so that you can get it fixed. So we have to be able to replenish as quick as possible. Additionally, and I did speak to the commissioner about it, and she reported on it today, the schools need to have the Impress account, because they could purchase stuff out of the Impress account. $8 hours going to come from maintenance. If they need a 2x4, a pipe, you have an Impress account that you could utilize for that. You could purchase it. It's not a lot of money.
The last $100,000, the commissioner allowed you to have that. That was granted by the commissioner office to the superintendent.
And that's finished.
That's finished, yeah. Like we separated from education now, so that money won't be available anymore for us.
How long it took for you to spend the $100,000?
So one school went with about $35,000.
And that's my point. That you're the Bureau of School Maintenance. You know, it can be 1,000 or 5,000. So the Senate will have to look at the legislation, and within the legislation to establish the school bureau, create an Impress account with enough funding in there so that the next time you come and you say you're happy to, and say, but we gave you the money. You could have purchased the stuff. We don't want to hear the excuse. So we'll move in that direction. I think we have buy-in by most of the senators. We will move in that direction. We want the bureau to be successful. We don't want you to fail. So we have to do what is necessary to tweak the legislation so that you're able to move forward. The good thing is that you've been very responsive when I called you. You have responded. And the commission have been very responsive in reference to the maintenance issues. So now we know it is just to streamline processes and for you to put a little whip on your maintenance workers and have them realize that when they don't do the work, you look bad. When they don't change their door lock, when they don't change their latch, you look bad. When they're on the campus every day, they need to account for what they're doing on the campus every single day, 8 hours. If you ain't doing anything, I mean, how are we going to move forward? The next big issue, and we're gonna end because most people here have something that they need to attend. The custodians in some schools are saying it is not our responsibility to empty trash into the bins outside. And the maintenance workers are saying it is not in our job spec to empty trash in the bins outside. So the trash overflowing on the ground and it's nobody's responsibility. So one of what I would like to do, colleagues, is that we need a groundskeeper in every single school. And the groundskeeper need to report to the administration. But we need somebody in the school who every day is just going to be tasked with cleaning, picking the stuff up from the ground. A school has a tremendous amount of waste, and are we getting pushback from your maintenance workers, Mr. Milligan and St. Croix, about emptying trash?
It all depends on the situation, Senator.
And it depends on the school?
On the school as well.
And it depends on the school because it depends on who's assigned to that school.
It varies, Senator. So a custodian is to clean the classroom and remove the garbage from the classroom into the main dump. We have bins and the proper and facilities that's for the students. Now those bins and the facility for the student, the maintenance department is responsible to take them to the dump and empty them. The garbage that we move from the classroom is the custodian responsible to take that straight to the dump themselves.
The poor garbage. You got an argument over garbage.
I mean, sometimes the custodian fill the bins that belongs to the student, and then the student has no way to put their trash, and then they themselves can't even lift the bin because we have 50-gallon bins on the campus. It just varies, and it's just something that we have to sit down and discuss.
So I'm recommending you guys work it out. We don't want to legislate how to dispose of garbage, okay? We need it worked out, but I know I was at Woodson and the bins were overflowing at 10:30 in the morning because everybody refused to empty it. But guess what? At 10:30, none of the two parties were actually working. So there was opportunity that they could have teamed up together and empty that stuff. So we're going to make the recommended changes. We're going to have you in here on a regular basis, Mr. Benjamin, to give us update, to make sure that we're able to hold everyone's feet to the fire. If we hold your feet to the fire, then you got to hold this whole cast in front of you feet to the fire, and then they got to hold those under them feet to the fire, or your feet might get chopped off. So you really got to make sure that they are doing what they're supposed to do. Madam Clerk? We had a number of items that, you ready? We had a number of items that were requested in both meetings. I just want to officially put it on the record, and then we're going to allow you to, now let me allow you to close out first. Okay. I'm going to allow you to close, because we have a lot of stuff. We'll compile and we'll send it out to all of the senators, okay? We'll send out the request, and then we'll get the feedback. When we get it, we'll send it directly to you. But Mr. Benjamin, you can put your closing statement on the record.
I would like to thank you all for this opportunity to see the challenges that we face and to let you know that as the Bureau is formed, we are here to assist VIDE with the issues at hand and to make life a little better for all our faculty and staff. And hopefully that the community would see it and appreciate it. So we are here to get the job done. All right? And I thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Benjamin. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Before we end, I also want to reach out to the court reporters, the wonderful court reporters employed by the legislature. It is National Court Reporters and Captioners Week, so I want to wish them all well and thank them for the job that they do on a regular basis. Colleagues, thank you for being here today, for participating in the meeting. Media and all the workers of the legislature, thank you for what you did. We had a kind of long day. Tricia Seeley, Vashti Berry, Natalia Melchior Munoz, Joanne Samuel, Nadine Williams, enjoy your Court Reporters Week. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is hereby adjourned.